Hello. Welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me.
5 NITC Chapter 171. The Valley of the End, 8-Foot Mirror. Previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement. Naruto and Uchiha Madara came to a valley without people. There is a tall waterfall in the valley. Looking at the familiar scene, Uchiha Madara thought of the situation when he fought the first generation of Hokage. At that time, the decisive battle between the two of them was also in such a similar valley. At that time, Uchiha Madara didn't know why he would obsessively approve of the words of the first generation Hokage, and also established Konoha village together. But now Uchiha Madara's only idea is to destroy the world completely so that people won't suffer. A lot of preparations were made for this day. Uchiha Madara. Even his own death and resurrection have been carefully designed. Such preparations are obtained through the accumulation of years. Uchiha Madara is also full of gifts from these years. Naruto's face looks like a boy at first glance. Uchiha Madara felt that those people sent the teenagers to die. He didn't believe that a young boy like Naruto could match his strength. Although it is a rare genius, there are not a few geniuses who have died in the ninja world for so many years. Naruto looked at Uchiha Madara and said, "Seeing this, do you think of your failure last time?" Uchiha Madara said, "I didn't fail, I just suffered a little bit." It seems a bit wrong to say that. People need to face up to their own failures. If it's about Konoha village, which was established with a generation of Hokage, then it is indeed the biggest failure in my life. I am a man who does not allow myself to fail, not even death can stop me. Advertisement, so I came back and corrected the mistake. It's about you. I have a little question. I hope you can answer me honestly. Naruto knew what Uchiha Madara wanted to ask. The planetary devastation, just now, is an S-rank ninjutsu that only Rinnegan can use. Now Uchiha Madara must be wondering how Naruto's Rinnegan came about. So he nodded and said, "What do you want to know?" Uchiha Madara's expression is very serious. "Who are you? At least exchange names before the fight. Isn't it a little unfair that only you know my name?" Naruto didn't think this was a difficult question to answer. On the contrary, Naruto was happy to see Uchiha Madara such a bright mind troubled by some questions. Even if Uchiha Madara thought about it, he couldn't think of Naruto as the existence of the system. Naruto said, "Then you have to listen carefully. My name is Vortex Naruto." Uchiha Madara frowned uncommonly. This kid's surname is Whirlpool, not Uchiha. Uchiha Madara asked sharply, "You are not from the Uchiha family, so where did you get your Rinnegan?" Now Uchiha Madara thinks that the biggest possibility is that Rinnegan appeared behind the Uchiha family, but was taken away by this kid. As for the marriage, Uchiha Madara thinks it should be impossible. Given how afraid Konoha village is of Uchiha's family, there should be no marriage. But a new question arises again, that is, since he is not from the Uchiha family, why Naruto can use Rinnegan so flexibly without being rejected. You must know that Rinnegan is not something that anyone can use casually. Naruto asked back, "It seems that you care about Rinnegan very much. Do you really want to know?" "I'm not going to tell you. Advertisement, you just need to know that I can handle and use the Rinnegan perfectly. Then obediently fell into my hands. That's what you should really be doing." Every word of Naruto reveals Naruto's contempt for Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara laughed suddenly. He, it seems that you are underestimated. For so many years, I haven't almost forgotten the feeling of being slighted. It seems that after so many years, I have not only walked in the ninja world, so that the world has forgotten my terror. Then I'll bring these fears back to your hearts next. And go on forever. After speaking, Uchiha Madara covered Susanoo completely in an instant. Uchiha Madara is once again wrapped in purple. Looking at this situation, Naruto did not show any weakness, and a purple light rose from his body. Since everyone knows how to use Susanoo, let's take it out and have a touch. See whose Susanoo is better. From Uchiha Madara's point of view, Naruto's Susanoo is holding a staff in her hand, which is a bit strange. But it's strange to be strange, and it can't stop the battle in the slightest. Uchiha Madara slashed at Naruto with the purple long knife. Looking at the oncoming attack, Naruto had no intention of defending at all. Uchiha Madara is disdainful in her heart, not her eyes or not her own after all. But when the purple long knife appeared on Naruto's chest, the cane that Naruto was holding flashed. Advertisement: the 8-foot mirror appeared on Naruto's chest and helped Naruto block this fatal attack. Uchiha Madara is well aware of the strength of the 8-foot mirror, and the 8-foot mirror is not easy to break. Put one spear against another's shield, and now it depends on whose weapon is more powerful. So Uchiha Madara began to attack a point of the 8-foot mirror in front of Naruto, hoping to smash the 8-foot mirror after a few more cuts. But the facts will not let Uchiha Madara get his wish. For the first time, he wonders whether the 8-foot mirror should not be so strong. Under Uchiha Madara's slashing, the 8-foot mirror was intact, and even the light was not dimmed a bit. Naruto was a little disappointed. He didn't expect that it was just a 8-foot mirror, and Uchiha Madara hadn't broken it for so long. If Naruto himself doesn't show any flaws, how can the next battle go on? So Naruto started backing away with his cane. Seeing Naruto's move, Uchiha Madara felt he had finally seized his chance. It seems that this kid, with money, still doesn't know enough about the 8-foot mirror. If the 8-foot mirror can firmly protect the people behind it, then the people behind the 8-foot mirror must hold the 8-foot mirror tightly. If the person behind the 8-foot mirror retreats, then in addition to the front, other directions will expose weaknesses that can attack the enemy. Uchiha Madara watched Naruto back away with a moment of secret delight. When Naruto retreated to a certain extent, Uchiha Madara slashed towards Naruto again. Although the attack was frontal, Uchiha Madara launched his own shadow clone at the moment when the knife was about to fall on the 8-foot mirror. Every shadow clone also carries Susanoo, holding a knife while facing Naruto. Uchiha Madara knows very well that the 8-foot mirror can only summon one. Even if he has the shadow clone, he can only summon one. Now attacking Naruto's front is Uchiha Madara's clone. The real Uchiha Madara was already charging towards Naruto's side. Chapter 172, Fivefold Rashomon, The Arrival of the Tree Realm. Previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement. Naturally, Naruto will not miss the exchange of Uchiha Madara shadow clone and Mami. Watching Uchiha Madara, who was attacking from his side, the staff in Naruto's hand flickered again. Fivefold Rashomon. 5 Rashomons rose from the ground, and each door shone with golden light. With Susanoo's blessing, Rashomon's defensive ability has been strengthened to a certain extent. The 5 goalkeepers surrounded Naruto and easily blocked Uchiha Madara's attack. There were hideous human faces on the 5 doors, but there were inexplicable smiles on these faces. In Uchiha Madara's view, this is Naruto mocking his incompetence. After all, Uchiha Madara's confident 2 attacks were easily blocked by Naruto. Naruto didn't even make any big moves, but the staff in his hand flashed twice. Seeing the Rashomon around Naruto, Uchiha Madara's eyes flickered. He also recognizes the ninjutsu that Naruto uses now. Uchiha Madara couldn't resist saying, "This is Senju Hashirama's ninjutsu. I underestimated you. I didn't expect that you would not only know the ninjutsu of the Uchiha family, but also the ninjutsu of the first-generation Hokage." Just when Uchiha Madara found that he could not break through the 263 gates of Risheng and bring damage to Naruto, he quickly retreated. But unexpectedly, as Uchiha Madara retreated, several water dragons appeared in the sky. Water Dragon Bomb Technique. The original rushing waterfall behind has disappeared, and all that can be seen is the stone wall that was washed very smooth by the original water flow. It is not difficult to imagine that the source of so many water bombs in the air is the nearby waterfall. The water dragons rushed towards Uchiha Madara and his shadow clones. Advertisement. Seeing the water dragon bomb rushing towards him, sucking up the entire waterfall, Uchiha Madara nimbly dodged. But Uchiha's shadow clones were hit by water dragon bomb while moving and dissipated. As the last water dragon rushed towards Uchiha Madara's Sharingan flashed. Then the same water dragon also appeared in front of Uchiha Madara. It turned out to be a copy of Naruto's water dragon, planning to fight Naruto's water dragon in the same way. But when the 2 water dragons collided, the gap was still clearly seen. Naruto's water dragon bomb is significantly stronger after being enhanced by Susanoo. The water dragon bomb copied by Uchiha Madara through Sharingan is only a bit similar, and the energy contained in it cannot be compared at all. Then Uchiha Madara watched as his duplicate water dragon was smashed inch by Naruto's water dragon. When it reached Uchiha Madara, Naruto's water dragon also consumed a lot of energy. With a wave of Uchiha Madara's hand, the water dragon rushing in front of him dissipated. Feeling the drops of water falling on her face, Uchiha Madara was amused. The boy named Naruto in front of him can not only use Senju Hashirama's ninjutsu, but also further strengthen his defense. Even if Senju Hashirama himself was present, Uchiha Madara's attack would not dare to say that a Rashomon could be blocked. But such a thing happened in the hands of Naruto. Although it is often said that a hero comes from a boy, this boy is a bit too heroic. Uchiha Madara thought he had figured out Naruto Susanoo's weakness through 2 fights. That is, you cannot melee and defend. Now that he caught the weak point, Uchiha Madara shot Naruto mercilessly. Uchiha Madara first squatted down and quickly formed a mudra with both hands. Advertisement after the mudra was completed, Uchiha Madara's hand was slapped on the ground. Wood style. The tree world is coming. The huge chakra energy is continuously transmitted to the ground under Naruto's feet along with the ground. Then abruptly, many towering trees grew rapidly from under Naruto's feet. Soon, a forest appeared around Naruto. No one can imagine that such a forest was formed in an instant. Naruto's line of sight is also completely covered by layers of forest. BB. As soon as the big tree appeared, Naruto also took some countermeasures. Naruto used the water dragon bomb technique again, and then continuously launched impacts on the trees around him. Although trees that are hit by the water dragon bomb disappear quickly, subsequent trees grow much faster. In the end, the water dragon controlled by Naruto was smashed to pieces by the crazy growth of trees. Let Naruto be surrounded by trees. Naruto was a little surprised by such a powerful wood style. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Madara's ability to use wood style is as good as his own. After the trees have grown, the original rigid branches of the trees seem to come alive in an instant. They drew towards Naruto from all directions. The state of these branches waving in the air is agile and graceful, and they can be seen arcing softly across one after another. But the power contained in it cannot be underestimated. There is an 8-foot mirror in front of Naruto, and the branches cannot break through. When the branch hits the 8-foot mirror and makes a loud noise, you can know how terrifying the branch's attack is. Advertisement: the 5-fold Rashomon disappeared with Naruto's movement. In other words, Naruto has no defensive measures around him except for the 8-foot mirror in front of him. But the branches would not just attack Naruto's front with Uchiha Madara in control. The branch attacked Naruto without any dead ends. An approach like Uchiha Madara's is undoubtedly very clever and effective. But this is only effective when facing other people. Against Naruto, Uchiha Madara is about to lose his calculations. Because Naruto does not need seals at all to use ninjutsu, he only needs one idea to use any ninjutsu that he uses. You must know that Minato has to rely on his own shadow clone to delay the time before he can turn on Sage mode. But with Naruto there is absolutely no need to waste this time. Naruto turned on Sage mode for a second, and the summoned fire instantly ignited the trees attacking Naruto. To deal with wood, of course, burning it with fire is the best way. What's more, the flames summoned by Naruto in Sage mode cannot be resisted even by the big trees of descent from the tree realm. Under such flames, the forest that appeared was quickly burned. The speed of the flame spreading was too fast. After all, what appeared were not ordinary trees, and what Naruto summoned was not ordinary flames either. The flames didn't stop after burning the forest, and rushed straight towards Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara didn't expect Naruto to break his attack so quickly. For the oncoming flames, Uchiha Madara felt the scorching temperature. Out of caution, Uchiha Madara did not dare to underestimate this attack. As expected by Uchiha Madara, if he hadn't immediately summoned Susanoo, he would be burned by the flames now. Chapter 173 8-foot Chongguyu Chao Shenluo Tianzheng. Previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement. Although Susanoo can insulate most of the heat, the horror of the flames is beyond Uchiha Madara's imagination. Because he found that his Susanoo had changed color under the action of the flame. The original blue-purple Susanoo turned into a bright red color under the action of the flame. This is a situation that Uchiha Madara did not expect. He never imagined that there would be such a day. Susanoo is baked. Watching the red color of my Susanoo continue to deepen. Uchiha Madara felt he couldn't wait for this attack to be over. He had to be proactive. 8-foot Chongguyu. Under the control of Uchiha Madara, an 8-foot Chongguyu exuding blue light appeared in Susanoo's hand. Then he threw the 8-foot Chongguyu in the direction of Naruto. Immediately afterwards, Susanoo continuously gathered a single 8-foot Chongguyu to attack Naruto. In the interval between the attacks of a single Bachi Chongguyu, a series of Befoot Chongguyu appeared in Susanoo's hand. Each 8-foot Chongu jade is connected by a blue chakra in the middle. Then under the cover of a single 8-foot Chonguyu, he surrounded Naruto. As for the attack of a single Bachi-Chong Guyu, Naruto didn't pay attention at all. Naruto once again blocked the 8-foot mirror in front of him to block these attacks that were basically ineffective for him. But Naruto did not ignore the series 8-foot Chong Guyu mixed in. So the 5-fold Rashomon appeared again to block the chain attack hidden in it. Advertisement: Naruto's attack on Uchiha Madara is easy. But Uchiha Madara has already started to worry, because he feels that his Susanoo may not be able to withstand the attack of Sage Art Flames at all. The most direct proof is that the current Susanoo can no longer insulate heat. Uchiha Madara inside Susanoo feels the heat around her. So Uchiha Madara had to open her pupils to let the full body of Susanoo appear. After the full body of Susanoo appeared, the Sage Art Flame could no longer pose a threat to Susanoo. With the clapping of Susanoo's big hand, the flames around Uchiha Madara were completely extinguished. Uchiha Madara yelled at Naruto, "Boy, I didn't expect me to hide my strength." Seeing Uchiha Madara's momentum rising again, Naruto pouted. Uchiha Madara is also a little too pompous. It's nothing more than fighting Minato and the others. Maybe Minato and the others have certain strength, but they are not the opponents of Uchiha Madara. It can satisfy Uchiha Madara's evil taste of playing tricks on opponents. After all, no matter what moves you use, I can crush them perfectly. This feeling is suffocating for the opponent, but it is a kind of enjoyment for Uchiha Madara. But now Uchiha Madara's opponent is Naruto, and he still wants to hide his strength against Naruto. It's not even Naruto's fire that he couldn't hold back, and he was forced to come out. Naruto pointed to his own Rinnegan with 2 fingers, and then pointed to Uchiha Madara's Sharingan. The intention is to remind Uchiha Madara not to ignore his own Rinnegan. But Uchiha Madara seems to have misunderstood Naruto's meaning and regarded Naruto's move as a provocation. Uchiha Madara said, "Boy, I admit that you have 2 brushes, but don't be too complacent." Advertisement: I'll let you know what happens when you provoke me. It's been a long time since I've been able to use Susanoo's full body. Boy, you'll be the first to see the horrors of Susanoo in full. After speaking, 2 long swords appeared in the hands of Susanoo, the full body of Uchiha Madara. Then spread out the wings on Susanoo's back, and quickly attacked Naruto with the long sword. Naruto looked at Uchiha Madara flying in the air, Rinnegan flashed, and a large black flame appeared in the sky above Naruto. Amaterasu. Uchiha Madara just extinguished Naruto's Sage Art Flame, and felt that he had no problem facing the black flame. So Uchiha Madara picked up the long knife in his hand and wanted to split the black flames in the sky. If it can be easily extinguished like just now, then the face of the kid in front of him will definitely be very exciting. But the result of the chopping did not happen as Uchiha Madara imagined. Susanoo's long knife passed smoothly through the black flames. The black flame was separated to both sides under the action of the long knife. But the scene where Uchiha Madara wanted to see the flame go out didn't happen at all. Ask for flowers, the black flame was not damaged in the slightest. Even if it was divided into 2 halves, it was still beating faintly. There were no conditions for the flames to burn in midair, but these flames were still not extinguished. If the kid in front of him uses chakra to support, then what's the use of supporting this pile of flames? When Uchiha Madara shuttled through the black flames all over the sky, black flames continued to stick to Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. But no matter how hard the black flame tried, it couldn't break through the full body Susanoo's defense. Advertisement: The flame of Amaterasu, which seems to be able to incinerate everything, has finally touched something that it cannot burn. Now that Amaterasu is useless, Naruto uses the Rinnegan to bring the flames back. Uchiha Madara's speculation about Naruto isn't bad at all. Naruto's Susanoo is really good at defense and good at melee. Facing the menacing Uchiha Madara, Naruto directly used his staff to condense countless burst Rasengan and smashed towards Uchiha Madara. But the defensive ability of the full-body Susanoo is too heaven-defying. Despite the burst Rasengan burst on the first touch of Uchiha Madara. But the effect is like dropping a water-filled balloon on a person's body. Looking menacing, the balloon exploded, and the water splashed out, but it just couldn't be aggressive. This Rasengan, who can destroy the hill, hits Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, and it can't do any damage. Not even an iota of slowing down Uchiha Madara's progress. Seeing that Uchiha Madara is about to reach him, Naruto still has a backup. Naruto's Rinnegan flashes, Super. Shenluo Tianzhong. Use Naruto's current power to fully open the Shenluo Tianzhong. Naruto did not believe that such a force could not repel Uchiha Madara. When Uchiha Madara was advancing, he suddenly felt an extremely strong repulsive force. Just when Uchiha Madara didn't react, Uchiha Madara was directly pushed out by this huge repulsive force. The power is so strong that Uchiha Madara can't stabilize his figure in the air with his own strength. You can only follow the direction of strength. Chapter 174. No ninjutsu I can't know. Previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement. A large circular pit appeared on the ground centered on Naruto. As Uchiha Madara continued to fly backwards, the giant crater also continued to deepen and enlarge. Even though he was beaten out by such a powerful Shenluo Tianzhong, Uchiha Madara did not suffer any substantial damage. It's not far from breaking Uchiha Madara's Susanoo with such force. Uchiha Madara was also very impressed when he watched the big pit that continued to spread with him during the inverted flight. This kid's strength is really good, just this move is not weaker than Senju Hashirama in his heyday. This is the second time in Uchiha Madara's life that he feels so oppressed by an opponent. If you don't try your best, I'm afraid that you may overturn here today. However, encountering such an opponent also made Uchiha Madara's silent, 183, fighting spirit rise up. Uchiha Madara intends to deftly change the direction of his body as soon as his feet touch the ground when he lands. The wings on Susanoo's back are ready. As long as the timing is right, she can definitely rush to Naruto at the fastest speed. Just as Uchiha Madara turned around, the ground began to bulge and some branches started to emerge from the ground. Uchiha Madara smiled. It seems that this kid is going to use wood style against himself. But the general wood style doesn't work at all. When Uchiha Madara thought he could easily dispose of the branches that popped up, Uchiha Madara found something strange about these trees. This is no ordinary wood style, this is the tree world comes down. The trees grow as fast as when Uchiha Madara used it just now. Advertisement. Then just wrap Uchiha Madara with Susanoo. These branches contain the power of Naruto Sage Art and the blessing of Susanoo. The toughness and strength of the branches are far stronger than the ones just now. Imprisoned Uchiha Madara's actions for a while, so that Uchiha Madara could not have a little room for movement. Although this is temporary, there are many things that a superb ninja can do in this short period of time. There was no panic on Uchiha Madara's face, only a little bit of surprise. You will also use descent from the tree world. Such wood style cannot be used without Senju Hashirama's cells. Could it be that your kid is also a product of the experiment? This would also explain why the unique eyes of the Uchiha family appear on your body. But Namikaze Minato's sacrifice seems to be in vain. He didn't know that his son would be treated like this after he died. Even after being subjected to so many experiments, did you still end up in Konoha village, Ishin? The rejection of other people's cells and eye transplantation in my own body is very painful. Naruto didn't expect that Uchiha Madara could still bleep such a bunch of words even after being restricted from moving. However, Uchiha Madara's current conjecture can indeed completely answer the various unique and powerful ninjutsu that appear on Naruto. No way, it is impossible for Uchiha Madara to imagine that Naruto has a system on his body. If it is explained by transplantation and experimentation, it is indeed the most reasonable reason. After all, in order to be able to use Senju Hashirama's ninjutsu, Uchiha Madara deliberately chose ninjas bred entirely from Senju Hashirama cells as the body of his impure world reincarnation. Advertisement. But Uchiha Madara could never have imagined that Naruto would not be restricted at all when using various abilities. Naruto is not ready to answer nor explain Uchiha Madara's questions and conjectures. Naruto said, "There is no ninjutsu that I don't know." After saying this, he unleashes ninjutsu towards the trapped Uchiha Madara, Tengai Shinsei. When Uchiha Madara heard Naruto say the name of the ninjutsu, she was always unwilling to believe it. This ninjutsu Uchiha Madara never showed awareness, why this kid would. Remember when Uchiha Madara awakened the Rinnegan on his last days? The powerful power of Rinnegan gives hope to the desperate Uchiha Madara. But such belated hopes are close to none. At that time, Uchiha Madara was already too old to look good, and his body strength was completely unable to support the use of powerful ninjutsu. Yes, he had lived long enough not to have the strength and vitality of his youth. But the hope has already appeared, how could Uchiha Madara not hold on tight? At this time Uchiha Madara started his own plan. Uchiha Madara discovered this ninjutsu when he was exploring how to use Rinnegan. Tengai Shinsei is inspired by planetary devastation, but its power is far beyond that of planetary devastation. At that time, Uchiha Madara imagined the power of Tengai Shinsei, after using it, and felt that it was a god-like move. But the current Uchiha Madara has not got Rinnegan, and there is no condition for using this move. But it was such a ninjutsu that Uchiha Madara thought was your own that appeared in Naruto's hands. Advertisement watching the huge meteorite falling from the sky fully presents the situation that Uchiha Madara imagined this ninjutsu to use. But such ninjutsu did not come from the hands of Uchiha Madara. Since Uchiha Madara was in shock of Naruto's use of Tengai Shinsei, he didn't notice that Naruto didn't have a knot seal at all. Now Uchiha Madara has only one thought in his head. The kid in front of me has far more pupil power than me. The current Sharingan is no match for Rinnegan at all. So far, several kilometers of meteorites have fallen enough to turn this valley into ruins. Naturally, Uchiha Madara did not dare to underestimate. The double sword appeared in Susanoo's hands again. When the two knives were lifted, the branches that trapped Uchiha Madara broke. Naruto also knew that Uchiha Madara was only temporarily trapped at 3.5. But now it doesn't matter if Uchiha Madara breaks free. Facing a huge meteorite with a diameter of several thousand meters, if Uchiha Madara was hit solidly, Susanoo's full defense ability would definitely be smashed to pieces. Uchiha Madara knows well that Naruto's purpose of using Descent from the Tree World is to confine his actions within a certain range. Then wait for the accurate strike of the meteorite. If you want your range of activities not to be restricted, first let all the trees around you appear through ninjutsu disappear. The best way to deal with trees. Naruto has given the perfect answer. To deal with trees, of course, use fire. So Uchiha Madara formed the mudra quickly after breaking free from the entanglement of the branches. The fire is extinguished. Chapter 175. The Endless Wood Dragon Meteorite. Extraterrestrial Object. Previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement. The figure of Uchiha Madara appeared outside Susanoo, spitting out a thin line of fire from his mouth. But it was this line of fire that immediately became huge after it left Uchiha Madara's body. Set fire to the trees around Uchiha Madara. Under the burning of the flames, a sea of flames soon appeared around Uchiha Madara. But Naruto will not stop so easily. A B-level fire style is like eliminating an S-level wood style. What's more, although the fireball produced by Great Fire Extinguishing is more than 10 times that of the Great Fireball technique, it doesn't seem to be weak. But the intensity of the flames is far less than the magic fire summoned by Naruto. The fire of fairy magic can burn the trees of Tree Realm, but Uchiha Madara's fireball can't be sure. Uchiha Madara breathed a sigh of relief just as the flames burned a void around him. Now that there is nothing to disturb his actions, Uchiha Madara is ready to concentrate on dealing with the meteorites falling from the sky. But just when Uchiha Madara was about to make a shot, he found that the surrounding pair of 18 woods became active again. Naruto's staff flashed, wood style, endless wood dragon. Naruto wasn't going to let Uchiha Madara escape wood style so easily. So Uchiha Madara watched with a black line on the surrounding branches that were thought to be no threat to grow wildly again. The current branches have been twisted together to form a huge wooden dragon. These wooden dragons rushed towards Uchiha Madara with their big mouths. Advertisement watching Naruto continue to use S-level ninjutsu, Uchiha Madara really felt that the chakra he was facing was really endless. Who on earth carried out the impure world reincarnation? The kid in front of him possessed strength that was not what he should have at his age. Uchiha Madara felt that his opponent was a seasoned monster. But Uchiha Madara's biggest reliance now is also the body after impure world reincarnation. Because after impure world reincarnation, the body will not be destroyed, and chakra will not run out like a bottomless pit. Uchiha Madara felt that he hadn't shown such characteristics yet, but was first shown by Naruto. Looking at the wooden dragon around him, and Naruto standing not far away, Uchiha Madara is still ready to struggle again. Uchiha Madara summoned 4 shadow clone around him to face the wooden dragon controlled by Naruto. Uchiha Madara's body rushed to the sky unbelievingly, wanting to test the reality of the meteorite. Before he personally verified the authenticity of the meteorite, Uchiha Madara absolutely did not believe that the ninjutsu that he had not practiced was actually used by a yellow-haired boy. It would be a shame if it was a fantasy that bluffed him. Facing the meteorite falling from the sky, Uchiha Madara once again used multiple 8-foot Chonguyu connected attacks. Strings of 8-foot Chongu Jade rushed towards the huge meteorite in the sky. Although the 8-foot Chongu Jade is considered huge in Susanoo's hands, facing the meteorite is like the contrast between the stars and the moon. The stars next to the moon have at most a faint flicker of light, and it is impossible to surpass the light of the moon. The effect of the 8-foot Changgu jade falling on the meteorite is not much different from that of the stars. There are only a few more potholes on the meteorite, which cannot cause substantial damage to the meteorite's body at all. Looking at the meteorite that was already very close, Uchiha Madara already felt the great power coming from the sky. Advertisement at such a short distance, even if Uchiha Madara wanted to escape, it was almost impossible. So Uchiha Madara took back the full-body Susanoo. Since the fate of being crushed cannot be escaped, there is no need for Susanoo to be crushed once. Uchiha Madara feels that he is now in the state of impure world reincarnation anyway, and can be resurrected immediately even after death. After watching Uchiha Madara stop, the wooden dragon controlled by Naruto also stopped attacking. One look at Uchiha Madara's move to put Susanoo away shows that this guy is going to break the pot. First use death to survive this unavoidable attack, and then continue to fight after rebirth. Since Uchiha Madara is willing to end this round of fighting, Naruto is not willing to bother with Uchiha Madara at this time. You must know that controlling the wooden dragon is also very tiring. Just before being hit by a meteorite, Uchiha Madara glanced at Naruto unwillingly. Think of him Uchiha Madara wise I was defeated by an unknown yellow-haired boy today. But this kid from Konoha is also really powerful. Konoha village is really as sanctimonious as it was back then. Everyone is required to follow the will of fire, but he is behind some shady deeds. For the stability of the village, third Hokage actually fooled Uchiha Itachi, the most talented young generation of Uchiha family. Let Uchiha Itachi personally execute all members of the Uchiha family, leaving only one Uchiha Sasuke who has not yet grown up. What is said is to maintain the stability of the village, not for the belief that I insist on. Uchiha Madara did not forget the 11 Sharingan on Danzo. Advertisement These eyes are taken from the Uchiha people. Since Danzo doesn't trust the Uchiha family so much, why should he use the power of the Uchiha family Sharingan? The boy who was fighting with him on the opposite side must have been discovered by Konoha village, and then he was subjected to various experiments. With constant experiments and brainwashing, this guy is so young, he doesn't have much experience in getting along with the outside world. 450 In this kind of situation, coupled with the disgusting feelings of friendship, unity and love that Konoha Mu-san admires, this kid is naturally very loyal to Konoha. If it weren't for this ninja world war, I probably wouldn't let this kid out. Naruto actually saw a hint of pity in Uchiha Madara's eyes. Just when Naruto was about to take a closer look, the huge meteorite had submerged Uchiha Madara. Naruto can still understand the reluctance in the front. After all, Uchiha Madara has only had one failure experience in the hands of Senju Hashirama. It is not incomprehensible to feel unwilling to be defeated by oneself now. But what happened to that look of pity at the end? Naruto doesn't feel that he deserves mercy from Uchiha Madara. Shouldn't such feelings be for Uchiha Madara herself? The center of the meteorite has been smashed by Uchiha Madara, and Naruto is also within the range of the meteorite. When the meteorite was about to touch and land on top of Naruto's head, Naruto activated Kamui and left. The people fighting thousands of miles away also saw the huge meteorite falling from the sky. Although it doesn't look like much to them, but if you think about the distance from the meteorite to the battlefield, you will know how huge the meteorite will be if you were in the place where the meteorite landed. Chapter 176. Seal previous chapter Next chapter Advertisement. The ninjas of Konoha village are very familiar with such meteorite attacks. A similar meteorite attack was also launched by Nagato when it attacked Konoha village. Meteorites falling from the sky at that time had become the nightmare of many Konoha shinobi enthusiasts. When they saw meteorites appearing in the sky, everyone thought of the fear of being dominated by meteorites from the sky. But such fear has long been shattered by a guy named Whirlpool Naruto. As unforgettable as the meteorite is Naruto's thin but very reassuring back when he was fighting against the Akatsuki organization. Still, those close to Naruto are inevitably a little worried. The more powerful a person is, the more he understands the consequences of such a huge meteorite falling down. Minato still has great confidence in Naruto, because Minato knows that Naruto's application of Flying Thunder God is not weaker than him. With a ninjutsu like Flying Thunder God that can move at will and instantaneously, when Naruto is facing life-threatening, it is basically no problem to get out of his body. Minato and their battle with Jinchuriki Pen is coming to an end. The speed of the process is entirely due to the joining of Minato and Jiraiya. Jinchuriki pain in the impure world reincarnation state as an unkillable existence. Use Minato to seal it to stop Jinchuriki Pen's attack. Now there is the last 8 tails Jinchuriki pain in the center of the battlefield. Advertisement. 4th Reikage is obviously the most powerful among the people who deal with tailed beast. It stands to reason that the first one that should be sealed as 8 tails Jinchuriki pain Killer Bee, but I don't know why it has been delayed until now. Minato vaguely felt something different in Reikage's fierce attack. It was this singularity that kept Minato from trying to help others. Minato found that every time Reikage made a sharp attack, when he was about to restrict Killer Bee's movement, he would deviate from the original intended attack position. It is precisely because of the deviation of such attacks again and again that Killer Bee has survived until now. Although it is a very cruel thing to personally erase the last trace of his younger brother's life in the world. But for the victory of this war, Jinchuriki Pen must be sealed here. As long as someone let go of a Jinchuriki pain, it will bring immeasurable losses to the Ninja Alliance. Reikage scruples that Killer Bee is his younger brother who is unwilling to do something heavy, but the existence of Killer Bee will make more people lose their loved ones. Minato believes that everyone has also seen Reikage's release. But Minato believes that Reikage is a very responsible person and will not let himself go because of his personal feelings. Although Jinchuriki pain is under the control of impure world reincarnation, he can still say whatever he wants. Seeing that his opponent was a former friend or companion, Jinchuriki and pain actually formed a certain tacit understanding. That is unanimously not talking to your opponent. They also know that they should be eradicated absolutely, and perhaps death is their only relief. Although it was not intentional, their hands were already stained with the blood of their companions. If they open their mouths to speak, the opponent will be bound by invisible fetters to a large extent. But Killer Bee is very clear that his big brother has been delayed for a long time. Advertisement. Other people's opponents have disappeared, and now only myself is left. If my big brother continues to procrastinate, I believe that other people will soon be unable to help themselves. That's not what Killer Bee wanted to see. 4th Reikage should shine in the ninja war, not be labeled as indecisive. So Killer Bee said, "Brother, yo, don't hesitate anymore WW. If you hesitate, you will miss the opportunity. A missed opportunity is like breaking our first encounter. I would like to be the honor of the big brother, yeah. Yo, big brother seal me up." Listening to the urging of Killer Bee, even Death wants to help himself leave a mark on the experience. That's how Ishin's good brother who thinks about himself, fell into the hands of members of the Akatsuki organization because of his own negligence. Reikage thought he could avenge his lost brother. But when he saw his brother Yi's ruthless posture appearing in front of him again in the conference room of the Iron Kingdom, Reikage really broke his defense. The guilt of not protecting his younger brother Killer Bee made Reikage lose his previous determination in the battle. Watching Reikage's still missing attack, Killer Bee countered the power to control himself with all his soul power. Just as Reikage launched another lariat towards Killer Bee finally regained control of his body for a second. It was at this moment when he could control his body that Killer Bee turned his chest towards Reikage's attack. As Reikage's younger brother, Killer Bee naturally knows where this move can release the greatest attack power. Watch Killer Bee get a huge hole in his chest pierced by his own arm. Advertisement. There was no bright red blood flowing out of the black cavity. It's the black that scares the normally fearless Reikage a little. Because it's proof that Killer Bee is actually dead. Minato and Jiraiya are not going to stand by and let Reikage stall this time. You have to know that they have more important things to do, and enough time has been wasted here. So Minato and Jiraiya launched sealing techniques from Killer Bee's back while Killer Bee was hit with a big hole in his chest and couldn't move. The last words that Killer Bee said in Reikage's ear were, "Brother, don't cry, yo, check." Since then the 6 Jinchuriki pens have all been sealed and completed. Looking at Killer Bee with his eyes closed, Reikage couldn't help but hugged Killer Bee into his arms. This is an expression of an intimacy that rarely occurs between brothers, Liao Li's. Reikage tried to draw warmth from the cold corpse. Minato and Jiraiya felt that such emotions needed to be digested by Reikage himself, and did not step forward to comfort them. But Tsuchikage walked up to Reikage and patted his hard forehead on the shoulder and said, "Reikage, don't be too sad." Tsuchikage's words remind Reikage that he is still on the battlefield. As Reikage, he cannot allow his weakness to be seen by others. So each village brought back its own sealed Jinchuriki and guarded them strictly. In order to prevent someone from recreating Jinchuriki pain again. After solving Jinchuriki pain, What everyone cares most about is the battle on Naruto's side. Just now people saw the meteorite appearing in the sky, but because Raikage is still fighting. Raikage is not so much fighting Killer Bee as Raikage is fighting himself. Chapter 177 Shadow's Surprise Previous chapter Next chapter. Advertisement. The focus of everyone's attention just now is whether the movie will let his brother go at the last moment of the battle. The battle here is not completely over, and everyone can't separate their energy to pay attention to the battle between Naruto and Uchiha Madara. Mizukage Terumi Mei said, "I believe everyone saw the huge meteorite that just fell from the sky. What the hell is going on?" Although the huge meteorite in the sky has disappeared now, the feeling that people were shocked at that time still remains in the memory. Now that Jinchuriki Pain, Minato, Jiraiya, and Tsunade have finished processing, they can't wait to rush towards the direction of the falling meteorite. The remaining Tsuchikage people looked at each other and decided to rush to the scene to find out. Minato, as an old father worried about his children, also played his own speed advantage. Be the first to arrive. Naruto. Seeing Naruto standing on the top of the mountain, Minato let go of the heart that has been worrying about Naruto. It doesn't matter how powerful Naruto is, after all, he is still a child. If there is no other way and Naruto's strength is really very strong, Minato will never let Naruto face the dangerous guy Uchiha Madara alone. After Minato, Tsunade and Jiraiya went to 343 to Naruto's side. Tsunade even frankly played on Naruto to see if Naruto was injured in the battle. Naruto also let Tsunade check carefully from top to bottom, only seeing the safety with his own eyes can make Tsunade feel at ease. This is what Naruto has always done. Advertisement. Since you can't concentrate on the girls, you must let them feel at ease. It is precisely because there is such a reassuring existence as Naruto in this chaotic world, that the women are so devoted to Naruto. After checking Naruto's Tsunade, he blushed belatedly at Jiraiya's teasing eyes. When everyone from Tsuchikage arrived, Tsunade had returned to his usual calm. Tsuchikage didn't see the situation clearly until after the top of the mountain. In fact, the top of the mountain they are standing on can no longer be called the top of the mountain. Because the height of the huge meteorite they saw was equal to the top of the mountain after it fell. Is this really something humans can do? Raikage stomped tentatively towards the meteorite in front, and found that it had really become a flat bottom. Immediately, he looked at Naruto with burning eyes, hoping that Naruto could give an explanation, bi. But Naruto was too lazy to talk to these people. They didn't even have a polite request for who they thought they were, but they wanted to give an answer just by looking at them. It seems that he has been in a high position for a long time and is used to other people's reports. But Naruto was not used to these guys' faults, so he didn't say a word. Facing the current situation, Tsuchikage and the others were scratching their heads, but they couldn't hold back their airs and asked a question behind their backs. What is going on with this kid? He is really ignorant. Unlike the young people in their village, no matter what happens, they don't need to ask them at all. Young ninjas will take the initiative to report to them. Mizukage Terumi Mei didn't have so many worries, and asked Naruto in surprise. Naruto, did you do all this? Facing Terumi Mei's questions, Naruto was very happy to answer them. Advertisement. So Naruto replied succinctly, yes, I did it. Tsuchikage and the others were still secretly delighted that Mizukage couldn't hold his breath and asked Naruto so quickly. Now that someone has asked, they can follow along with Terumi Mei for an answer. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no further comment from Naruto. Terumi Mei just turned to Naruto to make sure that such a spectacular situation in front of her was done by Naruto. After getting an affirmative answer, Terumi Mei didn't want to know the ins and outs at all. Even if there is, they have to ask in private, and they are determined not to give people like Tsuchikage a chance. Tsuchikage and the others have been in high positions for too long, someone should give them a lesson. Minato looked at Tsuchikage and their palette-like complexions, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He understands Naruto doing this, but he can't go too far. So Minato asked what everyone was most concerned about. Naruto, you are the only one standing here. Has Uchiha Madara been completely defeated by you? Naruto said, yes, Uchiha Madara's body is under this huge meteorite. Minato and the others were happy when they heard Naruto's answer, thinking that this ninja war was finally coming to an end here. But what Naruto said next made their joy freeze on their faces. Naruto said calmly, Uchiha Madara who is resurrected now has experienced reanimation jutsu. I believe that there is no one here who does not understand the characteristics of impure world reincarnation. Yes, you were right. People of impure world reincarnation have unlimited access to chakra. And you can be resurrected after death. Advertisement. Uchiha Madara is now in a state of death, but this death of Uchiha Madara is definitely not the end, but the beginning. The others felt a little dumbfounded after hearing Naruto's words. Jiraiya and Minato were the two fastest responders. Jiraiya and Minato jumped onto the meteorite immediately, touching the meteorite with both hands to investigate. With Chakra's tentacles unable to penetrate further, Jiraiya opened his eyes first. Minato is still on the lookout. Jiraiya looked at Minato, who had his eyes closed, with deep relief in his eyes. As Minato's teacher, Jiraiya is heartily relieved to see Minato surpassing himself. But with the beads of sweat left on Minato's head, Minato opened his eyes while trembling all over his body. Everyone else looked at Minato nervously, hoping that Minato would tell them what they wanted to know. Looking at the expectant eyes, Minato sighed and said, "Ah, this meteorite is really too big." Cage rolled his eyes and said, "Of course we know that the meteorite is huge. This is something that can be seen with the eyes alone. I really don't need you to repeat it again." Tsuchikage understood Minato's subtext and exclaimed, "Impossible?" Minato nodded with a wry smile. "The meteorite is too big, so my chakra hasn't detected what's going on at the bottom of the meteorite." Hearing Minato's answer, Tsuchikage and Raikage jumped onto the meteorite and began to investigate in disbelief. The two of them absolutely did not believe that a child like Naruto could make a meteorite that they were powerless to detect. Jiraiya asked Naruto, "Naruto, even if you can't kill Uchiha Madara in the state of impure world reincarnation, after being crushed by such a huge meteorite, Uchiha Madara shouldn't be able to reappear, right?" Chapter 178 Meteorite Broken Uchiha Madara's Arrogance. Previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement. After Jiraiya finished speaking, she looked at Naruto expectantly, hoping to get an affirmative answer. Even if Uchiha Madara is not dead yet, it is perfectly fine that such a huge meteorite will never come out after being pressed on him. The previous Jinchuriki pen was sealed by Minato with ninjutsu. It makes sense that Uchiha Madara was physically sealed by a meteorite. Naruto naturally knew what these people thought, but he was destined to disappoint them. Naruto shook his head and said, "That's a good idea. If I have 100% confidence in facing others, I will crush them into a pulp, and there will be no chance of turning over again. But against Uchiha Madara, there is no absolute certainty. During this short period of fighting, my fight with Uchiha Madara taught me that he is definitely not such an easy dog." Jiraiya looked at Naruto speechlessly. "Don't even think about shaking Naruto's dick for a while. Look at the meteorite in front of him clearly. It is so big that he can't even detect the situation. But this is only worth the word easy in Naruto's mouth." Jiraiya's hands were about to move, but she restrained herself in the end. Leaving aside that he is no match for Naruto now. If Tsunade next to him saw that Jiraiya dared to treat Naruto like this, he would probably punch him hard. Jiraiya felt that Tsunade's fist should be less experienced. In order not to continue to take blows on Naruto, Jiraiya turned his attention to Raikage and Tsuchikage, who went out to investigate. Although the 5 major countries will show unanimous unity and rare tacit understanding in major events. Advertisement. But in private, that one is not secretly paying attention to the other party's strength. No matter what kind of information the other party gives, they are in a state of extreme distrust, and they have to do some research on their own before agreeing. Looking at Tsuchikage and Raikage's increasingly ugly faces, Jiraiya felt very refreshed. Let these two old men show such a manipulative attitude. Now you know how powerful the geniuses of their Konoha juniors are. In the extremely unwilling look of Raikage and Tsuchikage, the hands of the two people were reluctant to leave the meteorite. They really don't want to admit that they can't detect such a huge meteorite. Doesn't this clearly show that their strength is not as good as that of a child? But no matter how reluctant you are, if you can't detect it, you can't detect it. After Tsuchikage and Raikage completed their self-psychological construction, they returned to the crowd from the meteorite with serious faces. Just when the two of them were about to speak, Jiraiya jumped out with a big smile. I know, meteorites are really too much." After speaking, he blinked his eyes at the two people with expressions that I understand very well. Tsuchikage and Raikage's expressions, which were built with great difficulty, almost couldn't hold back. They are not sure if Jiraiya continues to talk. Will they join forces to give Jiraiya a meal next time? Fortunately, at this time, there was an extremely small cracking sound from the place where the meteorite was. Crack. The sound is very small, just like the sound that people usually make when they walk on the ground. But everyone present can be regarded as the top masters in the ninja world, so naturally they would not ignore such a small voice. Everyone looked at the meteorite at their feet seriously. They were very sure that the sound just now came from the meteorite. Feng Ying lost his composure, squatted down and stretched out his hands to investigate. Advertisement at the beginning, the expression was normal, but after a period of time, his face suddenly changed. Case Cage exclaimed. A large crack is spreading upward at a very fast speed. I'm afraid it won't be long before cracks can be seen on the surface of the meteorite. What Feng Ying said was the last result that everyone wanted to see. This shows that Uchiha Madara is still alive, and the danger of the ninja world's destruction still exists. Everyone except Naruto also had a headache. What kind of monsters are they fighting? Even a meteorite of this size can't kill this guy. Jiraiya and Minato also looked ugly. You must know that the two of them had been turning on Sage mode when they just fought Jinchuriki Pain. The delay was long enough when Raikage took on Killer Bee. Next, Sage mode may not last for too long, and it will not be able to enter the battle at all. Minato is a bit better. With chakra from 9 tails in his body, he can continue to fight after a short rest. If Jiraiya can't help, then their side will lose one combat power, which is something Jiraiya is very reluctant to see. Asterisk, just when Jiraiya was worried, there was another loud noise from inside the meteorite. Bang, bang, bang. The sound became louder and louder, indicating that the people inside were very close to the surface of the meteorite. Boom. While everyone was waiting, the surface of the meteorite suddenly exploded. The flying meteorite is no longer in the state of a stone, but has been turned into powder under the attack of Uchiha Madara. After the powder dissipated, a large black hole appeared on the surface of the meteorite. Advertisement immediately afterwards, a familiar person came out of the big hole step by step. Naruto was a little disappointed looking at Susanoo on Uchiha Madara. I thought Uchiha Madara would have some novel tricks. 0. It turned out that after being resurrected, Uchiha Madara relied on Susanoo to dig a big hole for herself from the meteorite, and then escaped. Uchiha Madara, who came out, just ignored the others present, staring at Naruto with a pair of red eyes. Naturally, he didn't miss the flash of death in Naruto's eyes. Although very angry, Uchiha Madara has no way to deal with Naruto now. I can only reluctantly admit that I am indeed no match for this kid now. Uchiha Madara looked at Naruto and said, "That kid, I'm not at my full strength yet. I won't call you now, give me some time, we're in a showdown." Hearing Uchiha Madara's words, Naruto hadn't expressed his attitude yet. Tien Ying jumped out first. Tsuchikage yelled at Uchiha Madara. "Uchiha Madara, what do you mean? Are you trying to stall for time? I advise you to die early. Your 6 helpers have been wiped out by us. Your plan will not succeed, either. Under such circumstances, if you are caught without a fight, I believe everyone will give you a lenient treatment. Don't go wrong with obsession, Uchiha Madara." Naruto looked at the excited old man who sat in front of him, and rolled his eyes behind him. These people always say these beautiful words. When it's time to get caught without a fight, the one who strikes the hardest is the person who said such words. Chapter 179. Keep your hands and watch the battle. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Naruto has never understood what these people mean by such high-sounding words. If someone like Uchiha Madara could really be persuaded with just a few words, there would be no more wars in the world. In fact, the purpose of Tsuchikage is also easy to guess. In the previous battles, Tsuchikage, the commander-in-chief of the Ninja Alliance, basically did not play any role. The way to delay Uchiha Madara was thought by Minato, and Jinchuriki Pen was also sealed by Minato. It was Minato's son who even beat Uchiha Madara to death once. The greatest credit for this war has all been taken by the ninjas of Konoha village. Tsuchikage, who originally obtained the position of the leader of the Ninja Alliance by picking up the loopholes, was very dissatisfied with this result. I don't know if it's because of a change in mentality. Tsuchikage felt that when he gave orders, he was not as dignified as before. Tsuchikage attributed it all to Konoha Shinobi being too showy. In Tsuchikage's view, Naruto alone can kill Uchiha Madara once. Then with the 7 of them, it is no problem to deal with Uchiha Madara. If you don't reveal a genin at this time, how long will it take to be the commander-in-chief of the allied forces? Uchiha Madara looked at the old man who questioned himself with a righteous face. A sneer appeared on his face. Delaying time? Facing you ants, I don't need to delay at all. I was talking to that kid, when will it be your turn to interject? Tsuchikage, haven't you forgotten that you once worked with the Akatsuki organization? Advertisement, my hands are not clean. What face do you have to jump out? Tsuchikage, who thought he was awe-inspiring and righteous, turned the color of a pig's liver after hearing Uchiha Madara's words. After all, Uchiha Madara doesn't need to give Tsuchikage face at all. It was pointed out by Uchiha Madara that Tsuchikage had teamed up with Akatsuki. You must know that although Raikage already has substantive evidence, it is in order to save face for Tsuchikage. Although everyone knew who it was never revealed that Tsuchikage did it. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Madara ruined the inner face here. Tsuchikage became angry and attacked Uchiha Madara. Let's go together and kill this guy who disrupted the peace of the ninja world. Otherwise, our ninja world will never restore peace. Seeing Tsuchikage rushing out, Kazekage followed him. The others didn't rush out hastily, because the result of the 7 people joining forces had been known before. The key to defeating Uchiha Madara now was Naruto. Naruto was still standing there without any movement, so there was basically no hope for them to rush out. Besides, isn't Tsuchikage a bit too contemptuous of Naruto? What Uchiha Madara asked was Naruto, why did Tsuchikage come out to join in the fun? Seeing Tsuchikage and Kazekage rushing up, Uchiha Madara directly asked Shadow Clone to block instead of himself. And Uchiha Madara's real body has receded far away. It seems that Uchiha Madara is still very afraid of Naruto's shot to block, leaving Shadow Clone to delay for himself. What Uchiha didn't know was that Naruto wouldn't shoot at him now. It can also be said that Naruto is to promote the full restoration of Uchiha Madara's strength to its peak state. Advertisement fighting someone from Impure World reincarnation isn't really fun. Naruto also wants to see what kind of strength Uchiha Madara will show after acquiring Rinnegan. It was part of Naruto's plan to let Uchiha Madara continue with his plans. If the general direction does not develop according to the original situation, what if Otsutsuki Kaguya, whom Naruto is looking forward to, is caught by a butterfly? Tsuchikage, Kazekage and the Shadow Clone left by Uchiha Madara fought hard on the meteorite. The rest of the group watched Uchiha Madara's every move cautiously. As long as Naruto makes a move, they will definitely launch their own attacks together. Raikage also firmly sided with Minato this time. Minato's previous behavior in his fight against Killer Bee made Raikage remember this kindness in his heart. If it weren't for Minato, everyone else would have shot Killer Bee together. Raikage has absolutely no position to stop when the time comes. If Killer Bee is killed by someone else's hand, Raikage can't guarantee that he won't hold grudges against that person. Besides, Raikage had a very secret thought in his heart. Movie glanced at Minato, then quickly looked away. Minato's death was witnessed by many people, but now he is standing in front of his eyes. Raikage was very sure after fighting Minato that Minato's resurrection was not rebirth from the dirt. Thinking of this, Raikage has a little hope in his heart. Since Minato can do it, can his younger brother do it too? The key to the resurrection lies in the boy named Uzumaki Naruto. At this moment, the space around Uchiha Madara began to distort. Minato and the others stared at the distorted space. It would be bad if someone like Jinchuriki Pain came out of it. Advertisement Tsuchikage even shouted while fighting. Don't wait and see, shoot quickly. If we ask Uchiha Madara to recruit help, we will have to fight hard again, and we don't know how much we will lose. Hearing Tsuchikage's words, Minato was a little moved. But seeing Naruto standing still, Minato gave up the idea of attacking Uchiha Madara now. To know that Naruto forced Uchiha Madara into this position as soon as he made a shot. Since Naruto is not ready to do it now, it means that they are not suitable to do it now. Tsuchikage once again took advantage of the gap in the battle to look back to see if the crowd had rushed to attack Uchiha Madara. Of course, Tsuchikage didn't care about helping himself who was fighting. But Tsuchikage, who took advantage of the danger and turned back, saw a group of people standing still, with no intention of making a move at all. For a moment Tsuchikage was a little out of breath. What on earth are these people thinking about 3.0? They are the Ninja Coalition, and the coalition is one. One prospers and one loses all. Don't these people understand such a simple truth? Just when Tsuchikage was about to curse, Uchiha Madara's shadow clone interrupted Tien Ying's attack. Tsuchikage had to scramble into the fight. In Naruto's view, Tsuchikage is self-inflicted. Tsuchikage is fully capable of killing Uchiha Madara's shadow clone in one fell swoop. But Tsuchikage is reluctant to consume his chakra now in order to show his talents in the next battle. Feng Ying shot without reservation. Feng Ying also has his own selfishness. Kazekage felt that as the weakest one, he would definitely be attacked as a breakthrough point when he besieged Uchiha Madara. As a breakthrough point, life is in danger to a large extent. Chapter 180 Uchiha Obito and Madara Gedo statue. Previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement. Feng Ying's little calculation was done very quickly. Just take no reserved shots in the fight against the Uchiha Madara shadow clone. Then everyone will not ignore his consumption. It would be nice to be able to take some damage while holding down the Uchiha Madara shadow clone. Tsuchikage, so don't let a man who is already injured and must die against Uchiha Madara continue to fight. Taking a little or a little more damage is much better in Kazekage's opinion than fighting Uchiha Madara's real body. At this moment, the space distortion around Uchiha Madara finally stopped. A figure appeared beside Uchiha Madara. The people who appeared were wearing the usual robes of the Akatsuki organization, with their familiar masks on their faces. Tsuchikage was slightly relieved when he saw only one person appeared. However, the appearance of only one person should not be underestimated. You must know that the more you get in touch with the Shao organization, the more you will realize the horror of this organization. But one person is better off than more. Looking at the familiar mask, everyone except Naruto was a little puzzled. At that time, this masked person appeared arrogantly at the 18th meeting of the Five Shadows. They remember very well that it was this masked guy who supported Uchiha Madara and then announced the start of the ninja war. Now this masked man who called himself Uchiha Madara appeared beside Uchiha Madara. What is the problem? Uchiha Madara said amidst everyone's doubts, Obito, you are finally here. Obito? Advertisement. This is a name that is extremely unfamiliar to everyone. There was only one candidate in Minato's mind. When Minato hadn't become Hokage, he also served as a class teacher. Obito was a so-called mediocre child in the class he once led. Another genius in the same class as Obito is known as Hitaki Kakashi. The Mangekyo Sharingan owned by Hitaki Kakashi is still from Obito. Yes, Minato remembered Obito's full name, Uchiha Obito. Minato thought back to the masked man he saw at the Five Cages meeting, and then to Obito back then. Minato didn't think that the boy who was a bit cowardly but very kind at the beginning would become the extreme one he is now. If it hadn't been confirmed that Obito was dead, Kakashi would never have obtained Mangekyo Sharingan. Minato found various reasons in his mind to convince himself. After Obito was pulled over abruptly, he was very dissatisfied when he saw Uchiha Madara. It is true that Uchiha Madara saved him, and he is also the one who established the Uchiha family. But Uchiha Madara is the culprit who pulled him into the dark abyss. If it weren't for Uchiha Madara, he wouldn't have ended up where he is. It is impossible to make Obito listen to what Uchiha Madara says. But Obito knew why Uchiha Madara had pulled him over. In order to achieve the common goal, it does not matter if there is a little concession now. Obito took Nagato's Rinnegan with Naruto's tacit approval. Now after such a long run-in, Obito has adapted to Rinnegan very well. Obito gave Uchiha Madara a cold look, and did not greet Uchiha Madara as familiarly as Uchiha Madara. Advertisement. Obito stepped in front of Uchiha Madara and crouched down, touching the ground with his hands. The moment it touched the ground, the red light in Obito's eyes flickered. Summoning. Gedo statue. A huge humanoid golem slowly emerged from the ground. It is said to be in human form because the golem looks like a complete human being at a glance. The golem opened its mouth wide, as if about to devour something. The reason why it is called a golem is because there are 9 huge holes in the eyes of the golem. The color of the body is like that of a dead tree, with 10 jagged thorns appearing on the back. Looking at the huge monster that appeared, the emotions of the two parties can be said to be diametrically opposed. Uchiha Madara was very pleasantly surprised. He did not expect Obito to do this. To be able to summon a full Gedo statue after working with the Rinnegan for so long. Things turned out to be much simpler than Uchiha Madara expected. After being overjoyed, Uchiha Madara's eyes were full of greed. Uchiha Madara has found a perfect reason for his next behavior. Obito's life was saved by Uchiha Madara, and it's time for Obito to repay his life-saving grace. Uchiha Madara said in his heart, Obito, don't worry, I will drag everyone in with your wish. Then your wish will come true. Minato next to Naruto had a look of horror. Because Minato clearly felt Nine Tails chakra on top of the gigantic golem that came out. Minato asked Naruto with disbelief. Naruto, you spent the longest time with 9 tails. Did I feel wrong? Advertisement. Naruto said to Minato. Father, you were right. This golem does have the breath of 9 tails chakra. Then Naruto said to the others. I believe you are very familiar with the chakra on this thing. After all, chakra, which gathers 9-tailed beasts. I agree with you to take 9 tails away because I think you should have the strength to protect him. But this happened in front of me. Tsuchikage felt bad hearing Minato's question, but had a secret hope until Naruto didn't answer. You must know that 783's decision to take 9 tails away from Naruto was made by Tsuchikage regardless of Minato's opposition. If anything goes wrong with 9 tails, then Tsuchikage is largely responsible. After hearing Naruto's answer, Tianying couldn't help exhaling. 9 tails? Why are there 9 tails? It shouldn't be, it can't be, chakra from 9 tails shouldn't be here. Could it be a mistake? Under Naruto's gaze, the word, wrong, gradually became unheard in Tsuchikage's mouth. Tsuchikage also knew that since Minato had raised this question, he had already determined the answer in his heart. Taking 9 tails away from Naruto in the first place was a huge mistake. But it is also impossible. Tsuchikage felt guilty for a long time. After all, Tsuchikage had always doubted Naruto's strength before seeing such a huge meteorite. In order to deal with Uchiha Madara, all of their high-end combat forces were dispatched. 9 Tails' hiding place is not guarded at all. Now Tsuchikage regrets it very much. If he had kept 9 Tails with Naruto, wouldn't Akatsuki have organized chakra with all 9-tailed beasts? The Uchiha Madara shadow clone who fought with Kazekage turned into a puff of smoke when Obito appeared. Kazecage's idea of being severely wounded by Uchiha Madara shadow clone was also in vain. Chapter 181 Rinne Tensei An Impure World Reincarnation. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. For a while, Feng felt that nothing he had done since the war started was not very smooth. Kazekage was very depressed, and shouted, "It's over. The ninja world is over. They have collected the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts, and the infinite Tsukuyomi is coming soon. We're really screwed." Minato looked a little angrily at this Kazekage exuding negative energy. As a leader of a village, when encountering difficulties, he didn't think about how to solve them. Instead, he fell into depression on his own, and brought such depression to others. If it weren't for the critical moment of the ninja war, Minato really wanted to beat him up. Minato stepped forward and said, "Don't think like that, we still have a chance." Although the masked man once said that chakra who gathers all 9-tailed beasts can launch infinite Tsukuyomi, enveloping the entire ninja world. That's really the worst possible outcome. But now the golem has just appeared, and the horror scene described by the masked man has not yet happened. As long as we hold the belief that we must win, we will be able to prevent this catastrophe in the ninja world. Raikage fully agrees with Minato. Fourth Hokage is right. We should never give up when the last moment doesn't come. After saying this, Raikage glared at Kazekage fiercely, then aggressively moved towards Uchiha Madara and Minjiang with his plump body. Minato followed closely behind. Tsuchikage was not weak at all, and Kazekage rushed to the end, with the calmness of going to death in his eyes. Advertisement. When destruction is about to fall on their heads, all people abandon their selfishness and find something called unity. Just when they rushed towards Uchiha Madara with the belief of going to death, a sudden change occurred. Obito, standing in front of Uchiha Madara, started to move uncontrollably. Obito is horrified, but he has no control over his body now. But Obito's spirit was clear at the moment. Obito could clearly feel his eyes moving constantly. Then his own hands quickly seal. Obito is no stranger to fast hand mudras. With Obito's seal, another huge Hades appeared on the ground. Not knowing what kind of attack this Hades will launch, everyone postponed the attack on Uchiha Madara. Feng asked, "What is this thing?" Jiraiya is no stranger to the presence of Hades. After all, Nagato had already used such ninjutsu once in Konoha village. It was this horrifying Hades who brought back some of their lost friends. Jiraiya looked at Yama in front of him with a complex expression and explained, "This is a special ability unique to Rinnegan. It is this king of Hades who can bring back the person you want to resurrect." Hearing Jiraiya's words, Raikage's eyes lit up. Then everyone in the village, the Jinchuriki inside. Before Raikage could finish speaking, Jiraiya interrupted. "If you want to do the resurrection of the dead, you must pay a huge price." Advertisement. The price is the life of the owner of the Rinnegan. After getting this answer, Raikage couldn't speak the next words at all. If you want to resurrect a person, you have to sacrifice another person, and no one is willing to bear such a price. You have someone important to you, so isn't the person who sacrificed to you important to someone else? Movie stared at Minato intently, and asked the question directly. Then, is it because of this ninjutsu that 4th Hokage can be revived? When Jiraiya explained the function of this ninjutsu, he never thought that Raikage would ask this question so directly. Obviously during the 5 Kages meeting, although everyone was very curious about the resurrection of Minato and Kushina, they all kept polite and did not ask such sensitive questions. Now it seems Killer Bee's death hit Raikage too hard. Jiraiya looked at Naruto with an ugly face. He did not expect this situation. The question Raikage asked directly caused the two of them to sink in the air. Minato wanted to answer Raikage's question, but only Naruto knew the details of what happened. Minato looked at Naruto for help, but only saw a profile of Naruto. Naruto is convinced by them. Do you have to answer truthfully when someone asks a question? Naruto doesn't believe in this evil. I say what I want to say, and no one can get half a word from me if I don't want to say it. So Minato could only reply resentfully. Your Excellency Raikage, we only understand the purpose of this ninjutsu. But we are not very clear about the specific situation of laissez-faire. After getting such an ambiguous answer, Raikage was clearly very dissatisfied. When Raikage wanted to continue asking, Mizukage Terumi came out to make a rescue. Since this ninjutsu can resurrect people, who is this masked man trying to resurrect? Advertisement Terumi was very moved by the spirit of everyone who just ignored life and death. But this kind of emotion lasted for a short time, and it disappeared when everyone stopped. Especially Raikage was determined to get an answer from Minato and Jiraiya. In order not to let Raikage continue to question and destroy their internal balance, Terumi stepped forward. Terumi saw Naruto's attitude of refusing to cooperate just now, and also knew that Naruto has a natural liking for beautiful women. Terumi feels that only by standing out, can she become a lubricant in the team. After asking the question, Terumi stared at Naruto with her beautiful eyes. Naruto raised an eyebrow and replied, of course he wants to resurrect Uchiha Madara. Hearing Naruto's answer, Terumi was even more puzzled. Uchiha Madara stood alive not far from them. Why does Naruto say resurrect Uchiha Madara? Kazekage yelled even more. How is it possible? Uchiha Madara is still alive and well, we have all seen it with our own eyes. Do living people still need to be resurrected? Naruto obviously didn't want to talk to Kazekage, but Terumi was watching Naruto curiously, longing for an answer. Obviously at this time, Naruto doesn't feel that answering questions is a waste of time. So Naruto said, it seems that you only have a superficial understanding of reanimation jutsu. Uchiha Madara is now in the state of impure world reincarnation. It can't be called a real human county in the true sense. Chapter 182 Resurrection Uchiha Madara Previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement, only a human with Rinnegan sacrifices his life to fully resurrect a person. Did you see the masked man's actions? Although his seal gestures are very smooth, you can find his struggle if you observe carefully. It means that he was controlled by Uchiha Madara and launched such ninjutsu against his own will. The others listened to Naruto's explanation to Terumi secretly. They didn't see any reluctance in the masked man at all. How did this Naruto figure out? But Naruto said it so confidently, and with the lessons learned from the past, no one has any doubts about Naruto's words. Even if there are doubts, I hold them in my heart and dare not express them on the bright side. What if it made Naruto unhappy and stopped talking? Terumi also felt Naruto's care for her, and felt a little unclear in her heart for a while. Minato put the masked man in his heart when Uchiha Madara said Obito just now. After all, how could a teacher not care about his former disciples? Minato also tasted something different in Naruto's words. So Minato asked, Naruto, what you just said is that Uchiha Madara 223 has already tampered with this masked man. In order to be able to control the masked man to resurrect himself at a critical moment? Naruto nodded to Minato in affirmation. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look at Uchiha Madara in shock. Advertisement. What kind of head does this guy have, planning today's events decades ago? Naruto saw the eyes of everyone, and knew what was going to happen next in his heart, but it was inconvenient to tell everyone. The praying mantis catches the cicada, and the oriole follows behind. Although Uchiha Madara is cunning, he is not yet under the control of Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu is the one who can truly be called exhaustive and insidious. The knuckles on Obito's hands continued, but he couldn't control his body at all. Everyone also stared at Obito's hand in the seal, hoping to see a little stagnation of resistance in the smooth seal. But their eyes are not comparable to Naruto's Rinnegan. They stared at them for a long time, but they didn't see any reluctance. Kage even felt that Naruto was just lying to them. It is Naruto's youthful heart, which cannot deal with Uchiha Madara at all. But he has been pushed to this position by his father and the people in the village. I have to grit my teeth and stick to it here. A teenager, always the most face-saving existence. Just when Kage couldn't help questioning Naruto, Obito's seal has been completed. Rinne Tensai technique. Obito finally breaks free from Uchiha Madara's grip briefly as the jutsu is completed. Obito growled unwillingly. Uchiha Madara, why is that? Obito's roar proves the truth of what Naruto said. The small flame that Fengying had just sprung up in his heart was extinguished by a big pot of water. The ninjutsu has started, and the life force is disappearing from Obito's body little by little. Uchiha Madara, in turn, is getting better and better. Minato and the others could only watch helplessly, hesitating in their hearts whether to make a move now. Advertisement, but looking at such a weird ninjutsu that can absorb people's vitality, everyone still chooses Lee's wait-and-see attitude. The current situation can also be said to be the internal fighting of the Akatsuki organization. Such heaven-defying ninjutsu has a certain probability of failure. If it fails, it will aggravate the internal friction in the Shao organization, which is something everyone is very happy to see. Naruto knows everyone's thoughts very well, but he is different from what everyone expects. Naruto is the one who most wants Uchiha Madara to succeed. When the ninjutsu was about to succeed, Naruto reminded viciously. Looking at this light, this ninjutsu is about to succeed. What should we do? After saying this reminder, Naruto observed the biffy expressions on everyone's faces viciously. Hearing Naruto's words, the hesitation on everyone's faces disappeared instantly. Tsuchikage gave an even harsher order. Everyone act together, and Uchiha Madara must not be completely revived. Just when Tsuchikage led the crowd towards Uchiha Madara, Obito and Uchiha Madara shone with dazzling light. Not only is the light dazzling, but it also contains a shocking power. Everyone has clearly sensed that an unprecedented force is breaking through the original shackles layer by layer, and is about to wake up. This kind of power deterrence made everyone stop and wait and see again. Naruto, who was at the back, curled his lips. I have already reminded you. You yourself are not taking your chances. In fact, there is still a chance to redeem the timing of Naruto's reminder. As long as no one hesitates in the face of the powerful force, then attack Obito and Uchiha Madara, who are now covered by the light, without holding back. Then the connection of reincarnation technique can still be broken. Although Naruto hopes that Uchiha Madara will be revived, as long as everyone unites with Isshin, it is not so important that Uchiha Madara is not revived. Advertisement. Naruto could have spent a little extra effort on the face of everyone's solidarity. But unfortunately, Naruto has already predicted their prediction. These people can only abandon their small thoughts when they really face death. Knowing that Uchiha Madara would cause immeasurable damage after being resurrected, these people still made a small calculation between attacking or not attacking. Minato is Isshin, who wants to unite everyone, but he can't represent the ideas of the people at all. It's useless to worry about Minato alone. Tsunade and Jiraiya have a fairly deep understanding of Naruto, but they have been observing Naruto's actions. Tsunade didn't miss the smile on Naruto's face, but didn't point it out. Tsunade is willing to respect any decision of Naruto. She trusts Naruto 100%. Naruto saw Tsunade's eyes looking over, and gave Tsunade a bright smile. After all, the development of things went smoothly according to Naruto's vision. Naruto, who is about to get his wish granted, has no reason to be unhappy. The light that enveloped Uchiha Madara and Obito disappeared. The extremely terrifying chakra energy disappeared in an instant, leaving nothing behind. It is enough to see the subtlety of Uchiha Madara's control over chakra. After the ninjutsu was completed, Obito froze in place like a puppet. Uchiha Madara took off Obito's mask with a smile. The appearance under the mask appeared in front of everyone. The one who was most surprised to see this face was Minato. Just now Minato was still looking for various reasons to convince himself that Obito was dead. Now Obito has indeed reappeared before Minato's eyes in the state of dying after growing up. Chapter 183. We are here to die. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. This is the second time Minato has heard of Obito's death. For the first time, I feel sorry for such a young boy who died in the mission. This time it was Minato who was unwilling to believe that Obito was still alive, and then kept hesitating in the subsequent attacks. Just in the constant hesitation, I missed the opportunity to save Obito. Minato secretly made up his mind at this moment, never to be influenced by others again in the next battle. Other people's thoughts or other people's business, he should listen to his inner voice. Even if you lose your life, you will not hesitate. But such a move might be a disservice to Kushina and Naruto. But Minato believes that the two people closest to him will understand his choice as they did back then. Uchiha Madara looked at Obito's remaining eye, which was still wide open. Unceremoniously, he reached out and plucked Obito's eyes out of their sockets. Thanks to Uchiha Madara's perfect control over chakra, changing eyes is as easy as changing parts with tools. By the time Uchiha Madara opened his eyes again, one eye had turned into a Rinnegan. At this time, Black Zetsu appeared respectfully behind Uchiha Madara, offering the second Rinnegan with both hands. Uchiha Madara looked at Naruto defiantly, then gouged out his own eyes and replaced them with Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara closed her eyes again, stood still, twisted her neck and stretched. The sound of teeth gritting bones rubbing against Uchiha Madara kept ringing. Uchiha Madara is truly resurrected at this moment. Advertisement: Uchiha Madara who got the full Rinnegan is still a little dissatisfied. If it weren't for that kid Naruto who used Rinnegan just now, he wouldn't be killed by the meteorite. Owning Rinnegan is just the return of Uchiha Madara's full strength. Facing Naruto, who also has the power of Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara feels that he has no chance of completely crushing. So Uchiha Madara went to the Gedo statue. He wants to get a power far beyond Naruto from here, and teach that kid who doesn't know the heights of the sky and the earth well. Looking at Naruto who was still standing there, Uchiha Madara smiled. Uchiha Madara was extremely proud, so what if that kid is Konoha village's secret weapon? He, Uchiha Madara, can go one step further to gain powerful power, but that kid must not. Standing on the palm of the Gedo statue, Uchiha Madara exploded with full body strength. This kind of power is far stronger than when the 5 cages were besieging Uchiha Madara before. Now Wukage's face was gray. When they besieged Uchiha Madara before, they couldn't beat it, and they haven't forced Uchiha Madara to make a full shot. This time Uchiha Madara is stronger than ever after regaining his full strength. How to fight this? Uchiha Madara shouted to Naruto with a showy tone, "Vortex Naruto. Just now, I didn't recover to my full state, so you have to be optimistic about it." Everyone was a little relieved. They came and saw the situation at the scene just now. Presumably with the addition of Naruto, a powerful force, they should be able to fight Uchiha Madara. With the use of Uchiha Madara Rinnegan, each of the 9 eyes on the Gedo statue lit up with a different light. And the endpoint connected by the 9 rays of light actually uses Rinnegan's Uchiha Madara. Naruto knew that Uchiha Madara was using Rinnegan to seal Gedo statue into himself. In this way Uchiha Madara can fully get the chakra of 9-tailed beasts. Advertisement: after the 9-tailed beast chakra joins, Uchiha Madara's body will become the container of 10 tails. The power of 10 tails is definitely not just as simple as the superposition of the 9-tailed beast chakra. Uchiha Madara's power will explode. Feng Ying asked suspiciously, "What the hell is that guy doing now? Should we wait and see first? Will it be dangerous to launch an attack rashly now?" Hearing Feng Ying's words, hesitant expressions appeared on the faces of the others again. What Feng Ying said is right, it is indeed not wise to launch an attack rashly without knowing the situation. Minato looked at the other 4 shadows coldly, and this argument came again. It is because they do not understand the situation that they need to understand in the constant attack. Is it possible to understand the situation by waiting and watching? Obviously when they arrived just now, Naruto had already created very good conditions for them. They should have attacked without hesitation the first time Uchiha Madara appeared. It was the repeated hesitation that allowed Uchiha Madara to complete the resurrection from the state of impure world reincarnation. These people didn't even have the slightest reflection. Are they going to watch Uchiha Madara's power further strengthen? Even Naruto's helper is useless? Ask for flowers, Minato said. No matter what Uchiha Madara is doing now, we can't continue to wait and see. Because of constant hesitation, constant wait and see, how many opportunities we have missed to stop Uchiha Madara. No matter what you do now, Konoha village, must make a move. Minato didn't stop his hands while speaking, he was making mudras. After the seal was completed, Minato completely switched a state and became Sage mode. Seeing this, Jiraiya quickly closed the seal, and the time to change into Sage mode was even faster than Minato. Advertisement. After completing the Sage mode, Minato said, "Naruto, Tsunade-sama, and Sensei, please help me. 0. We must interrupt another increase in Uchiha Madara's power." After speaking, he took the lead and rushed towards where Uchiha Madara was. Sage Art. Big Ball Rasengan. 2 big balls appeared in the hands of Minato and Jiraiya respectively. Seeing Minato's leaving back, Kazekage was a little dumbfounded for a moment. Feng Ying said angrily, "I ask everyone to wait and see for everyone's benefit. Isn't 4th Hokage a bit too reckless for doing this? Besides, the commander-in-chief of our coalition forces is still on the scene." The commander-in-chief of the coalition forces didn't even issue an order, so going out in the 4th Hokage is not in compliance with the rules. Kazekage accuses Minato angrily, because Minato's actions just now didn't save Kazekage any face at all, making Kazekage feel ashamed in front of everyone. Raikage and Terumime had chakra fluctuations, and they were about to ignore Kazekage and keep up with Minato and the others. Kazekage shouted in disbelief, "Are you even attacking in a daze? Rush forward without knowing the situation, that is to die." Raikage didn't want to talk to Kazekage at first, but he couldn't help it anymore when he heard Kazecage's words and scolded, "What do you think we are here for? We are here to die. Our lives are the first and last line of defense for those who need protection behind us. If we are fine, then the ninja world will be fine. If something happens to us, then the consequences in the ninja world can be imagined." Chapter 184, Naruto's Invisible Strength. Previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement. Raikage also realized from Minato's words just now why they fell to this point. To say that the beginning of their participation in this war should have disregarded life and death. But every time it comes to the most critical moment, small thoughts in people's hearts will emerge involuntarily. And in the time of life and death, small thoughts are the last thing that should appear. Raikage also seriously reflected on himself. He is the most irrational person in dealing with Killer Bee. Seeing the others leave, Tsuchikage and Kazekage didn't bother to wait and see, and quickly followed the upper floor. The attack of the Ninja Alliance was divided into 3 batches. Now the first batch of Minato and Jiraiya's Big Ball Rasengan are about to hit Uchiha Madara's head. Jiraiya and Minato were very eager to dunk Big Maruko on Uchiha Madara's 870. It would be nice to interrupt Uchiha Madara's plans. If you can't interrupt the plan, it's okay to cause some trouble for Uchiha Madara. Seeing that the Big Ball Rasengan was about to fall on Uchiha Madara's head, a black protective cover appeared around Uchiha Madara's body. The black shield completely ignores Big Ball Rasengan's attacks. In fact, it was not considered an attack, as Big Ball Rasengan was completely buried the moment it touched the black protective cover. Jiraiya and Minato exclaim, "What?" Naruto saw Jiraiya and Minato froze in place after missing a blow. Advertisement. So Naruto reminded, "Father, Mr. Jiraiya, back up quickly." Although Jiraiya and Minato don't understand what's going on now, they are still very convinced by Naruto's judgment. Needless to say, Minato, as soon as the Flying Thunder God was activated, he left the side of the black protective cover in an instant. Jiraiya isn't slow either. Stay away from the black shield. Jiraiya and Minato saw Uchiha Madara's current state clearly after he stabilized his figure. After Uchiha Madara sealed the Gedo statue into his body, he completely mixed the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts into his body. The color of Uchiha Madara's body also changed, becoming pure black and white. There was also a black stick in the hands of Uchiha Madara that had never been seen before. Jiraiya didn't feel the terrifying aura emanating from the black stick until he backed away. If Naruto hadn't reminded in time, then Jiraiya would have been seriously injured just now. Fortunately, Uchiha Madara also felt that Jiraiya was not someone to pay attention to, and did not attack Jiraiya, who left slowly. Uchiha Madara feels that his main opponent now is Naruto, and he must take revenge on Naruto for being killed once. Uchiha Madara to Naruto, "Alright lad, I'm totally ready. I believe you can't wait too. Let's dance together, Uzumaki Naruto." Uchiha Madara has opened his arms towards Naruto, and the black stick in his hand is also waving excitedly. Every swing of the black stick brings out a terrifying breath in the air. Under such a breath, the space near Heibang seemed a little distorted to everyone. Naruto's expression didn't change much, just the same as before, looking at Uchiha Madara very calmly. Advertisement, and don't be alarmed by the fact that Uchiha Madara is fused with the terrifying chakra. Naruto said unhurriedly, Uchiha Madara, do you think you will be invincible after merging 10 times? Uchiha Madara hooked his finger towards Naruto. I dare not say invincible, but it will be no problem to clean up you. Of course, young people should be young and unyielding. As for whether it's your opponent or not, can we have a fight soon? Uzumaki Naruto. Faced with such a provocation, Naruto felt unbearable. It's a mule or a horse, come out for a walk, beat you down, I, Naruto, will be your uncle. Naruto stepped out from a position not far behind Tsunade. Decided to take on Uchiha Madara to find out who's daddy. Just when Naruto passed by Minato, Minato reached out and stopped Naruto. Minato looked at Naruto seriously and said, Naruto, don't make a move yet. Uchiha Madara has just completed the fusion, and I don't know how high the specific strength is. As the one of us most likely to defeat Uchiha Madara, you shouldn't have jumped out to fight in the first place. Obviously us old things will go on a trip for you to see what's going on. In Minato's eyes, there is a firmness that has never been seen before, and there is a firmness that is ready to sacrifice. Minato has made up his mind that even if he is seriously injured or even dies in the battle with Uchiha Madara, he will use his life to test Uchiha Madara's bottom line as much as possible. Not only Minato, Jiraiya and Tsunade also looked at Naruto with such eyes. Advertisement. Naruto wanted to say, you don't have to shoot, I can handle Uchiha Madara. But under such gazes, Naruto couldn't say what was on his lips anyway. Minato is not just a Hokage at this moment but also a father. There is no essential difference between a Hokage exploring the way forward for his descendants and a father looking for his son. Besides, the status of Konoha village is earned by seniors with their own lives. Seeing such a situation, Naruto knew that words alone could not convince himself that Isshin was for the village and his father. Since words can't explain it, then it's better to rely on actual strength to speak. Seeing that Naruto didn't say anything bad, Minato thought it was his own reason that convinced Naruto, and was about to turn around and discuss with Tsunade and Jiraiya about their 3 offensive models. At this time, the constantly churning power on Naruto attracted the attention of the 3 of Minato. The aura on Naruto's body also started to become terrifying. 2.1, not weaker than the aura that just appeared on Uchiha Madara's body. Minato turned around and stared at Naruto in surprise. Didn't this kid show all the strength before? Although Minato knew early on that he couldn't see through this sun. But now Naruto feels like facing the abyss to Minato. Minato felt that when he just touched a certain background of Naruto, Naruto would pull this background far away without limit. At this moment, Raikage and Mizukage felt the growing aura of Naruto. Raikage and Mizukage are cage-level characters in a village, and various strange things have become commonplace. But when I saw Naruto, I still couldn't help but feel powerless because I still have too little experience. What kind of monster is this kid? Chapter 185 Infinite Tsukuyomi Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Naruto turned on the 6 paths mode amidst everyone's surprised eyes. Naruto with 6 paths on is a stark contrast to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara's body is pure black and white, which makes people feel death and terror. But Naruto's body is now full of golden light, and black is regularly mixed in these lights. In any case, yellow light is able to bring people warmth. The reason why Naruto is so confident is because the first time Uchiha Madara fused with 10 tails, Naruto also fused with chakra on Yixing. Naruto is covered in golden light, holding 2 black sticks, and there are 9 truth-seeking balls floating behind him. Minato and Jiraiya were the most surprised to see Naruto like this. As users of Sage Mode, the 2 of them are naturally no strangers to Naruto's aura. But this is the first time the 2 of Sage Mode have seen each other. After a brief surprise, the faces of Minato and Jiraiya showed the pride that the young is better than the blue and the 18 is better than the blue. Uchiha Madara's complacent expression just now seemed a little dignified at the moment, and he didn't expect that Uzumaki Naruto, a kid, had the same spare energy as him. In this case, it is unknown who wins and who loses. At this time, Tsuchikage and Kazekage, who were in the 3rd echelon, came late. Looking at Naruto's shining 6 paths mode, the expressions on the faces of the 2 twitched for a moment. After all, Naruto has hardly shown his strength in front of the 2 of them. Advertisement. Suddenly seeing the strength displayed by Naruto so intuitively, there are no words to describe the current mood at all. After Tsuchikage carefully felt Naruto's current breath, disbelief slowly replaced surprise in his eyes. Without him, Tsuchikage, as the oldest of this group, has participated in ninja affairs for some time. Tsuchikage wondered if his perception was wrong, but after thinking about it more carefully, Tsuchikage felt that his perception was not wrong. That's right. Tsuchikage sensed a hint of the power of the Sage of Six Paths in the current Naruto. Although many years have passed, Tsuchikage was fortunate enough to witness the power of the Sage of Six Paths. Such a special power, even if Tsuchikage wants to forget, he can't forget it at all. Such power appeared in Uzumaki Naruto, so how can Tsuchikage not be surprised? Seeing Naruto's state, Jiraiya understood what Toad Sage meant to him. It turned out that Toad Sage had already predicted Naruto's strength, and advised Jiraiya not to advance to Naruto based on his own subjective judgment. Fortunately, Jiraiya was very convinced of Toad Sage, and had this idea many times, but did not intervene with Naruto. Naruto said to Minato, "Father, you should have confidence in me now. Leave Uchiha Madara to me first." Minato nodded with satisfaction, although Minato had never expected his son to grow to this point. But looking at everyone's surprised eyes, Minato didn't come and felt a burst of pride. The powerful young man standing here is called Uzumaki Naruto, the son of Minato. This child grows up to be such a strong person alone without the care of his parents, and the future of the ninja world rests on Naruto's shoulders. It would be a lie to say that Minato doesn't feel bad, but Minato is more proud of Naruto at the moment. Jiraiya has always been a single person, but now she is a little envious of Minato. Advertisement Jiraiya couldn't help thinking whether she should also find a fixed partner and have a baby. This guy Minato is lucky to have a son like Naruto. He, Jiraiya, is Minato's teacher. Even if he has children, he can't compare to Naruto, but if he thinks about it, he's not far behind. At this time, Naruto's voice sounded in Jiraiya's ear. "Uchiha Madara, come to fight." This sentence directly woke up Jiraiya. Why did he have such a horrible idea? Being single is the happiest thing. Looking back, if I had a son like Naruto, Jiraiya thought it would be better to stay single forever. Uchiha Madara's desire to fight Naruto is not so strong after Naruto completed his transformation. Because Uchiha Madara really felt that Naruto was equal to him. Watching Naruto put the black stick in his hand on his shoulder, you can feel Naruto's ease of use. In the premonition of not being able to crush the victory, Uchiha Madara finally sounded his ultimate goal. Uchiha Madara has been planning for so many years, struggling painfully between success and failure, not for always defeating some people. Uchiha Madara is in order to complete his great plan and realize the justice he has always insisted on in his heart. Achieving justice is more important than fighting Naruto. Uchiha Madara looked up at the full moon just rising in the sky at this moment. The timing of Uchiha Madara's war was also carefully chosen. And today, it happens to be the day when the moon is at its fullest. There is an eerie red glow in Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan. The moonlight, which had been extremely warm just now, turned blood-stained red at this moment. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Advertisement: the instant the full moon turns red, a Rinnegan symbol appears on the moon. At first glance, it looks like there is a giant Rinnegan's eye in the sky. This eyeball is naturally seen clearly by everyone on this land. The cold eyes stared at everyone on this land without wit. Uchiha Madara couldn't help being a little excited. The world he had always imagined was about to appear, and his justice was about to be realized. People will live in the world of infinite Tsukuyomi, where there is no war and no death. Everyone will not lose their most important things. Just when the light of the eyes was about to cover the earth, Naruto made a move. Uchiha Madara didn't take him seriously by doing this in front of him. Naruto is more competitive than Rinnegan. You must know that Naruto's eyes can switch between Sharingan and white eyes. The end of Sharingan is Rinnegan, and the end of the white eye that is also called Sharingan is Tenseigan. Naruto transforms Rinnegan into Tenseigan, then opens his arms to the Rinnegan like moon. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. A gigantic lightsaber appeared in Naruto's hand. The ninjas far away on the battlefield also saw this unusual light coming. The ray of light was extremely bright, as if it could split the sky. In the next moment, they saw that this ray of light seemed to be held in the hands of a black spot. This black spot is naturally Naruto, who appeared in the air with the aid of Kamui. Chapter 186. The Blow That Splits the Moon. Previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement: Naruto held the light in his hand, raised his lightsaber and slashed at the red blood moon. Boom. People watched helplessly as the ray of light seemed to split the sky in half. There was nothing when the light first touched the moon, but soon people felt the strong wind from the sky. Strong people stood firm in this gust of wind. Those with weaker strength were blown to pieces. People at the edge have already felt the power of the strong wind, and one can imagine how the people at the center of the attack will feel. Minato and the others also didn't expect Naruto to strike so suddenly. Not far from Naruto, they received a very strong shock wave. Everyone had to use ninjutsu to firmly grasp themselves on the ground. But the stones on the ground also continued to crack under the impact. Minato and the others had to follow the cracked ground all the way down. After the shock wave passed, there was a huge depression on the ground that was filled by meteorites from the sky. Not only did it not return to its original position, but the ground continued to subside on the original basis. It turns out that the peaks of this valley had disappeared during the battle between Naruto and Uchiha Madara. But at this moment, under the influence of Naruto's attack, a higher mountain was artificially created. And that's nothing. Because in everyone's eyes, the huge blood moon touched by the lightsaber has turned into two halves at this moment. No one ever thought that someone might be strong enough to split the moon. Advertisement Minato and the others were so shocked by the result that they were speechless. Now my mind is in a mess. I don't know whether Naruto is frightening or pleasantly surprised. Uchiha Madara also looked at the scene in disbelief, forgetting what she was going to do next. The one who couldn't accept this result the most was Black Zetsu, who was hiding in the dark. Black Zetsu looked at the blood moon that was split in half in the sky and shouted in disbelief. How is it possible? How could anyone split the moon in half? Black Zetsu has been planning all this behind the scenes to rescue Otsutsuki Kaguya, who was sealed away in the moon. If it wasn't for this goal, why would he keep wandering among the powerful rebels in various villages? It is a very dangerous thing to have these very capable characters in the palm of your hand. Uchiha Madara also recovered after a short head blank. Now Uchiha Madara began to seriously reflect on whether his own strength can make Naruto's opponent. You must know that no matter how arrogant Uchiha Madara is, he thinks that he can destroy the entire ninja wish. He didn't dare to be arrogant enough to say that he could split the moon. But Naruto did it right before his eyes. Uchiha Madara feels that this is no longer the power that human beings can show. After taking stock of his various skills, Uchiha Madara still doesn't have any confidence that he can withstand Naruto's blow just now. You must know that he is in a fully resurrected state now, and it would be a real loss if he faced death again. Now that Naruto is falling slowly from the sky, there is not much time left for Uchiha Madara to think. If he didn't come up with a suitable method before Naruto landed, then Naruto would definitely kill him by then. Advertisement watching Naruto now in 6 paths mode, Uchiha Madara had an idea in his mind. Uchiha Madara had guessed early on why Naruto was so powerful. But now Naruto Ishin is for the ninja world, because of the village. Come to think of it, the brat Naruto doesn't know what Konoha village did to him. The current Hokage is the father of this little ghost, and of course he will not tell the truth to this little ghost. Uchiha Madara felt that if he revealed the secrets of Naruto in front of so many people, let Naruto really understand that his own strengths come from coincidence. So will the boy Naruto Ishin think about Konoha village? Uchiha Madara is looking forward to the next scene. Naruto slowly landed on the ground, and was a little puzzled when he saw Uchiha Madara standing there with a smile on his face. Naruto thought, could it be that the strength I showed is not strong enough? Isn't it possible? Uchiha Madara shouldn't have another backup, right? Naruto racked his brains and couldn't think of a reason why Uchiha Madara was still here. I can only think that Uchiha Madara's brain may be broken, or maybe Ishin wants to die. Naruto decided not to use his brain if he couldn't figure it out, he could just ask Uchiha Madara directly. So Naruto asked Uchiha Madara curiously, Uchiha Madara, I have a question now, I hope you can answer it for me. That's why you didn't run away when I didn't come back? I don't think you have the strength to fight against me now. Naruto was very confident in what he said, but he almost said that Uchiha Madara is looking for death if he stays now. Uchiha Madara was not angry but happy when he heard Naruto's question. Since the child has questions, of course he must answer them properly. Advertisement Minato and the others were a little surprised that Uchiha Madara stayed put. But they don't know the details of Uchiha Madara, and they also think that Uchiha Madara may have some cards against Naruto. They didn't know that the first sentence Uchiha Madara opened his mouth made their expressions pale. Uchiha Madara said confidently to Naruto, Vortex Naruto, do you know the most fundamental truth that exists in you? They were at a loss when they heard this sentence. Minato, Tsunade and Jiraiya shouted at the same time, Naruto, come back quickly, don't be fooled by Uchiha Madara. Naruto is caught in the middle of the two, really confused. What the hell are these people talking about? Why does Naruto feel that he can fully understand every word, but when put together, he doesn't understand the meaning of these words at all? Minato was the most anxious, and had already appeared in front of Ming Li's people. His face was full of anger that Naruto was about to be hurt. No matter what kind of crisis he encountered before, Minato performed with ease. Even if he is ready to die, Minato still has a calm expression. But Minato, who was so calm, actually showed a flustered look on his face after Uchiha Madara said that sentence. Naruto was even more confused when he saw the performance of the three of Minato. What secrets did Naruto not know? Uchiha Madara continued. How can it be bewitched? I was obviously kind enough to tell this child the truth. A mere truth. Why are you so nervous? Look, Naruto, do you want to know what is the truth that makes them so nervous? When the three of Minato heard Uchiha Madara's words, they knew that they were too eager and had already fallen into Uchiha Madara's trap. Chapter 187 Imaginary Experience Previous chapter Next chapter. Advertisement. If they hadn't acted so nervous, Naruto might not have been interested. But now that the state of affairs is on the surface, there must be some problem. So Naruto asked curiously, oh, then tell me, what secrets do I have that I don't know? Hearing Naruto's question, the expressions of the three of Minato became even uglier. Has this day finally come? Minato looked at Naruto's face with a sad face. When the Ninja World War began, Konoha village was not short of combat power. But Minato still forcibly approved the non-participation conditions given by Naruto. In order to keep Naruto away from the war. If it weren't for the appearance of Uchiha Madara, which brought too many casualties to the war, it might lead to the defeat of the war. Minato will not ask Naruto for help either. Since the truth is destined to be revealed, at least his father is present. I hope Naruto can calm down a little after knowing the truth. Uchiha Madara said, Naruto, know that your mother is from the Uzumaki clan, and your father is by your side. Naruto rolled his eyes. Nonsense, my parents, I don't need you to know. Say it quickly if you have something to say, don't play tricks here, don't challenge my patience. It's not impossible to chop you off when my patience runs out. Uchiha Madara didn't show any concern for Naruto's death threat. If I die by your hands, it will be considered complete. Advertisement. After all, I am not a person of this era. Death is a very normal thing. But at least it would be a good thing for you if I could tell you the truth before I was. Vortex. Naruto, do you know that the village you have trusted and protected has been experimenting on you? Naruto looked dumbfounded. What bullshit is this Uchiha Madara talking about? How dare people from Konoha village experiment on him? If this really happened, Naruto would have demolished Konoha village long ago. Uchiha Madara gave his reasons. When I saw your Rinnegan for the first time, I had this vague guess. But later, when I saw you using the ninjutsu, descent from the tree world, I was firm in this conjecture. Bifa. Know that, descent from the tree world is a ninjutsu unique to the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. If you don't have Senju Hashirama's cells in your body, it's impossible to use this jutsu. As the son of Namikaze Minato and the Uzumaki family, it is impossible for you to inherit the Sharingan. As for Rinnegan, it is very rare even within the Uchiha family. Why? I think you're a smart kid. I've said all this, and you should understand what I mean. Naruto was a little speechless when he heard Uchiha Madara's words. He didn't expect that the Rinnegan that appeared on his body and the ability to use ninjutsu would be guessed by these people to this extent. You must know that when Naruto showed his strength, no one had any objection to these things that appeared on him. At first, Naruto felt that this was the preferential treatment given to him by the system, completely rationalizing the skills that appeared on him. I didn't expect that the skills that appeared on my body could appear in a reasonable way through the imagination of everyone around me. Thinking about coming to Minato and the others, that's why they looked so flustered. Uchiha Madara continued. From a long time ago, the fungus village has been conducting human experiments. Advertisement. They kept experimenting with cells from first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Want to continue creating a ninja like Senju Hashirama. Tsunade, I believe you are familiar with such things. Tsunade is also pale, and she gets along with Naruto more closely than Minato and the others. Naturally, he knew about Naruto's abnormality early on. But with an attitude of absolutely trusting Naruto, Tsunade still ignores such anomalies. When Tsunade heard that Naruto could use the ninjutsu, tree boundary descends, Tsunade's heart ached even more. As a member of the Senju clan and has also been a Hokage for a while, she naturally knows what Konoha village did with Senju Hashirama's cells. Yamato, who was taken away by Uchiha Madara, is completely a ninja bred from Senju Hashirama cells. In such a long time, only 10 were successfully bred. Tsunade never thought that Naruto would have the experimental results of Senju Hashirama cells. For a moment Tsunade was both guilty and remorseful. Tsunade regrets why he didn't return to Konoha village sooner. If I could go back earlier, Naruto wouldn't have to go through this. Naruto, who actually didn't experience any of the things they imagined, enjoyed Tsunade's concerned gaze. At this time, Tsuchikage, who had been listening to the conversation, also interjected. If my induction is correct, I just sensed the aura of the Sage of Six Paths in the child Naruto. According to what you just said, Konoha village may have experimented with him in this regard. Tsuchikage is the oldest among them and has witnessed countless things happening in the ninja world. Advertisement: if you have a certain understanding of Sage of Six Paths, you must be right. Since Tsuchikage dared to speak out, he must be 90% sure what happened to Naruto. Uchiha Madara continued. Whirlpool Naruto, take a good look. We didn't lie to you, their performance proved the truth of what I said. Naruto said, I saw it and I heard it, so what? What exactly are you trying to express? A look of pity appeared in Uchiha Madara's eyes. What a naive and good boy. Even if you know the truth, is it so peaceful? The village you have always trusted and protected has done so many experiments on you, shouldn't you hate the people who treat you like this? It is important to know that each family has its own blood inheritance boundary. For those who have not passed on their own family lineage and want to use unique skills, they will definitely suffer more than ordinary people. The most intuitive person around you is your teacher, Hatake Kakashi. One of his eyes was transplanted from Obito. I think you've seen him in pain when he uses his eyes. Whirlpool Naruto, can you forget the pain these people gave you? Naruto really wanted to tell Uchiha Madara that brain tonic is a disease, and it needs to be cured. But Naruto also knows that under the imagination of these people, saying that he is not in pain is also a show of pretending to be strong. After all, what Uchiha Madara said is indeed the accepted truth in the ninja world. It is indeed an unreasonable performance for all these super ninjutsu to be concentrated on one person. Chapter 188 Remember the Pain, Uzumaki Naruto Previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement. But Naruto has no way to directly explain the abnormality that happened to him. The sinking of Naruto certainly gave Uchiha Madara a tacit attitude. Uchiha Madara's voice is full of temptation. Naruto, Vortex, remember the pain you have been through. Remember who gave you pain. Aren't these people worthy of your hatred? Tsunade nervously said to the silent Naruto. Naruto, I believe you will not be bewitched by Uchiha Madara. Let the past be the past. The next day is the most important thing. Minato also said, yes, Naruto, now your mother and I are back by your side. The days of pain are over. I believe in the days to come. We will definitely have a happier life. Uchiha Madara laughed at Minato and Tsunade's words. Ha 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 ha, look, Naruto. Not even those closest to you deny what I said. These are the established facts. I believe that if you are smart, you will make the right choice. Shao organization welcomes you to join at any time. Naruto is numb to the current situation. He didn't know how to explain himself to show that he didn't experience pain at all. But for some reason, Naruto suddenly thought of something from his childhood. That was the memory that remained in the depths of Naruto's mind, and it suddenly emerged at this moment. Advertisement. Naruto seemed to see his past self. The people in the village all looked at Naruto with disgust. Naruto can never participate in other people's children's play. As long as Naruto appears, children will be advised by adults to stay away. It was a very lonely feeling. Always be alone, no matter what you do, always be alone. The whole village is rejecting Naruto. Naruto doesn't know why he was rejected like this, he thinks he didn't do anything wrong. What I remember most at this moment is the expired milk that has always been in the refrigerator. Later, Naruto realized that the reason why everyone alienated him was because there was a dangerous monster sealed in his body. But Naruto didn't know why this monster appeared in his body. He wanted to find an answer, at least to let himself understand the reason for such life experience. But third Hokage seems unwilling to tell Naruto the truth of the whole thing. Naruto can only rely on pranks all day long to attract everyone's attention. Although such a prank would make people in the village even more disgusted, Naruto felt that it was at least a little better than ignoring it completely. After Naruto entered the ninja school, he also existed at the tail of the crane. It's not that Naruto can't feel the ridicule around him, it's just that Naruto doesn't know what to do to face other people's emotions. At this time, the current Naruto replaced the previous Naruto. A magical system appeared on Naruto. This system continues to bring powerful power to Naruto. When Naruto's strength and talent are revealed little by little, the eyes that have experienced it before can no longer be seen. Advertisement: Naruto never drank expired milk again. These memories are the memories of the original Naruto. Naruto didn't know why these memories would appear in his mind after Uchiha Madara finished speaking. But Naruto knew that if he didn't appear, the original Naruto would take two completely different paths from himself. Although the original body has achieved his most desired goal, but the difficulties and obstacles along the way are unknown. Naruto closed his eyes and shook his head violently. It seems that the unwillingness left by the original body exploded at this moment. Naruto also felt that the original should really hate everyone in Konoha village. But in the original Hokage ending, the attributes of the original Virgin Mary can be said to be full. Although the original body was sad because of the alienation of the crowd, he finally got the result he wanted by relying on his stupid and mediocre character. However, such memories cannot affect Naruto. Naruto clearly knows his current personality. Naruto doesn't care what they say about him to those who don't see him. As long as one's strength is strong enough, even those who looked down on him before will respect him. Especially Naruto's current status as a detached existence for Konoha. Ask for flowers. Such an influence may make the original owner fall into a memory trap, but it has no effect on the current Naruto. So the Rinnegan in Naruto's eyes spun quickly. Uchiha Madara, who looked directly into Naruto's eyes, felt a sharp pain in his eyes, and knew that his influence on Naruto had failed. Uchiha Madara wiped the blood and tears from the corners of his eyes without a trace. That's right, Uchiha Madara even knew that his strength was not as good as Naruto's, and used the wheel eye protection to slightly interfere with Naruto. Advertisement: Uchiha Madara originally planned to seduce the most painful meeting in Naruto's heart according to his own guess. Who would have thought that Naruto's system is his biggest cheat? Naruto has never had a bad experience since getting the system. People who dislike Naruto will never let her appear in front of his eyes. Those who are not convinced by Naruto have already lost their temper by Naruto. Since Naruto came to this world, he has been flourishing all the way to the present. It's good that Naruto doesn't let others be wronged. Others dare to let Naruto be wronged. However, Uchiha Madara's almost implied attack just now was not without effect. It actually brought back the memory of Naruto pressing the bottom of the box. These memories are full of unwillingness and pain. No wonder Uchiha Madara, who sensed these emotions, was so confident that he could persuade Naruto to his side. But Uchiha Madara never imagined that there was a soul in Naruto's body. Uchiha Madara questioned Naruto with a look of disbelief. I feel unwillingness and pain in your body. Isn't such an experience worthy of your resentment? I think what Tsunade and his father said are very true, Naruto said. Let's let the past go. It's boring to think about the previous experience now. As long as I am strong enough, then I will only be in existence that people look up to. A loser like you just can't understand. When Naruto finished speaking, he felt a strong force behind him. Naruto is no stranger to the master of this power, and he very much believes that this person will not harm him. Naruto was pulled by the force behind him and turned his body, and then he was buried in a soft place. Chapter 189: Black Zetsu. Black Hand. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement: feeling the soft touch on his face, Naruto didn't want to lift his head for a while. Although Tsunade has confirmed the relationship with Naruto's boyfriend because of the large age gap with Naruto, but in front of outsiders, Tsunade's feelings are still very restrained. Especially in this war, outsiders who don't know the relationship between the two people can't see that there is an extraordinary relationship between Naruto and Tsunade. Even now that Tsunade holds Naruto in his arms, everyone just thinks that this is a senior who wants to give a warm hug to the back that has experienced suffering. Although the position of Naruto's head is a bit wrong, but if this person is Tsunade, it is not unexpected to make such a move. Of course, Minato and Jiraiya are not included in the everyone. Minato and Jiraiya exhausted all their self-control to keep their 340 faces from pulling out. Because only these two people know that this is an embrace between a pair of lovers. But the position where Naruto buried his head was too coincidental. Jiraiya was a little envious seeing this situation. Why can't he get such a love hug after fighting so hard? Just when Uchiha Madara was dissatisfied with such a warm scene and wanted to continue to say something, a dark arm passed through Uchiha Madara's chest. Because Uchiha Madara, out of resurrection state, is now also a human being of flesh and blood. Blood continued to flow down the black arm. Uchiha Madara looked back with difficulty, looking at Black Zetsu behind him who he thought would never betray him. Uchiha Madara opened his mouth and asked, "Black Zetsu, why?" Uchiha Madara, who had been pierced through the chest, had black blood flow out from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Uchiha Madara has been completely controlled by Black Zetsu and has lost the ability to move freely. Advertisement couldn't even pull himself out of Black Zetsu's arm to heal. Uchiha Madara stared stubbornly at Black Zetsu, wanting an answer. Black Zetsu's hoarse voice sounded. "Hey, there's no other way. Now that the moon is destroyed, I can only use a dead horse as a living horse doctor. For my mother, can't wait for 10 tails to absorb more energy emperors." Uchiha Madara was confused for a moment when she heard Black Zetsu say, "Mom." But soon Uchiha Madara remembered something. Uchiha Madara said with difficulty, "Stay away from this, it turns out that the person you are loyal to has never been me. Then it was you who misled me by interpreting the news of Nanhi Shrine. I always thought you were something derived from my will. I didn't expect that the person you are loyal to would be a big." Before this sentence was finished, countless chakra energy burst out from the ground and pierced Uchiha Madara. It was also the emergence of this energy that completely pierced Uchiha Madara, and lost the ability to continue talking. In the eyes of others, this energy was gathered to launch an attack on Uchiha Madara. But in Naruto's eyes, it can be clearly seen that this energy is actually composed of countless thin lines of chakra. A closer look reveals that these thin chakra threads are all hollow. While piercing through Uchiha Madara, it is also absorbing the power of the tailed beast sealed in Uchiha Madara's body. Under the continuous attack of this energy, Uchiha Madara's body swelled up like a balloon. Seeing this situation, everyone backed away a little. You must know that if the swelling continues at this speed, Uchiha Madara's body will definitely undergo a big explosion. Advertisement. Everyone guessed it right. Uchiha Madara's body, whose strength had been boosted by the resurrection just now, exploded before their eyes and disappeared. Everyone was also stunned by this situation. What an angry Matryoshka story. Uchiha Madara sacrificed Uchiha Obito when he was not Naruto's opponent. Uchiha Obito, who challenged the 5 great nations in the 5 Cages conference, is dead. Now Uchiha Madara was pierced through the chest with one hand by his own men. Then Uchiha Madara exploded and died too. Life is really impermanent. The large intestine wraps the small intestine. Naruto's heart skipped a beat when he heard Black Zetsu's words. That's right, how could he forget the most important thing he had planned for so long? Naruto keeps intervening just for Otsutsuki Kaguya. Naruto was just patronizing to get rid of infinite Tsukuyomi. There's nothing quite like splitting the moon, especially in front of Tsunade and Terumi Mei. So Naruto temporarily spared Uchiha Madara, the culprit, and first shot towards the blood moon in the sky. But Naruto didn't realize it until now. Otsutsuki Kaguya was sealed in the moon. Naruto is feeling a bit off. He just split Otsutsuki Kaguya in half while splitting the moon. For a while Naruto was a little depressed. How could a person who was split in half be a wife? Advertisement. The wife who got it may have been beaten to death by himself, and now even his toy Uchiha Madara has been sacrificed. Invincible life is really lonely as snow. The one who has no opponent is very depressed, and has lost interest in observing the surrounding environment. Now Naruto feels that only Tsunade's hug just now can relieve his current speechlessness. It's not enough to hug for a while, it must be hugged for a long time, until he is satisfied. Just as Naruto was thinking about it, Raikage's warning sounded next to him. Attention everyone, the breath of the tailed beast chakra has not disappeared. It's still in place, and compressing at a very violent rate. Attracting Naruto's attention with a single touch, does Uchiha Madara still have the ability to come back from the explosion just now? Other people's ideas are not much different from Naruto. So a group of people stared closely at the place where Uchiha Madara had just disappeared. Except for Naruto, who can see a surge of 1.7, others can only rely on their own feelings. Everyone was very scared. Although Uchiha Madara's death just now was very bizarre, it really hit everyone's hands. If the enemy can be solved without relying on fighting, I believe it is the result that most people are very happy to see. After all, the occurrence of such a thing means that many people do not have to pay their lives for the war. Just when everyone suspected that Uchiha Madara was going to continue to make a comeback, a figure slowly appeared at the place where Uchiha Madara exploded. Although the surge of energy has not completely disappeared, everyone can't figure out who this person is at all. But if you only look at the figure, it is not the Uchiha Madara they were familiar with before. Only Naruto had an expression of surprise on his face after seeing this person clearly. Chapter 190 Otsutsuki Kaguya Previous chapter Next chapter. Advertisement The person who appeared at the place where the Uchiha Madara exploded was a woman the crowd had never seen before. The woman was wearing a one-piece robe and was covered in white. One cannot describe such whiteness. The snow-like color still has a basic luster, but when the light shines on this person, it seems to be swallowed by such whiteness. If you insist on finding a word to describe this whiteness, people can only think of the word pale in their minds. This person has long hair, even exceeding his present height. When people saw this man's face clearly, they were very surprised. Because this person has two horns on his head. The most peculiar thing is that this person has two white eyes, but there is a blood-red vertical pupil on his forehead. This vertical pupil is no stranger to people. Because just now, Uchiha Madara used the same eye to activate infinite Tsukuyomi. People are very wary of people who appear suddenly. But because they didn't know whether the person who came was an enemy or a friend, everyone didn't attack, but chose to wait and see. 18 Just when everyone was speechless, Black Zetsu's hoarse voice sounded at the scene. Black Zetsu excitedly yelled at the visitor. Mom! Fortunately, you are safe and sound. It was my greatest honor to be able to rescue my mother. Although they had guessed about this person's gender before, everyone was sure that this person was a woman after hearing Black Zetsu's name. Of course these people do not include Naruto. The moment Naruto saw this woman appearing, he had already confirmed that this woman was the Otsutsuki Kaguya he had been expecting all along. Advertisement Seeing Otsutsuki Kaguya standing in front of him safe and sound, Naruto's nervous mood finally calmed down. You must know that Naruto split the moon in excitement just now. You must know that if you split the sealed thing in half, it will be difficult for the sealed thing to survive. But Otsutsuki Kaguya should have some means of self-protection, so that he can completely appear beside Naruto at this moment. Seeing Otsutsuki Kaguya, Naruto began to reflect on his move just now. The appearance of Otsutsuki Kaguya proved that Naruto's blow just now did not completely destroy the seal at all. Otsutsuki Kaguya's white pupils looked around, sizing up everyone standing here. Finally, Otsutsuki Kaguya's eyes fell back on his raised hand. Feeling the full energy in the body, but it is just a little bit away from the peak state. Otsutsuki Kaguya felt there must be something wrong with his plan. I hope Black Zetsu present can give himself a clear answer. Otsutsuki Kaguya carefully looked at his hands and opened his mouth. Is there any unexpected problem in the plan? Black Zetsu got a very excited answer from his mother's question. Yes, Mom. A particularly unexpected ninja appeared. Even Uchiha Madara is no match for that guy. After Uchiha Madara used the Rinnegan to launch infinite Tsukuyomi, that ninja split the moon in half. Just now, I was very worried about you, Mother. For your comfort, Mother, I really have no choice but to wait any longer. Sorry, we can't let 10 tails continue to absorb energy, Mom. Advertisement Black Zetsu explained the situation just now clearly in a few words. In the past few years of lurking in the ninja world, Black Zetsu has completely grasped the division of strength in the ninja world. Black Zetsu can be sure that the people present are the highest combat power in the ninja world. Except for these people, others are not to be feared at all. Since it's something that doesn't deserve to be seen at all, why bother to let the information of these people insult Mother's ears? After listening to Black Zetsu's report, Otsutsuki Kaguya knew that the person in front of him might be the one he had to deal with next. Black Zetsu is the embodiment of his own will, and he must know everything about what he wants to know. Just when Otsutsuki Kaguya was just looking at the people around her, her white eyes could clearly see the nerve meridians and acupuncture points of the people around her. Even the content and operation of chakra in these people's bodies are clear. Finally, Otsutsuki Kaguya's eyes focused on Naruto. No one else, just because Naruto is the only one who can't see through Otsutsuki Kaguya among the people present. If anyone present can do a series of things that Black Zetsu said, then this ninja must be right. Otsutsuki Kaguya's cold, emotionless eyes met Naruto's slightly smiling eyes. Naruto's eyes still surprised Otsutsuki Kaguya a little. Because Naruto's eyes are exactly the same as the eyes on her forehead, both are Rinnegan. You must know that the only person who had Rinnegan before was Uchiha Madara. Otsutsuki Kaguya thought that after Uchiha Madara's death, he was the only one left with the Rinnegan. Unexpectedly, one of the ninjas who dealt with him was the owner of Rinnegan. But never mind, Otsutsuki Kaguya's decision cannot be changed by anyone. Advertisement: if anyone dares to stand in the path of Otsutsuki Kaguya, there is only death. So Otsutsuki Kaguya nodded and said, "Okay, I see. I will clean up all these people later." Everyone who received Otsutsuki Kaguya's scrutiny, everyone felt a chill when Otsutsuki Kaguya looked over at 560. Because in the eyes of Otsutsuki Kaguya, they feel like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Even the ninja who couldn't see through must have only temporarily used some kind of cover-up method. In front of him is a mighty puppy. As if the next moment Otsutsuki Kaguya made a move they would lose their lives. For a while, Gokage and Tsunade Jiraiya spoke loudly about the danger. Everyone has stood together unknowingly. The person in front of them is absolutely dangerous. Such a sense of danger did not appear even when they first faced Uchiha Madara. As long as this person makes a move, he will really die. Naruto knew that a fierce battle was bound to follow. After all, Otsutsuki Kaguya is not someone who can be easily subdued. Since there's no way to have an equal conversation with Otsutsuki Kaguya, just knock her down. After Otsutsuki Kaguya has been sealed for such a long time, it is estimated that there is not much left of the original combat experience. But the great thing about Otsutsuki Kaguya is that her tricks, Shufin, are treacherous and difficult to parry. So Naruto said to Minato, who was waiting in full force, "Father, you should leave first. I am afraid that you will have no room to intervene in the next battle. I think you have already felt the danger of this person in front of you." Chapter 191. As if saying goodbye. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Minato looked at Naruto's face hesitantly. He also understood that Naruto's judgment was very accurate, but it was because the visitor was too dangerous that Minato was worried about leaving Naruto here alone. Minato has clearly realized that he is not a qualified father since his rebirth. He had no idea what happened to Naruto. Even if you want to find some ways to remedy your child, you can't find it. Although rationally told Minato, it was a very correct choice for him to leave now. But parents' feelings for their children should not be measured by whether they are right or wrong. The more dangerous it is, the more parents are willing to stand in front of their children. Just like when Minato sacrificed himself to seal Nine Tails without hesitation. It is said that Minato's actions are for the village, but it is precisely because Naruto was just born in Konoha village. Minato was able to give his life even more without hesitation. Naruto also saw Minato's hesitation. Naruto, who has always thought that it doesn't matter if his parents reappear, deeply feels the bond between father and son at this moment. It is precisely because of this bond that relatives care about each other only when they see each other, and sacrifice themselves for the people they care about. Naruto said to Minato seriously, "Father, this person is Otsutsuki Kaguya, who was sealed in the moon by Sage of Six Paths. When we were dealing with Uchiha Madara just now, your arrival was a blessing. But against Otsutsuki Kaguya, you are far from being strong enough. Advertisement: having you guys by my side will definitely distract me. In order to win the next battle, please leave first." What Naruto said was already very polite. At least he didn't say that as long as Minato and the others dared to do something, they would definitely be wiped out. Although this is what Naruto expressed. Raikage and the others also heard Naruto's judgment on them. I was very unconvinced for a while. But this unconvinced forehead disappeared without a trace after meeting Otsutsuki Kaguya's cold eyes. They didn't even dare to look Otsutsuki Kaguya in the eye. Because they feel that after being seen by those eyes, all the secrets in themselves have been seen through. After Naruto pointed out the true identity of Otsutsuki Kaguya, everyone even extinguished their desire to continue fighting. Tsuchikage said to Minato, "Fourth Hokage, according to previous performances, Naruto is a child who is stable and capable. He hasn't lost a single thing in what he's assured us. Otsutsuki Kaguya is indeed something we cannot deal with. In the records, Itsuki Kaguya was sealed by the Sage of Six Paths and smashed into the moon. I just said that the breath of the Sage of Six Paths is felt on the child Naruto. I believe Naruto must have a way to deal with Otsutsuki Kaguya. What we have to do now is to return the battlefield to the child Naruto." Minato's hesitant thoughts stabilized after Tsuchikage came forward to persuade him. Yeah, he should trust his kids. the child Naruto has grown into such an outstanding existence without a father or a mother. Advertisement: it has long surpassed the strength and glory of the fathers. If even Naruto can't handle Otsutsuki Kaguya, they can't. Instead of being killed in a fight with Otsutsuki Kaguya to affect Naruto, it's better to leave far away now, so that their influence on Wang Naruto can be minimized. Now that he had an idea, Minato decided not to hesitate. Minato hugged his son, who was as tall as himself, tightly in his arms. But as soon as he touched it, Minato let go of Naruto and left without looking back. Minato's breath of leaving was a bit unsteady. He was afraid that he would be reluctant to leave after staying for a while. Tsunade is in about the same state as Jiraiya and Minato. Especially Tsunade, when hugging Naruto, bit Naruto's shoulder hard. Then Tsunade leaned into Naruto's ear and said, "Naruto, you must come back alive, I will always wait for you." The remaining Raikages took turns to pat Naruto on the shoulder as encouragement. Even Kazekage, who has always been unhappy with Naruto, is full of blessings to Naruto at this moment. Because Naruto's choice is indeed respectable, leaving one person alone to deal with such a dangerous character. Soon the backs of everyone leaving disappeared from the sight of Naruto and Otsutsuki Kaguya. Regarding Gokage's departure, Otsutsuki Kaguya did not do anything. In her opinion, these people are like ants. Wherever these people fled, they would eventually die at the hands of Otsutsuki Kaguya. Since it is sooner or later to solve them, it doesn't matter if it is later. Otsutsuki Kaguya decided to deal with the barely called puppy standing in front of him first. Advertisement: come see if his canines have grown to a very sharp point. At this moment, only Naruto and Otsutsuki Kaguya were left standing face to face on the battlefield. Black Zetsu is just the incarnation of the will of Otsutsuki Kaguya, and cannot be called a human being. Now that the others left with one blow, Naruto no longer concealed his aura, but fully released his aura. After feeling the momentum released by Naruto, Otsutsuki Kaguya's eyes fluctuated again. Such strength appeared in such a young ninja. It seems that this ninja's fangs are very sharp. But the last thing Otsutsuki Kaguya fears is a damaging attack. Otsutsuki Kaguya, mother of the chakra, true immortality. Otsutsuki Kaguya can absorb the power of any ninjutsu and recover no matter what kind of attack it encounters. In Otsutsuki Kaguya's view, anyone with chakra is considered his own child. Looking at the powerful Naruto in front of him, Otsutsuki Kaguya's love and hatred go hand in hand. Such a powerful child will definitely be loved by their mother, but it is precisely because of this strength that they have the power to seal their mother. This is an act that Otsutsuki Kaguya will never forgive. Since the original children cannot follow the wishes of Otsutsuki Kaguya, then Otsutsuki Kaguya is going to destroy everyone in this world who has chakra. Then create a new world with obedient children. Feeling the power of Naruto, Otsutsuki Kaguya fell into the memory of the past. Otsutsuki Kaguya is not afraid at all that Naruto will attack when he is not paying attention. Because no matter what attack, Otsutsuki Kaguya can't cause intrinsic damage. Chapter 192. The Power of Kaguya in the Imperial Palace. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement: Otsutsuki Kaguya looked at Naruto suspiciously. Because just after Naruto broke out, Otsutsuki Kaguya actually felt the breath of his own child in Naruto. Otsutsuki Kaguya murmured suspiciously, "These breaths are too familiar." Otsutsuki Yuya, Otsutsuki Hamura, both are good boys. But a good boy should not disobey his mother. If you are disobedient, you will learn a lesson from disobedience. You say so, my dear boy. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kaguya looked very calm and peaceful, and looked at Naruto with kindness in his eyes. Otsutsuki Kaguya thought of the heartwarming scene of herself taking care of her two children after they made their voices heard. Temporarily forgetting the merciless seal of the two children on him, Naruto did not dare to underestimate this kind-faced woman, and did not answer Otsutsuki Kaguya's question casually. Otsutsuki Kaguya continued to ask Naruto, "The breath on your body is very complicated. Which child is the reincarnation? But judging by the breath, it should not be my son. So are you Ashura reincarnated, or Indra reincarnated? Maybe you don't know who these two people are. They are my grandsons and two good children." Naruto replied calmly, "I am not anyone's reincarnation, I am just Uzumaki Naruto." Regarding Otsutsuki Kaguya's feelings for children, Naruto is very cold. Otsutsuki Kaguya's ignorance of Naruto also made Naruto very upset. Naruto is very clear and wants to make Otsutsuki Kaguya see his existence in the eyes. Then the link of showing strength is indispensable. Advertisement: so Naruto is not going to continue talking nonsense with Otsutsuki Kaguya. Naruto is ready to strike first. So Naruto activated Flying Thunder God, and while launching it, Naruto's hands were not idle. Big Ball Rasengan. Let Naruto see for himself how resilient Otsutsuki Kaguya can be in the face of injury. Just as Otsutsuki Kaguya continued to think, Naruto appeared behind Otsutsuki Kaguya like a ghost. The Big Ball Rasengan in his hand was printed straight towards Otsutsuki Kaguya's back. The imperial center of the sky. Naruto's attack has not yet reached the place where the target is, and then Naruto's eyes are blurred. Otsutsuki Kaguya and Naruto disappeared on the ground at the same time in an instant. When Naruto reacted, the scene in front of him had changed. There are sand dunes everywhere, and it is a space full of barrenness. And the Big Ball Rasengan from Naruto's hand could no longer be retrieved, and directly hit the sand dune in front of Naruto. The energy of the Rasengan explosion kicked up a huge cloud of dust in the air. But Otsutsuki Kaguya, the main target of Naruto's attack, disappeared without a trace. Naruto surveyed his surroundings, wary of where Otsutsuki Kaguya would launch a surprise attack on him. But just when Naruto was preparing to act, he discovered the unusual environment here. The Shenchome felt on his body clearly told Naruto that the gravity here has changed. Facing such a heavy weight, Naruto didn't panic at all. Naruto's physical skills have reached ultimate, and it only takes a little time to fully adapt to such a gravity environment. Advertisement: Naruto knew that Otsutsuki Kaguya must be staring at him somewhere in this space. Only when Naruto shows that he can't stand the pressure of the environment, Otsutsuki Kaguya will definitely appear. So Naruto moved his body pretending to be difficult. Every movement seems extremely strenuous to outsiders. But in such activities, Naruto's body has quickly adapted to the current gravity environment. If fighting, Naruto must be able to show the same speed as outside the space. When Naruto felt that the time was right, he gave up physical activities. From the perspective of hidden Otsutsuki Kaguya, Naruto was completely suppressed by the gravity in this space and could not move. So Otsutsuki Kaguya once again appeared, Bifa, in front of Naruto. Otsutsuki Kaguya was floating high in the air, looking at Naruto with a smile on his face. Your senses are very keen and your ability to control your body is also very strong. But I believe you also feel the unusual gravity in this space. It's hard to even move your body in that gravity. How else can you continue to fight? In the end, Otsutsuki Kaguya's tone was even tinged with pity. Such mercy is nothing but God's indifference to the constant struggle of the ants. In Otsutsuki Kaguya's view, under such a change in the environment, coupled with her verbal description, Naruto's heart defense will definitely be broken. But so far it seems that Otsutsuki Kaguya has not made it to this point. There was no panic on Naruto's face, and he even asked Otsutsuki Kaguya with a smile. Then, why can you move freely in this space? Otsutsuki Kaguya felt that Naruto's question was a bit ignorant, and it was not a question that a good child should ask. Advertisement: you must know that a person must be able to move freely in the space under his control. But Otsutsuki Kaguya was soon relieved that maybe this child hadn't reached the level of controlling the space at all. Therefore, it is understandable not to understand the relationship between space and the owner. So Otsutsuki Kaguya patiently explained to Naruto. This space is created by me. Then I am the master of this space. If it's the master, shouldn't it be natural to move freely in the space I created? Otsutsuki Kaguya does have a point. As long as your strength is strong enough, there is no room to stop your progress. When Otsutsuki Kaguya was using Tenjyu Chu, Naruto felt that this ninjutsu was very good. Just now Naruto's system also brought surprises to Naruto. While Naruto was adapting to the gravity in this space, Naruto also learned the ninjutsu Heaven Master. So Naruto suggested to Otsutsuki Kaguya with a smile. According to you, this is not a good place to fight. Let's fight in another place next. Otsutsuki Kaguya frowned and said, isn't it hard to understand what I just said? You can't move your body freely in this space at all. You've been stuck here for as long as I wanted to. You can close your eyes forever the next moment. The reason why you can still talk to me is entirely because of my kindness. Naruto ignored Otsutsuki Kaguya's anger directly, and appeared beside Otsutsuki Kaguya in a flash. To the surprised Otsutsuki Kaguya, Naruto said, "Oh, really?" Chapter 193: Yuya and Hamura's breath. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement: the moment Naruto appeared next to Otsutsuki Kaguya, the space they were in changed. Although it is still an endless desert at a glance, the gravity that was everywhere before has disappeared at this moment. Otsutsuki Kaguya was shocked at this moment. Otsutsuki Kaguya doesn't understand why Naruto can move in the space she created. Never in Otsutsuki Kaguya's memory has anything like this happened. Otsutsuki Kaguya also keenly sensed that Naruto's move was not just a simple space movement. Instead, the moment they approached her, the two of them reached a new space. The most direct proof is that Otsutsuki Kaguya cannot change the gravity of this space no matter how he manipulates it. Naruto said to Otsutsuki Kaguya, "The space just now was too unsuitable for fighting. Since we are going to fight, we should pay attention to fairness. Well, this environment is no different from the environment you just created. It's really ideal for us to play a fair and just game." At this moment, Otsutsuki Kaguya began to face up to Naruto, whom he had always regarded as just a puppy. The little beast that could be crushed to death with one hand turned into a monster full of fangs at this moment. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kaguya finally had a feeling that a crisis was approaching. Even his two sons did not bring him such a feeling back then. So Otsutsuki Kaguya stood opposite Naruto and asked seriously, "Why do you use this ninjutsu?" Advertisement. Otsutsuki Kaguya is well aware of how much chakra it takes to perform the ninjutsu of Tianjutsu. Even Otsutsuki Kaguya would not dare to use this ninjutsu without the support of the sacred tree. After all, it is to create a space. Seeing how easy Naruto used it now, Otsutsuki Kaguya quickly wondered if chakra was obtained too easily. "But I feel that the chakra energy in my body is depleted due to the actions just now, and it is recovering at a very fast speed now." Only then did Otsutsuki Kaguya dare to be sure that he had really used this ninjutsu just now. Otsutsuki Kaguya stared at Naruto, hoping that Naruto could give her an accurate answer. Naruto raised his eyebrows and said, "Believe it or not, I just learned it from you when you used it just now. This ninjutsu is really good and very practical. I can use this space when I want to fight in the future, and I won't be afraid of destroying the surrounding environment." Listening to Naruto's boastful words, Otsutsuki Kaguya felt a pain in his chest for the first time in his life. If Otsutsuki Kaguya can communicate with someone familiar with Naruto, you will know that this feeling is the feeling of wanting to vomit blood. Otsutsuki Kaguya stared at Naruto and cast his pupil technique. Under such gaze, it seemed as if he could see through Naruto's soul. Naruto endured such scrutiny without fear. Otsutsuki Kaguya observed Naruto more closely and said, "You are not the reincarnation of my children." Naruto replied, "Of course I'm not. I've emphasized who I am when you're talking to yourself. I am Naruto the Whirlpool, I am not someone's reincarnation." "It's absolutely impossible," said Otsutsuki Kaguya, frowning. Advertisement. You have the breath of Otsutsuki Yuya and Otsutsuki Hamura in you. But the wood Yuya's breath is stronger on the body. The breaths of the two souls are almost equally divided. Why do you have the breath of my two children at the same time, but you don't have their indelible soul marks on your soul? Hearing Otsutsuki Kaguya's question, Naruto was still a little surprised. Why Otsutsuki Kaguya can clearly see the condition of his body and soul. Could it be that the Otsutsuki family still has the art and ability to look directly at the soul? You should know that although Otsutsuki Kaguya's description is a bit confusing, Naruto completely understands what Otsutsuki Kaguya said. When it comes to Otsutsuki Yuya, most people don't know who this person is, but as long as his name is mentioned, everyone in the ninja world is familiar with it. Yes, another name for Otsutsuki Yuya is the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths also had two sons, one named Ashura and one named Indra. Ashura is the ancestor of the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan. As the son of Kushina, Naruto is naturally filled with the breath of Ashura. Ask for flowers. Most of the ninjutsu that Naruto can use now are ninjutsu with the boundary of blood succession. If you want to use these powerful ninjutsu proficiently, you have a deeper requirement for the imprint on your soul. In Otsutsuki Kaguya's view, if there are powerful ninjas in the ninja world and they can use the unique skills of their sons, then they must be the reincarnation of their sons. At worst it will be the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Hamura's two children. Since he was his relative, Otsutsuki Kaguya did not observe these imprints carefully. Advertisement. In her opinion, as long as there is a familiar atmosphere, it is enough. But Naruto's actions just now really shocked Otsutsuki Kaguya and attracted Otsutsuki Kaguya's careful attention. It doesn't matter if you don't pay attention to it, once you pay attention, you will notice the extraordinariness of Naruto. Facing someone who is not his own child, Otsutsuki Kaguya did not have the gentleness and patience he had at the beginning. Now Otsutsuki Kaguya is feeling very angry. From her point of view, Naruto somehow stole her child's powers. As a mother, this is absolutely not allowed to happen. So Otsutsuki Kaguya threw his anger at Naruto. Since you dare to use your own child's power, then let the mother of power teach this arrogant person a lesson. All Naruto had been waiting for was Otsutsuki Kaguya's shot. If Kaguya doesn't get through the wood, Naruto won't be able to learn those otherworldly ninjutsu. In the face of the upcoming battle, Naruto can be said to be eager to try. Otsutsuki Kaguya was infinitely close to Naruto for a moment, and activated the King of Heaven. Otsutsuki Kaguya is confident in his chakra energy recovery. If she hadn't brought the energy of chakra to the earth, chakra would never have appeared on the earth. Without chakra, let alone ninjas, Otsutsuki Kaguya didn't believe that Naruto's chakra reserves and recovery speed would be a match for him. If Naruto is pulled into a space completely dominated by Otsutsuki Kaguya. With Naruto unable to move, Otsutsuki Kaguya was able to draw his hand to study Naruto's situation carefully. For the Otsutsuki Kaguya who came up, Naruto was not polite at all, and hugged him to zero. Chapter 194 Fairness. Previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement. Since space transfer is going to be carried out, it depends on who can transfer who. Naruto, who hugged Otsutsuki Kaguya, directly eliminated the possibility of distance between the two. Since there is no distance, Naruto will not fall into the space controlled by Otsutsuki Kaguya. There is no way to use the tricks on Otsutsuki Kaguya. Otsutsuki Kaguya couldn't remember how long it had been since someone had the audacity to offend himself like that. Even Otsutsuki Kaguya's two children are very respectful to their mother. Otsutsuki Kaguya, who has never been so close to a human being, felt an inexplicable feeling in his heart. This kid is really brave. If Naruto can understand Otsutsuki Kaguya's mind, he will tell Otsutsuki Kaguya that the emotion at this moment is called embarrassment. But the warm body temperature of humans is surprisingly not very annoying. August 20th. Otsutsuki Kaguya felt that he would never let this boy who dared to offend him go. Naruto felt as if he was holding a 1,000-year-old cold jade in his arms. There was a bitter sweetness in the cold breath. The touch in his hand made Naruto want to slide up and down to feel his own feelings. But Naruto has sensed Otsutsuki Kaguya's mood swings. Naruto knew that if he made any extra moves, he would definitely irritate Otsutsuki Kaguya further. This is not what Naruto wants to see. Advertisement. The space around the two people is constantly changing. The gravity on Naruto's body felt light and heavy. If anyone was there, Naruto and Otsutsuki Kaguya could be seen hugging and circling in circles. Naruto knows what Otsutsuki Kaguya is thinking, and is willing to accompany Otsutsuki Kaguya to use this kind of ninjutsu. After all, the chakra energy needed to create a space is not a small number. Otsutsuki Kaguya felt that although Naruto could use this ninjutsu, he might not be able to last for a long time. Besides, Otsutsuki Kaguya didn't think Naruto's chakra energy could match his own strength. Otsutsuki Kaguya this is to drag Naruto until Naruto's chakra is exhausted. When Naruto is exhausted, Yoruichi will definitely pull Naruto's bones mercilessly. But after switching many times, the energy fluctuations on Naruto's body seemed to weaken. Otsutsuki Kaguya was the first to feel exhausted. This is not a good sign, seeing that Naruto is still using TNG Yuzhong with ease. For the first time, Otsutsuki Kaguya wanted to compromise on Naruto's initial proposal. So when Naruto dragged Otsutsuki Kaguya into the space he created again, the two stopped spinning. Naruto belatedly waited for the next transfer, not realizing that the two of them had stopped. Naruto's hand was still on Otsutsuki Kaguya's slender waist. Otsutsuki Kaguya said coldly, "I agree with your proposal." Naruto groped unconsciously with his hand twice, and said in a slow response, "What?" Otsutsuki Kaguya suppressed his anger. "I said I agree with your suggestion, we just fought in this space. Can you let me go now?" Advertisement. In the end, Otsutsuki Kaguya, who has always been calm and self-possessed, actually had a feeling of gnashing his teeth. Naruto's hand tightened for a brief moment before letting go. Nearly Otsutsuki Kaguya thought he was delusional. But soon Otsutsuki Kaguya ignored Naruto's small actions, and she must deal with this guy like a wolf. Let him understand what is respect for himself. Just when Otsutsuki Kaguya was about to attack Naruto, Naruto waved at Otsutsuki Kaguya first. Otsutsuki Kaguya didn't understand what Naruto was doing at the moment. But just now, Naruto's terrifying chakra reserve, which was displayed when Naruto continued to launch TNG Yuzhong, made Otsutsuki Kaguya truly regard Naruto as an opponent that can be fought. It is precisely because Naruto did not show a state of exhaustion after that, which vaguely gave Otsutsuki Kaguya a feeling of fear. Soon Otsutsuki Kaguya felt that this feeling was a bit inexplicable. Otsutsuki Kaguya is very confident in herself. She is sure that no matter what kind of attack she is unable to do anything to herself. No matter how powerful a person is, he can't kill a person who doesn't die. Otsutsuki Kaguya is sure he can kill Naruto even if he kills himself. So the fear of weakness should never have happened to Otsutsuki Kaguya. I thought so, but Otsutsuki Kaguya stopped attacking when he saw Naruto's movement and asked, "What are you doing?" Naruto spread out his hands and said, "This means asking for a temporary cessation of fighting. One thing I haven't figured out yet is that the battle between us can't be played out in an unclear manner." Otsutsuki Kaguya patiently frowned and asked, "What don't you understand?" What Otsutsuki Kaguya didn't know was that she was now showing nothing but a conceited attitude towards Naruto. If he had appeared in front of Otsutsuki Kaguya, Oya would never have given that person the chance to say so much. Advertisement: if you have any questions, go underground and answer them yourself. Otsutsuki Kaguya is only responsible for killing people, not for answering questions. Naruto's strength has unknowingly been recognized by Otsutsuki Kaguya. So Otsutsuki Kaguya was willing to stop and ask Naruto briefly for his opinion. Of course, the battle can be carried out after the dialogue, and it is impossible to stop it. But no one will know what the result will look like until it appears. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kaguya doesn't know that as long as he makes a little concession, he will strive for greater benefits for himself for people like Naruto. In layman's terms, this is called taking an inch. But Otsutsuki Kaguya, who was sealed in the moon for so long, didn't understand these things at all. "I think the fight between us is very unfair," Naruto said. "Why do I have to fight you? 1.2 If you want to fight. You've been creating an unfair fight since the beginning." Otsutsuki Kaguya can't keep up with Naruto's brain circuit anymore. In her opinion, why should God be fair with an ant? Naruto immediately changed the tone. "But judging from the strength you have shown, you are not a person who pays attention to fairness. Then why did you agree to fight in the space I created at this time?" Naruto touched his chin seriously and thought, and said to himself, "Could it be that chakra doesn't have enough energy? It shouldn't be. What appeared before me was Otsutsuki Kaguya, the mother of chakra. Why would someone like that accept a fair fight? It's really intriguing." Little did they know that Naruto's murmur perfectly hit Otsutsuki Kaguya's concerns. Chapter 195. A total killing of Ash's previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement. For the reasons Naruto said, Otsutsuki Kaguya decided to stop consuming his chakra. Otsutsuki Kaguya believed that even in the space created by Naruto, she could completely eliminate this kid. But Otsutsuki Kaguya would never allow Naruto to see his vague exhaustion. At this moment, Naruto asked Otsutsuki Kaguya with bright eyes, "I don't understand, what is the reason?" Otsutsuki Kaguya didn't see the slyness hidden in Naruto's eyes at all. Otsutsuki Kaguya replied, "Because I am a fair person. Although I can ignore you at all, but since you have the strength to come to me and ask for fairness, then I will give you fairness. Are you satisfied with this answer?" Naruto nodded and said, "Satisfied. He is really a very fair person. Your goal is to destroy all human beings in this world, and my goal is to stop you. There is bound to be a battle between the two of us. If I fail, then this world will be yours alone. But I still have certain delusions. What if I succeed?" Otsutsuki Kaguya interrupted Naruto. "Impossible. As my opponent, how can you have any chance of success?" Naruto raised his eyebrows and said, "Then who made you agree that the battle between us will take place in this space?" Seeing that Otsutsuki Kaguya was about to speak, Naruto continued, "One thing you can't deny is that I at least have the strength to walk in front of you. Requisitioned now fair." Advertisement. Otsutsuki Kaguya felt that what Naruto said was indeed an irrefutable fact. So Naruto continued, "I think you also understand that people are delusional creatures. Although I have the current strength, I am not an exception among human beings. So, I want to ask you to understand when the battle begins. People, even if they are going to die clearly, they can live clearly." Otsutsuki Kaguya didn't understand Naruto's words, and felt that Naruto was a little arrogant. This ant has already obtained fairness in front of him, and he dares to go further to obtain demands. It almost echoes the consistent existence of human beings, and the endless greed. Otsutsuki Kaguya said, "So what exactly do you want to do? Though I don't think you'll succeed with you, since you asked, what would happen if you beat me to an impossible hypothesis?" Naruto said, "If I win, I hope you can promise me a request." Otsutsuki Kaguya was about to lose patience after being provoked by Naruto, and replied without thinking about Naruto's request. "Okay, I agree to your request. Although it is impossible to succeed at all. Your question has been answered clearly, and I have agreed to your request. I hope you have enough strength to withstand my next anger." After speaking, Otsutsuki Kaguya didn't give Naruto a chance to reply at all, and launched ninjutsu towards Naruto. Otsutsuki Kaguya decided to use his terrifying strength to tell the ant in front of him what despair is. Watching Otsutsuki Kaguya's attack, Naruto didn't have any intention of dodging. Advertisement Naruto felt that Otsutsuki Kaguya's brain must have been damaged by such a long time of Kaguya. The space conversion with Naruto just now has not yet transformed Otsutsuki Kaguya's inherent impression of Naruto. It's not that the brain doesn't know what it is. But Naruto is not incomprehensible about Otsutsuki Kaguya's situation. After all, anyone who sleeps for such a long time will have moments when his mind is not clear. If you don't take advantage of this moment to take down Otsutsuki Kaguya, who is out of his mind, it will really be called a missed opportunity. Naruto thinks it's really cute enough for the powerful and cold beauty to occasionally make a little confusion. Kill the ashes together. Otsutsuki Kaguya had bone spur-like growths on his shoulders and inside his palms. These bone spurs look unremarkable. There are also ninjas in the ninja world who use bones as weapons. But the bone spurs used by ninjas and the bone spurs of Otsutsuki Kaguya are completely different. You must know that if the bone spur launched by Otsutsuki Kaguya touches the body of a ninja, that ninja's body will gradually collapse like a filthy soil. Naruto is very satisfied with his current body, and he doesn't want to change another body yet. Naruto was wary of such an attack but was not afraid. Because Naruto has enough confidence to keep Otsutsuki Kaguya's bone spurs from getting close to his body. However, Naruto sighed a little when he watched Otsutsuki Kaguya attack him. It seems that what I just did really irritated Otsutsuki Kaguya completely. This is a killer move. Advertisement, but Naruto went forward without any fear. The first time Otsutsuki Kaguya used killing ashes together, Naruto also mastered this ninjutsu at the same time. A tooth for a tooth, blood for blood, let's touch it. So in Otsutsuki Kaguya's surprised look, Naruto also used together kill ashes. Bone spurs collided with bone spurs, and there was a piercing friction sound. It stopped abruptly after the sound of 923, and the bone spurs that the two touched disappeared in the palm of my hand at the same time. Otsutsuki Kaguya couldn't believe it, because this guy in front of him would also use his special skills. Otsutsuki Kaguya used this skill to wipe out many powerful ninjas. For the first time, Otsutsuki Kaguya met his opponent. So Otsutsuki Kaguya distanced himself from Naruto unbelievingly, and then pointed his palm at Naruto and continuously fired bone spurs. Bone spurs shot towards Naruto overwhelmingly. At this moment, completely cover Otsutsuki Kaguya in front of Naruto's eyes. But Naruto just shook his head with a smile in the face of the rain of bone spurs. Then the bone spurs in Naruto's palm continued to grow, forming an unbreakable cage of bone spurs in front of Naruto. Because of Otsutsuki Kaguya's spur attack, while Naruto's spur cage is constantly being consumed. But Naruto can fully support the current consumption rate. Otsutsuki Kaguya stopped attacking when he shot the bone spur away. In Otsutsuki Kaguya's view, although Naruto can master the same ninjutsu, but at Naruto's age, he will not be her opponent at all. Otsutsuki Kaguya had a cruel smile on her face as she waited for this guy to turn into a hedgehog. Chapter 196-80 God's Airstrike Previous chapter Next chapter. Advertisement The overwhelming bone spurs completely wrapped Naruto. But soon, Otsutsuki Kaguya found that the bone spurs continued to decrease. So Otsutsuki Kaguya immediately used his wet eyes to observe the situation in the bone spur. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but you will be shocked when you see it. Otsutsuki Kaguya found that Naruto in the bone spur was not damaged at all, and the energy fluctuations on the body were almost the same as when they first met and observed. Otsutsuki Kaguya frowned. She felt that the strength of the opponent she was facing now was a little tricky. Even a ninjutsu like symbiotic ashes can't harm him. Then what kind of ninjutsu are we going to use against this guy? Naruto had no idea that Otsutsuki Kaguya was already very hard on himself. Looking at the bone spurs and bone prisons smiling at each other, Naruto stood in the middle very comfortably. The best way to deal with ninjutsu that cannot be handled is to defeat magic with magic. Naruto is very confident about his chakra reserves. The ensuing battle didn't require Naruto to use his brain at all. As long as Otsutsuki Kaguya uses a deadly ninjutsu and Naruto responds with the same move. Under Naruto's precise control over chakra, when the last bone spur was consumed, the bone prison surrounding Naruto also disappeared. In the huge desert space, it returns to the initial state again. The sand dunes destroyed by the two men's battles soon formed new sand dunes. Such changes are very common in deserts, so Otsutsuki Kaguya just caused a wave of ineffective offense. Advertisement. Otsutsuki Kaguya also recognized this result. Naruto and Otsutsuki Kaguya were standing face to face, already feeling the unfriendly eyes of Otsutsuki Kaguya. For some reason, seeing Naruto's smiling face, Otsutsuki Kaguya really wanted to give this guy a hard blow. Otsutsuki Kaguya thought so, so he did. Then Otsutsuki Kaguya's hands drew a very strange trajectory in the air. Naruto is no stranger to such opening moves. Otsutsuki Kaguya's opening hand is very similar to the 8 trigrams Kong palm, commonly used by Hinata. But Naruto sensed the chakra fluctuations around Otsutsuki Kaguya, and knew that although he looked at his imagination, they were two very different ninjutsu. But it's true that 8 trigrams air palm evolved from this trick. Naruto's thinking is very divergent, and he even feels that the people of the Hyuga family are a bit useless. Look at how the ancestor Otsutsuki Kaguya used this move, and look at the people of the Hyuga family. Except for Hyuga Neji, there is not a single tribe that can be used. What a waste of such a good power inheritance. Just when Naruto diverged his thoughts, Otsutsuki Kaguya's pushing palm had reached in front of Naruto. Otsutsuki Kaguya saw that Naruto dared to lose his mind when fighting her, so he accelerated his attack speed. Yachigami Sky Strike. Seeing that the huge chakra fist in the air was about to hit Naruto, a cold smile appeared on Otsutsuki Kaguya's face. But Naruto, who was hit by the fist, did not show the attack effect that Otsutsuki Kaguya expected. Instead, after flying upside down for a period of time, it turned into dust all over the sky. Advertisement. Otsutsuki Kaguya's otherwise sunny face immediately darkened. At this moment, how could Otsutsuki Kaguya not realize that he had been tricked by the guy in front of him? Naruto had the guts to play body replacement technique in front of Otsutsuki Kaguya, and he succeeded. All this is because Naruto has completely captured Otsutsuki Kaguya's arrogant and proud heart. Naruto had to do something unexpected in order for Otsutsuki Kaguya to take himself a little seriously. When Otsutsuki Kaguya was about to look for Naruto in the space, he felt chakra's energy fluctuations behind him. So Otsutsuki Kaguya turned around abruptly, and the first thing he saw was the smile on Naruto's face. Yachigami Sky Strike. It was only then that he noticed chakra's fist that had reached in front of him. Naruto hadn't activated the body replacement technique when chakra's fist reached his face. Of course, thanks to Naruto's very strong body, he forcibly withstood the blow. If it was already a stand-in from the beginning, it would definitely be discovered by Otsutsuki Kaguya at the beginning. Although Naruto's strength is constantly growing, but now Naruto has not grown to the point where body replacement technique can deal with Otsutsuki Kaguya. Seeing the big fist that was about to reach him, Otsutsuki Kaguya gritted his teeth. After 2 rounds of fighting, Otsutsuki Kaguya can no longer underestimate Naruto. But Otsutsuki Kaguya was still a little unconvinced. What is going on with this guy? Doesn't he have any tricks of his own? Otsutsuki Kaguya lost his palm in front of him, combined with his pupil technique to form an absolute defense. Although Otsutsuki Kaguya's well-timed defense saved himself from injury, Naruto's fist was pushed a good distance. When the power of one punch disappeared, another punch followed closely. Advertisement. In the face of Naruto's intensive attack, Otsutsuki Kaguya had no way to counterattack in time. Every time Otsutsuki Kaguya had just time to fight back, Naruto's punch arrived. In a one-punch attack, Otsutsuki Kaguya was knocked out of midair by Naruto to the ground. The once smooth desert is now full of Otsutsuki Kaguya's receding traces. Each of these marks is deeper than the other, confirming that Naruto's fist is heavier than each punch. Otsutsuki Kaguya also felt this during Naruto's constant attacks, and couldn't help but feel a little horrified. Naruto's attack has broken Otsutsuki Kaguya's view of the ninja. In Otsutsuki Kaguya's memory, the ninja's attack was nothing like this. You must know that when ordinary ninjas launch the same attack, the first attack is often the most powerful. The subsequent attacks will gradually decrease in power as the number of attacks increases. Although such a difference is not meaningful at all when many ninjas attack. But for a master like Otsutsuki Kaguya, the difference in each attack cannot be hidden under Otsutsuki Kaguya's pupil technique. That's why Otsutsuki Kaguya was surprised by Naruto. You must know that even the attack launched by Otsutsuki Kaguya is not easy to maintain the same energy as last time. Not to mention that the energy of the attack is increasing every time. At the same time, Otsutsuki Kaguya also realized that Naruto's current attack was completely imitating his own attack on Naruto. You launched a combo, then I will also use combo to deal with you. Such an attack seems fair to Naruto, but it didn't look so good to Otsutsuki Kaguya in the face of Naruto's attack. Chapter 197 Inflated Truth-Seeking Ball. Previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement. When you launch a combo to beat others helplessly, you will feel very good. But when the person being attacked becomes himself, the feelings of both parties completely change. Otsutsuki Kaguya is in such a position right now. It was very uncomfortable for Otsutsuki Kaguya, who always appeared to be crushed. Otsutsuki Kaguya is not without strength to fight back. But Naruto's timing of his punches was really good. This reminded Naruto of when he used to play games. Stuck bugs in the game are probably the happiest thing. So Naruto floated leisurely in the air. Well timed to direct his attack towards Otsutsuki Kaguya. The anger in Otsutsuki Kaguya's heart was constantly brewing, and she had never experienced such an aggrieved battle. Even Otsutsuki Kaguya's two sons were not as comfortable as Naruto when they fought against her. So before Naruto's next attack came, Otsutsuki Kaguya withdrew the defense in front of him, preparing to resist this attack. Seeing Otsutsuki Kaguya's actions, Naruto knew that his pleasant cardbug journey was coming to an end. 930. Since Otsutsuki Kaguya chose to resist this attack, Naruto must be careful about Otsutsuki Kaguya's counterattack. The first time the fist hit Otsutsuki Kaguya, Naruto backed away. Advertisement. Because Naruto has seen that Otsutsuki Kaguya's hair has bloomed in the air like a flower with his attack. The energy of the attack was completely absorbed by Otsutsuki Kaguya into his body. After devouring the energy, Otsutsuki Kaguya felt a sense of satisfaction. I don't know how long this feeling hasn't appeared in Otsutsuki Kaguya's perception. Now suddenly felt in the match against Naruto, Otsutsuki Kaguya couldn't help but want to experience more. So when Naruto saw Otsutsuki Kaguya again, he saw a trace of greed for himself in Otsutsuki Kaguya's eyes. The next moment Otsutsuki Kaguya floated into the air and said to Naruto, "Your energy is so delicious, let me receive all your power from now on." Naruto is also not afraid. If you want chakra, you can get it yourself. How much you can get depends on your ability. Big. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kaguya finally put away his contempt for Naruto. There was a bit more determination in the eyes looking at Naruto. The moment Naruto talked to Otsutsuki Kaguya, Otsutsuki Kaguya's hair started to grow wildly. The tails of these hairs all point in the direction where Naruto is. In the eyes of Otsutsuki Kaguya at this moment, the acupuncture points on Naruto's body clearly appeared in front of his eyes. As soon as Naruto saw Otsutsuki Kaguya's hair fluttering, he understood what kind of attack routine Otsutsuki Kaguya was going to launch next. Naruto also understands that the acupuncture points on his body have been completely mastered by Otsutsuki Kaguya. But mastering it is one thing, and being able to launch an effective attack on Naruto is another. Rabbit fur needle. Advertisement. Otsutsuki Kaguya's hair shoots out towards Naruto's acupuncture points in Ushio. Every strand of hair pierced the important acupuncture points on Naruto's body with a sharp cold light. Naruto touched the short hair on his head, and felt that this move was a bit too much. After all, Naruto's hair has no foundation, and it is not easy to grow to that extent. Otsutsuki Kaguya also had a sly smug look in her eyes. She just wanted to see if Naruto could use the same trick. Naruto looked at the hair wrapping towards him, sighed slowly, and started Susanoo. It is very nice to have beautiful hair, but if the hair exceeds the length that Naruto can bear, then Naruto cannot accept it. So Naruto decided to help Otsutsuki Kaguya trim his unruly hair himself. As long as the pruning is acceptable to Naruto, Naruto will definitely stop. At the first moment of finishing Susanoo, two long knives appeared in Naruto's hand. Naruto rushed into Otsutsuki Kaguya's hair with the long knife in his hand. With Susanoo's protection, although Otsutsuki Kaguya's hair hit Naruto's weak acupuncture point. But the hair couldn't break through Naruto's defense at all. Instead, Naruto cut off a lot of hair with a knife. However, Otsutsuki Kaguya was not originally a rabbit hair needle, launched to attack Naruto. The function of the rabbit hair needle is to effectively limit Naruto's range of activities. It is a ninjutsu used by Otsutsuki Kaguya to prevent Naruto from playing with himself again. As for the hair cut off by Naruto, Otsutsuki Kaguya doesn't care at all. As long as he has enough strength, he can keep growing hair. Advertisement. After Otsutsuki Kaguya limited Naruto's range of activities, the real killer move was yet to come. While Naruto was wrestling with the hair, Otsutsuki Kaguya already had a small black ball brewing in his hands. Little did they know that Naruto paid enough attention to observe Otsutsuki Kaguya's actions even in the middle of the battle. Otsutsuki Kaguya's impending back move simply couldn't escape Naruto's eyes. This little black ball is no stranger to Naruto either. Because Naruto has been used countless times in Sage mode. That's right, the growing ball in the hands of Otsutsuki Kaguya is the truth-seeking ball that Naruto often uses. But although it is the same substance as the truth-seeking ball, it is not of the same order of magnitude as the truth-seeking ball in the presentation of the final volume. This heavyweight truth-seeking ball is called the inflated truth-seeking ball. Looking at Otsutsuki Kaguya's big move, Naruto felt that Otsutsuki Kaguya might have lost his head. Know that two people are in the space created by Naruto. Naruto's ability to control the chakra energy in the space is not weaker than Otsutsuki Kaguya at all. It takes a lot of energy to use such a huge truth-seeking ball. And in this space, Otsutsuki Kaguya can't absorb the chakra energy on Naruto's body at all, and can only consume the chakra energy stored in his own body. Naruto can completely resist this kind of consumption, but I don't know if Otsutsuki Kaguya will make you fall into a weak state after using this trick. Naruto wrestled with Otsutsuki Kaguya's hair in a leisurely manner, and in the gap, formed Shadow Clone to brew the same trick by his side. Naruto felt that he would let the two inflated truth-seeking balls touch, for a while to see how powerful this kind of attack, which is called the extermination technique and the creation technique, is. Chapter 198. Otsutsuki Kaguya's doubts. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The hair that Naruto shaved off fluttered in the air. A snowy spectacle never before seen in desert spaces. However, because these hairs have chakra energy, they are sucked back little by the expanding truth-seeking ball that is absorbing chakra energy. Naruto noticed this phenomenon, and the smile on his face never stopped. It seems that the chakra energy of Otsutsuki Kaguya is not endless. Even this kind of fine chakra energy has to be absorbed. However, Naruto is very confident in his chakra energy reserves. After all, Naruto's body has perverted to chakra energy to restore itself. And the speed of recovery is no less than the speed of Naruto's consumption. So Otsutsuki Kaguya's desire to compete with Naruto for energy reserves is simply a fantasy. Naruto keeps his inflated truth-seeking ball, the same size as Otsutsuki Kaguya's hand. Since you want to touch each other, you can't have one big and one small. Soon, Otsutsuki Kaguya felt that he had almost enough energy for inflating the truth-seeking ball. If it continues, blocking Naruto's move, Rabbit Fur Needle, will be affected. In order to accurately hit Naruto, the current level is already very good. So Naruto found that the hair all over his body was attacking his acupuncture points more violently. Seeing this situation, Naruto has predicted Otsutsuki Kaguya's upcoming attack. The time to verify the results of the collision is coming. Sure enough, while Otsutsuki Kaguya frantically blocked Naruto's actions, the inflated truth-seeking ball in Otsutsuki Kaguya's hand was aimed at Naruto. Advertisement. At this moment, Naruto also removed Susanoo from his body and merged with his Shadow Clone. While merging with Shadow Clone, the expanded truth-seeking ball in Shadow Clone's hand also appeared in Naruto's hand. Seeing the attack that was almost the same as his own, Otsutsuki Kaguya hesitated for a moment. She didn't know what the consequences would be after her attack was sent out. But the ninjutsu has been completed, and the final consequences can only be known after it is issued. Otsutsuki Kaguya suppressed the worries in her heart. She was immortal anyway. It's the guy on the opposite side who might be wiped out in such an attack. Suddenly Otsutsuki Kaguya understood what the concerns that had arisen in his mind were. It turned out that at some point, the person on the opposite side successfully occupied a certain position in his line of sight. Otsutsuki Kaguya never put anyone other than his own son in his eyes. How could the gods see the ants in their eyes? but at this moment Naruto was caught by Otsutsuki Kaguya. Although it occupies only a small space, it is something that Otsutsuki Kaguya has never experienced in his long life before. Otsutsuki Kaguya didn't want to let the opponent in front of him disappear in front of him for a while. But such reluctance only flashed across Otsutsuki Kaguya's heart for a moment. Otsutsuki Kaguya will not allow anyone to interfere with his judgment. Long before her two sons couldn't do it, let alone Naruto who just came out. Naruto was already prepared for Otsutsuki Kaguya's attack, but Naruto also clearly felt Otsutsuki Kaguya's hesitation. Although I don't know what this hesitation comes from. What Naruto thinks has improved is that since Otsutsuki Kaguya has hesitation, he must have taken Naruto into his eyes to a certain extent. Advertisement. This is a big step forward for Naruto. But Naruto looked at the black ball thrown towards him and knew that he still had a long way to go. After sighing, Naruto also threw the truth-seeking ball in his hand. Both truth-seeking balls pack great tea-seeking energy. Simultaneously compressed to its current size by Naruto and Otsutsuki Kaguya. It is conceivable how powerful the energy will be when it explodes. But both Naruto and Otsutsuki Kaguya are very confident in their abilities. Otsutsuki Kaguya does not believe that there are ninjutsu in the world that can harm him. Naruto also didn't think that attacking now could damage his powerful body. The two perverts faced each other with the same smile at this moment. Watch as the truth-seeking ball collides and is about to explode. The truth-seeking ball explosion of this intensity is silent, without the light that appears in ordinary attacks. But both Naruto and Otsutsuki Kaguya have special eyes. The two people can clearly see that at the center of the collision of the two truth-seeking balls, a certain degree of spatial collapse occurs. And with the burst of energy inside the two truth-seeking balls, the collapse of the space spread outward continuously in a circular shape. Asking for flowers. With Naruto's deep perception, he knew that the space he created was about to disappear. Naruto sighed a little. It is indeed a ninjutsu that can destroy the world. Fortunately, this explosion happened in the space created by Naruto. If it happened in the outside world, it is unknown to what extent it will destroy the outside world. As the desert space collapsed, Naruto and Otsutsuki Kaguya left from the desert space. Advertisement. Otsutsuki Kaguya hadn't really considered Naruto as an opponent until the attack just now. But when Naruto was also able to use the inflated truth-seeking ball, such an ninjutsu, Otsutsuki Kaguya finally recognized Naruto's strength. With Naruto's strength, it can completely pose a huge threat to Otsutsuki Kaguya's plan. 0.00 As the match progressed, Otsutsuki Kaguya continued to feel powerless. At first this feeling of powerlessness did not affect Otsutsuki Kaguya. But when a space was destroyed in front of Otsutsuki Kaguya had to admit that the guy in front of him was indeed the biggest obstacle to completing his plan. Otsutsuki Kaguya is very puzzled. Naruto in front of him has such powerful strength, and he is not the reincarnation of his son. It's almost like a character that appeared out of thin air. During the battle with Naruto, Otsutsuki Kaguya also sensed the scariest part of Naruto. Know that the ninjutsu used by Otsutsuki Kaguya disappeared from the world after she was sealed. Although there are similar forms of ninjutsu, those are completely simplified versions of the ninjutsu performed by Otsutsuki Kaguya. The power used cannot compete with that used by Otsutsuki Kaguya at all. Otsutsuki Kaguya was sure and affirmed that the guy in front of him learned his ninjutsu immediately after he used it. Then use it at a level not inferior to your own proficiency. In short, this guy not only knows at a glance, but also knows it without a teacher. And just observing Naruto's appearance, Otsutsuki Kaguya has to admit that Naruto is indeed a very young child. But can such a young child really possess such terrifying strength? Otsutsuki Kaguya shifted his gaze to the side where Black Zetsu was respectfully waiting for him. It seems that only through Black Zetsu can I get the answer I want to know. Chapter 199. Let me see your eyes. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. With Otsutsuki Kaguya beckoning, Black Zetsu lowered his head aggressively in front of Otsutsuki Kaguya. Otsutsuki Kaguya's hand was attached to it, reading what Black Zetsu had seen and heard since he became conscious. Black Zetsu was originally the embodiment of a ray of consciousness from Otsutsuki Kaguya. At the beginning, Otsutsuki Kaguya split Black Zetsu to let Black Zetsu see the opportunity to rescue himself from the seal one day. Otsutsuki Kaguya also knew very well that a very long time must have passed by the time he was rescued. Then the information during this period will be collected by Black Zetsu. So at this moment, Black Zetsu contributed his strength to Otsutsuki Kaguya's understanding of the ninja world. Otsutsuki Kaguya picks selectively in Black Zetsu's memory. After all, what interests Otsutsuki Kaguya the most right now is the news about Naruto from 303. Before that, Otsutsuki Kaguya knew that the full name of the guy he was fighting with was Uzumaki Naruto. Otsutsuki Kaguya saw a lot about his two sons in Black Zetsu's memory. While browsing the information, Otsutsuki Kaguya smiled unconsciously. In Naruto's view, such a smile is really beautiful, and a beauty must smile more. Soon Otsutsuki Kaguya got the information he wanted. It turned out that his own son, Otsutsuki Yuya, also had two sons. And one of the sons of Otsutsuki Yuya is the Uzumaki family, which is the ancestor of the kid in front of him. The kid's mother is a member of the Uzumaki clan, and his father is Namikaze Minato. Advertisement: Namikaze Minato became Konoha village's fourth Hokage at a young age. But the strength is weak enough to seal a nine tails and lose his own life. Then the mother of this kid from the Whirlpool clan also died. Naruto, who became Nine Tails Jinchuriki, was left to live alone in Konoha village. Inside the village, Naruto is constantly being ignored and treated unfairly. After seeing such news, Otsutsuki Kaguya couldn't help snorting coldly. Why is she so insisting on destroying all human beings? It is because human beings are such disgusting and greedy creatures. Start a war because of your own selfish desires, and then rely on some unwarranted feelings to heal yourself, or make yourself fall into a more crazy state. Obviously, the kids' parents gave their lives to protect the village. But instead of treating the benefactor's children well, those people avoided Naruto, who became Jinchuriki. Know that this kid became the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails when he was a baby to protect the village. Wonder what the so-called fourth Hokage would think after seeing himself sacrificed everything he had, the only child left to be treated like this. In such an environment, Naruto became the troublemaker of Konoha village and the tale of the ninja school. But in fact, Naruto is a peerless genius. This is also confirmed in Naruto's performance later. Since Naruto took the ninja exam, he has shown extraordinary talent. Needless to say, he is powerful, and this guy can also use any ninjutsu that has the boundary of blood succession at will. Advertisement: the reason why blood succession boundary is powerful is because it requires a specific bloodline. Even if one inherits the blood necessary for ninjutsu, very harsh conditions are required to use such ninjutsu. But such conditions are completely ineffective in front of this guy. Then there is this guy who doesn't have the blood of the Uchiha family, but has a pair of Rinnegan that I don't know where I got it, and the eyes are also very powerful in another mode. Overall, from Otsutsuki Kaguya's point of view, this encounter with Naruto Uzumaki was pretty unremarkable. It can barely be said to be the growth path of a peerless genius. Tragic life experience, rough experience, outstanding performance. Such a genius appeared quite a lot in Black Zetsu's memory. But anyone who is a bit famous will inevitably be called a genius in the process of growing up. But everything seemed ordinary to Otsutsuki Kaguya. According to this kind of growth experience, you can become a respected person in a village, but you will definitely not be able to become a person who can rival yourself. Finally, Otsutsuki Kaguya was keenly aware of the word experiment. About the experiment content, Black Zetsu has only seen a guy named Orochimaru do related human experiments on other people's bodies. But the experiments on Vortex Naruto have not witnessed the fact at all. There are experiments with Naruto only in the speculation of Uchiha Madara and those who withdrew. However, Black Zetsu also very much agrees with this inference. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain the various impossibilities that appeared on Naruto. Otsutsuki Kaguya thinks that human experiments may have a big increase in the Whirlpool Naruto. But the most terrifying ability of Naruto Uzumaki is his ability to learn with a photographic memory. Advertisement: Otsutsuki Kaguya, who played against Naruto, can fully understand the horror of Naruto. Moreover, Otsutsuki Kaguya also saw the results of the Konoha village human experiment in Black Zetsu's memory. After so long experiments, only one ninja named Yamato succeeded in the cell transplantation of first Hokage. But this successful ninja can really be said to be mediocre, with no destructive ability. Another special existence is a guy named Danzo. This guy managed to transplant 11 Sharingans into his own arm and was able to retain the ability to use those eyes. But as a non-Uchiha family member, it took a lot of experience for Danzo to use these eyes. This shows how difficult it is to obtain a satisfactory human experiment. Rather than saying that Naruto obtained these abilities through human experiments, it is better to say that the phenomenon of atavism appeared in this guy. Otsutsuki Kaguya believes that only good genes like 0.9 himself can stand above all others. It seems that this child has inherited his genes well. That's why the body can have a strong tolerance for these abilities. After connecting all the clues obtained, Otsutsuki Kaguya's gaze at Naruto softened. Otsutsuki Kaguya said to Naruto, I learned that you have 2 pairs of magical eyes. I've seen you fight with Rinnegan just now, and it's very well done. Is the other pair of eyes the one that destroyed the moon? Show me, please. It was a bit odd to hear Otsutsuki Kaguya speaking to Naruto himself in a requesting tone. You must know that the conversation between Otsutsuki Kaguya and himself before was always in a condescending tone. Chapter 200 Rule the Ninja World Together? Previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement. But Naruto thinks that such a change is not bad, if it can be more gentle. Naruto agreed to Otsutsuki Kaguya's request. Isn't it just the transformation of the eyes? It's a trivial matter for Naruto. So Naruto's eyes closed and opened, and the original Rinnegan was transformed into Tenseigan. Looking into Naruto's eyes at this moment, Otsutsuki Kaguya was very surprised for a moment. Although Naruto has seen Naruto use this pair of eyes in Black Zetsu's memory. But Otsutsuki Kaguya was still a little emotionally unstable when he saw Tenseigan in person. Otsutsuki Kaguya murmured, this is the final evolution of white eyes, Tenseigan. You must know that Otsutsuki Kaguya is the deity with white eyes, and he has used the white eyes to perfection. But that's it, Otsutsuki Kaguya's white eyes are far from reaching the state of evolving into Tenseigan. It's not that chakra doesn't have enough energy, but that the current Otsutsuki Kaguya simply can't reach that level. Otsutsuki Kaguya only knows that the white eyes can continue to evolve, but he doesn't know how to use them after evolution. But from the 18 moves that Naruto split the moon just now, we can see the horror of Tenseigan. I don't know how scary Tenseigan's other abilities are. Otsutsuki Kaguya looked at Naruto's Tenseigan, recalled how Naruto used Rinnegan before, and suddenly didn't really want to fight anymore. Know that Otsutsuki Kaguya had 2 sons. Advertisement. Otsutsuki Yuya, the eldest son, also known as Sage of 6 Paths, inherited the Rinnegan from Otsutsuki Kaguya. The second son, Otsutsuki Hamura, inherited the white eyes of Otsutsuki Kaguya. Otsutsuki Kaguya, through the memory of Black Zetsu, is pretty sure that no ninja on Earth has ever had both a Rinnegan and a Tenseigan. As long as there is a pair of such eyes, it is considered a gift from God. Even Otsutsuki Kaguya grew a 3rd eye on his forehead before he could let Baian and Rinnegan appear on his body together. But the state of Naruto's eyes in front of him has completely exceeded the concept that Otsutsuki Kaguya can understand. Naruto's eyes can switch freely between 2 extreme eye modes. Not to mention that such a form is unheard of, but 2 kinds of eyes appeared on Naruto at the same time, which gave Otsutsuki Kaguya a sense of intimacy. Even the 2 sons of Otsutsuki Kaguya only inherited the abilities of Otsutsuki Kaguya respectively. Only Naruto, only this child who suddenly appeared, was the perfect embodiment of what Otsutsuki Kaguya was capable of. Even took Otsutsuki Kaguya's abilities a step further by evolving white eyes into a Tenseigan. Otsutsuki Kaguya, in response to the performance of Naruto's battle just now, Otsutsuki Kaguya had the idea of wanting to cooperate with Naruto. The result of the tie between Naruto and Otsutsuki Kaguya was the result of Naruto not using his full strength. Otsutsuki Kaguya believes that such Naruto is fully qualified to stand with himself in the next time to meet the next crisis. So after contemplating, Otsutsuki Kaguya said seriously to Naruto, Whirlpool Naruto, let's stop. Your strength is very good, I admit that you can reach the same height as me. In the next time, the 2 of us can join forces to rule the ninja world. Advertisement. When Naruto heard Otsutsuki Kaguya's decision, he felt it was unexpected but reasonable. If his own strength Otsutsuki Kaguya is not in his eyes, Naruto doesn't think there is anyone else who can be seen by Otsutsuki Kaguya. However, Naruto was also tired of repeating moves. If Otsutsuki Kaguya was not ready to stop and continue fighting with him, Naruto decided to give Otsutsuki Kaguya a sealing technique. In the following time, Naruto had a lot of time to play slowly with Otsutsuki Kaguya. It's just repeating the process of unsealing and sealing. In order to achieve his ultimate goal, Naruto felt that it was nothing to spend a little energy. At this moment Otsutsuki Kaguya felt a chill of danger. Otsutsuki Kaguya looked around vigilantly, she didn't notice any danger around her. Little did they know that as long as she hadn't proposed to Naruto to join forces just now, waiting for Otsutsuki Kaguya at this moment would have been sealed. Naruto was a little interested in Otsutsuki Kaguya's proposal to join forces, and he didn't reject it immediately. So Naruto turned to Otsutsuki Kaguya and asked, "It's really a good idea to rule the ninja world. So do you have any specific plans for the future?" Otsutsuki Kaguya was a little confused by what Naruto meant. A specific plan? What else is needed to rule the ninja world? Naruto went on to explain. "What are you going to do?" "The specifics are very simple," says Otsutsuki Kaguya. "I can use ninjutsu to turn all humans in the ninja world into white zetsu. When they become white zetsu, they will lose their self-awareness completely and follow my command completely. Advertisement, you are the one I recognize, the only exception. After only the two of us are left in the world will be ruled by the two of us." Hearing Otsutsuki Kaguya's simple and straightforward plan, Naruto was speechless for a while. It is hard to imagine what kind of thinking Otsutsuki Kaguya had to come up with such a plan. 273. What good are two talking creatures left in a world where Naruto never stops? So Naruto raised his own question. This plan. Wouldn't it be a bit too boring if there were only two of us left in the world? Otsutsuki Kaguya showed his usual ruthlessness in the face of Naruto's problem. Said, "It seems to me that is too weak. Will you pay attention to the life and death of ants under your feet when you walk on the road?" Naruto said, "The weakness of human beings is only temporary, and they will continue to improve and break through themselves. I just came out of these weak humans you said. I'm not standing at the same height as you now. As for the ants under my feet, unless they actively crawl under my feet. Otherwise I have no interest in bringing ants to a genocide." Hearing Naruto's words, Otsutsuki Kaguya frowned and said, "The world of the strong doesn't need something superfluous. You should be thankful that you are standing at the same height as me, otherwise you are also a member of my destruction plan now. As for your feelings for those people, it is superfluous." Chapter 201 Future Intruders. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Now that we are talking about feelings, Naruto, who has some knowledge of Otsutsuki Kaguya, has a good reason to refute. So Naruto said, "Since you said that feelings are superfluous, then what do you think of your two sons? I haven't forgotten that when you first appeared, you kept thinking about your two children. The memory of this kind of feeling is that you and I have not stopped fighting since the beginning. Do you think you have superfluous feelings? How do you explain that?" Hearing Naruto's rebuttal, Otsutsuki Kaguya didn't give a reasonable explanation for a while. So Otsutsuki Kaguya decided to ignore this and was not going to convince Naruto anymore, and asked directly, "These are some unimportant things. The important thing is whether you want to rule the world with me." Naruto spread his hands helplessly and said, "It's a very important thing, I can't ignore it anyway. It's okay for the two of us to team up, but the prerequisite is that you can't turn everyone into white zetsu. If we can't reach a consensus on this issue, I don't think there is any need to continue talking." Hearing Naruto's words, Otsutsuki Kaguya frowned fiercely. After the fight just now, Otsutsuki Kaguya really didn't want Naruto to be his opponent. Because it is too difficult to solve such an opponent. After seeing Naruto's terrifying learning ability, Otsutsuki Kaguya didn't think that Naruto would not master some sealing techniques. Advertisement. Otsutsuki Kaguya was sealed on the moon for too long, and it was too lonely for a long time. Otsutsuki Kaguya suppressed his anger and asked Naruto, "Are you trying to protect those humans? Those dirty, despicable, selfish and ugly existences. They live on the earth like moths, absorbing and longing for the history that does not belong to them. In order to gain power, they will do unscrupulous things by any means. But after the incident, they will not reflect on themselves, they will only come up with a high-sounding reason for their actions. I can understand why you value emotion. That's because you haven't lived a life as long as mine. There are two sides to everything, and you can't generalize," Naruto said. "If human beings are such evil beings, is the Otsutsuki clan representative of goodness and benevolence? Don't you have some rubbish among your people?" Otsutsuki Kaguya did not expect that Naruto knew something about the Otsutsuki clan. This is indeed a bit beyond Otsutsuki Kaguya's imagination. Faced with Naruto's insistence, Otsutsuki Kaguya is already a little helpless. Such a genius should not be burdened by feelings. In Black Zetsu's memory, Otsutsuki Kaguya saw a genius who slaughtered his family. But think about it carefully, that genius also did such a thing because of the feelings he wanted to protect. Otsutsuki Kaguya sighed and said, "You know the Otsutsuki clan. Although I don't know where you learned about this race, you must have understood the horror of this race. You must know that even if I stop, the earth is not absolutely safe. Advertisement, after turning all people into white Zetsu, I can completely take back the chakra that exists in these people's bodies. But even if I take back all the chakra, I don't have absolute confidence to guarantee my safety now. If you have not reached such a height, you will never have the opportunity to know the truth. The Otsutsuki clan will one day attack Earth. Those people you care about will lose their lives even if they don't die now. Instead of letting them get killed, wouldn't it be worth increasing our odds? In your vocabulary, I have learned a word called sacrifice. Since you protect those people so much, those people are willing to make sacrifices for you. Naruto didn't understand why Otsutsuki Kaguya wanted to destroy the ninja world a long time ago. Until today, Naruto found answers in such conversations. Otsutsuki Kaguya wants to destroy the ninja world, not because of the reasons she said. I believe that Otsutsuki Kaguya has seen the complexity of emotions in the Otsutsuki clan. It is undeniable that humans are indeed a greedy race, but the Otsutsuki family is no different. The crows in the world are generally black, and there is no situation where anyone looks down on anyone. The only reason Otsutsuki Kaguya could do such a thing is because ninjas on Earth are simply too weak. The weak have no right to speak. The strong can take everything from the weak as long as they want. Otsutsuki Kaguya also wants to plunder more energy for himself to survive. Since it is for your own survival, don't look for so many ridiculous excuses. Advertisement. After figuring out why things had developed to this point, Naruto burst out with great self-confidence. Otsutsuki Kaguya looked at Naruto in amazement, wondering why Naruto had such an amazing change in an instant. Naruto said to Otsutsuki Kaguya, "You said that all of this is based on the fact that you are not sure about defeating your opponent. But I am completely different from you. I have complete confidence that I can defeat any intruder with my strength and protect the people I want to protect. As long as I'm here, the Otsutsuki clan can't do anything. In this world, I am a completely invincible existence." Seeing such a confident Naruto, Otsutsuki Kaguya was a little dazed for a while. This Naruto really has a different charm. The already handsome facial features are even more dazzling under the reflection of self-confidence. Zhao Li Zhao. In the long life of Otsutsuki Kaguya, he met countless people. But it was the first time I saw such a dazzling existence as Naruto. Otsutsuki Kaguya no longer knew how to convince the stubborn guy in front of him. After all, he could not be persuaded by words, nor could he be beaten. Otsutsuki Kaguya encountered the first crisis in his life that he could not do anything about. After thinking about it, Otsutsuki Kaguya decided to continue working hard. So he continued. "I admit, the strength you showed just now is indeed very strong. Even I am no match for you, and the learning ability you showed in battle is indeed terrifying. With such two pairs of eyes, plus your learning ability, there is no ninjutsu that you can't learn. But there are only two of us after all. Under the situation that the strength is almost the same, if you have a few against many, you will be at an absolute disadvantage." Chapter 202. Those in Otsutsuki. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Naruto asked back, "I don't know how much you said?" "No matter how many people come, it won't be a problem for me, just as many people come as you want." Seeing Naruto like this, Otsutsuki Kaguya had no reason to persuade for a while. This is the only person in Otsutsuki Kaguya's long life who doesn't know what to do with him. Unable to fight and unable to speak, Otsutsuki Kaguya experienced a rare sense of being at a loss. Naruto and Otsutsuki Kaguya stood facing each other, relatively silent. Otsutsuki Kaguya ponders how to find effective reasons to convince Naruto to agree with his idea next. Naruto, on the other hand, is thinking about who is left of the Otsutsuki clan. Naruto admits that the Otsutsuki clan does have many strong people. But for Otsutsuki Kaguya to say that many people of the Otsutsuki clan will reach the earth remains basic doubts. Know that the Otsutsuki clan is tough because everyone in Otsutsuki is talented. But the opposite of talent is the sparse population of the Otsutsuki clan. The talent of the Otsutsuki family is to devour any power that can make them stronger. They don't need to exercise their bodies. As long as they devour the sacred tree, they can become very powerful. Along with the sacred tree, the lives of the fellow clansmen were also swallowed. Advertisement. From the perspective of the Otsutsuki clan, the strong devour the weak as an iron law engraved in the bones. The weak dedicate their insignificant lives to the strong and become a part of the body of the strong, which can also be said to be the honor bestowed on them by the strong. That's why Otsutsuki Kaguya couldn't understand Naruto's thoughts. Because in Otsutsuki Kaguya's mind, everything she does is the norm. It is precisely because of the cruelty of Otsutsuki Kaguya that her two sons had to seal their mother. Under the influence of Naruto, there are not many Otsutsuki clans that appeared. The former who can be named are only Ishii, Kaguya, Jinshi, and Momoshi. Naruto racked his brains but couldn't dig out more powerful people from the depths of his memory. Then the question arises, who are the one-to-many people mentioned by Otsutsuki Kaguya? While Naruto was thinking hard, Otsutsuki Kaguya had already calculated the people who might reach the earth. So Otsutsuki Kaguya said to Naruto very seriously, there may be 3 or 4 ninjutsu from the Otsutsuki family who arrived on earth. Everyone has strength no less than mine. After so many years have passed, I don't know how powerful those guys have become. It's really a very dangerous thing if they come. Naruto was a little speechless when he heard Otsutsuki Kaguya. He was just wondering how many people from the Otsutsuki family would come. Unexpectedly, it was almost the same as Naruto's calculation, and Naruto thought about it for a long time. However, Naruto felt that Otsutsuki Kaguya did not include Ishii at all. No one would have imagined that a person with only half of his body could live in other people's bodies for thousands of years. Advertisement. This kind of vitality Naruto is also very admired, just like Xiaoqiang from Immune to Death. Facing such an opponent, Naruto is very happy to play against it. So Naruto said to Otsutsuki Kaguya, since there are only a few people, then things are very good. I'm not going to put you in a less-to-many situation. You only need to be responsible for dealing with one of the people who come, and the rest of them can be safely handed over to me. Hearing Naruto's words, Otsutsuki Kaguya felt that Naruto was very suitable for a new word he had learned, that is, boasting. Otsutsuki Kaguya hesitated to speak, and finally couldn't hold back what he wanted to say. Did you have some illusions after you were evenly matched with me? I think I've just marked it very clearly. I'll say it again, each of them has the same strength as me. It's very difficult to deal with any of them, let alone try to play one-to-many. I forgot to add that each of them ate the fruit of the sacred tree just like me. Even though you are very aware of the situation, you are still very confident that you can deal with them? Otsutsuki Kaguya looked directly at Naruto, wanting to see clearly what was going on in Naruto's head. But the human brain is the most complex structure, especially Naruto, no one can understand Naruto's thoughts. Facing Otsutsuki Kaguya's question, Naruto nodded as a matter of course. I'm just so confident because I have this strength. Since you have doubts about my strength, I will tell you a secret about me. Otsutsuki Kaguya looked at Naruto, wondering what secret Naruto would reveal to him next. Naruto said, the next thing may just be said with your mouth, and you will not believe it. Advertisement. If you want to see it with your own eyes, you can use the heavenly control to create the initial space. After Otsutsuki Kaguya just fought with Naruto, the chakra energy in his body has experienced a lot of loss. Although I have recovered very well during the period of communication with Naruto just now. But in the face of Naruto, who played cards unreasonably and perverted beyond imagination, Otsutsuki Kaguya always felt that his energy had not returned to its peak state and he had no confidence. If Naruto consumes the remaining chakra to create space according to Naruto's request, it will be bad if Naruto makes a shot while he is weak. Naruto also saw Otsutsuki Kaguya's hesitation. Expressing oneself in the space created by Otsutsuki Kaguya is indeed the best way for Otsutsuki Wei Yiming to express his confidence. But since Otsutsuki Kaguya has hesitated, it is not impossible for Naruto to create the space himself. But just when Naruto was using the ninjutsu, Ten no Gochu, Otsutsuki Kaguya was also using the same ninjutsu. Because the two people stand too close together, the space created appears to be steaming to a certain extent. But this situation didn't last long. Naruto's space directly swallowed Otsutsuki Kaguya's space. Otsutsuki Kaguya looked at the space where he was being swallowed, and his face was serious for a while. You must know that Naruto did not show such ability when the two first played against each other. In such a short period of time, this guy has made such terrifying progress. After entering the desert space, Otsutsuki Kaguya felt a familiar experience. There was a moment when Naruto couldn't move under such gravity. Otsutsuki Kaguya is still unwilling to give up, thinking that the merging of two spaces into one does not necessarily mean that his own space is swallowed up. Maybe he retains the ability to control the space. Chapter 203 Demonstrating Strength. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. So Otsutsuki Kaguya quietly tested his ability to control the space. to see if he could change the gravity of the space a little. But it is a pity that no matter how much chakra energy Otsutsuki Kaguya sends out to control the space, it is like a stone sinking into the ocean, with no feedback. After trying many times, Otsutsuki Kaguya had to admit that he had completely lost control of the space. There is only one reason for this, and that is that Naruto's space completely swallowed up Otsutsuki Kaguya's space. This growth rate is too terrifying. Otsutsuki Kaguya vaguely senses what is the secret Naruto wants to reveal to himself. Naruto had already seen Otsutsuki Kaguya's secret poking action, and did not speak out to stop it. When Otsutsuki Kaguya stopped his actions unwillingly, Naruto said slowly, "To tell you the truth, my strength is increasing all the time. Whether it's physical strength or chakra energy. As long as I'm standing here, as long as I'm still breathing, my body is growing little by little without knowing it. Believe that the chakra energy in your body is running out after the battle just now." Chakra, who recovered after a period of time, was consumed by the Heaven's Royal Center just now. But I'm different from you. How much chakra energy flows out of my body? My body will help me absorb the same or more energy back. In other words, my toughness has no end. Although Otsutsuki Kaguya has already noticed it, but after hearing Naruto speak out about his ability, Otsutsuki Kaguya still feels unbelievable. In Otsutsuki Kaguya's cognition, being human has limits. But the way to determine the limit is what people often call talent. Naturally, the limit of a powerful talent will far exceed that of ordinary people. Advertisement. Even Otsutsuki Kaguya himself dare not say that his energy will grow without limit. But all the facts that Otsutsuki Kaguya could not believe in the battle with Naruto proved that Naruto did not lie. But how is this possible? How can someone have no upper limit? Naruto knew that what he said was a shock to anyone. But if Otsutsuki Kaguya is not shocked by the strength of complete crushing, Otsutsuki Kaguya will never change his mind of wanting to exterminate the ninja world. Although Naruto can seal Otsutsuki Kaguya, but at the same time of sealing, Otsutsuki Kaguya is fully capable of controlling Black Zetsu to kill part of the ninja world. Naruto's current strength has not grown to the point where he can protect everyone in the ninja world under Otsutsuki Kaguya without any suspense. But as long as Naruto is given a certain amount of time, Naruto can grow to such a terrible state. In order to further convince Otsutsuki Kaguya, Naruto decided to show Otsutsuki Kaguya his current strength directly. So Naruto said, "Next, please use your white eyes to see it. It's no wonder you won't believe it just by talking about it, so let's talk about it with facts." After speaking, Naruto opened the 7th gate and 8 inner gates in a second, and then let his fist smash towards the ground of the space with terrifying strange force. Although Otsutsuki Kaguya's reminder in Naruto will only be ready to watch. The sudden arrival of Naruto made Otsutsuki Kaguya dizzy. It was so fast, even with the blessing of Otsutsuki Kaguya's eyes, it only happened in a split second. The meridians of Naruto are fully displayed in the eyes of Otsutsuki Kaguya. The originally calm body was instantly filled with energy, and then concentrated on the fist that was thrown out. With the blessing of energy and strange power, Naruto's fists swung with terrifying strength. Faced with such a force, even Otsutsuki Kaguya's own body is already immortal, and he will definitely dodge. Advertisement. Although such a fist hit on the body would not be fatal, it would definitely hurt. No one wants to face such a terrifying fist. Then Otsutsuki Kaguya saw such a punch hit the ground. Just one punch triggered a huge sandstorm under the condition that the gravity is more than 10 times that of the ninja world. Sandstorms can't stop the energy in Otsutsuki Kaguya's eyes. Otsutsuki Kaguya clearly saw the energy of Naruto's punch hit a point on the ground first. Then it bursts through this point. From this point, countless cracks extend around. Crack. Otsutsuki Kaguya was sure he heard something crack. A ray of light shines on the corner of Otsutsuki Kaguya, bringing a warm color to the usually cool Otsutsuki Kaguya. Ask for flowers. Otsutsuki Kaguya quickly realized what it was like. The space created by the ninjutsu Tien no Yuchu was shattered just because of Naruto's punch. Otsutsuki Kaguya has only one idea in mind now. The sound produced when the space is broken is not much different from the sound produced by breaking an egg. No, Otsutsuki Kaguya withdrew his thoughts from being too shocked. That is a space, how can it be compared with an ordinary cracked egg? The shattering energy of a space also failed to counteract the power of Naruto's fist. Instead, it continued to diverge with the aftermath of the fist. Advertisement. But just when the space was about to completely shatter, Naruto quickly took remedial measures. 0.0 He used the ninjutsu Tien no Chu again. When the yellow sand dissipated, the original space remained unchanged. The only thing that has changed is that the original dune has been shifted to a different location. But looking at such a situation, only Otsutsuki Wei Mingbai. The space that originally appeared has been completely destroyed by Naruto's punch. The desert space in front of me was recreated by Naruto at the last moment. It is simply unimaginable. Is such physical strength a human being able to reach the level of fighting? Otsutsuki Kaguya was tempted to deny what he had just seen. But her eyes, which could see the truth of anything, told her it was so. Otsutsuki Kaguya has lived for such a long time that he has never seen such an outrageous fact. But it happened before his eyes, and Otsutsuki Kaguya had to believe it. After Naruto showed his strength, he gave Otsutsuki Kaguya time to digest the facts. After Otsutsuki Kaguya calmed down a bit, Naruto continued. I wonder if such power can satisfy you? In order not to destroy this space, I still have some reservations. 8 inner gates only open 7th gate. The last one may be a fatal existence for others, but it is not a problem for me. You still showed up a little early, just give me a little more time, I won't give you the chance to fight me for so many rounds. Chapter 204 Otsutsuki Kaguya of 1,000 years previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement. Such a development was indeed something that Otsutsuki Kaguya did not anticipate. Otsutsuki Kaguya has never seen Naruto's level of toughness. Until today, Otsutsuki Kaguya did not know that it is possible for someone to pervert to this extent, and his own body can also become stronger autonomously all the time. However, it is also a good thing that Naruto has such strong strength. At least Otsutsuki Kaguya will not have to worry about his own life in the future. Otsutsuki Kaguya said to Naruto with a complex expression. Seeing the abilities you have shown, I really doubt that you are really only 17 years old? Or you're not even human at all. Otherwise, how could it be possible to grow to this extent in such a short period of time with the human level? When Naruto heard Otsutsuki Kaguya start a peaceful dialogue with himself, he knew that Otsutsuki Kaguya had given up his plan to destroy the ninja world, at least for now. That being the case, it is not surprising that the atmosphere between the two of them has eased. So Naruto also asked back. Seeing your ability, I really have to doubt whether you are more than 1,000 years old? Otherwise, why did your strength stop here after such a long time? Otsutsuki Kaguya. Naruto's words made her unable to continue. How could she continue with such a difficult question? Can only be speechless. Although he already knew that Otsutsuki Kaguya was about to team up with him, Naruto still wanted to hear Otsutsuki Kaguya give his promise. So Naruto said, then I will ask for your advice in the next time. Advertisement, since we have the strength to deal with the crises that will arise in the future. Then you don't have to completely destroy the ninja world, do you? Otsutsuki Kaguya nodded in agreement. You are stronger than me, so I naturally agree with what you said. But I also have my demands on the level of identity. I cannot do anything to most people, but I require the two of us to have an absolute right to speak in the ninja world. Although we can easily wipe out those humans now, it's because we have spare time and energy. But I will never feel contemptuous of these human beings because they are weak. In the memory transmitted to me by Black Zetsu, I have seen too many people with great abilities sacrificed to some inconspicuous Xiao Xiao. I don't want someone behind us making small moves while we're wasting energy fighting deadly enemies. Naruto thinks what Otsutsuki Kaguya said is also a question worth thinking about. Although Naruto is also a human being, it is because he is a human being that he understands human beings better. Only you will know how greedy you are. Whether it is for power, money or beauty, etc., as long as there is a goal in front of him, human beings will generate endless greed. The same is true for Naruto, but Naruto's strength gives him endless confidence, and he can ignore his desire for money and power. The only thing that interests Naruto right now is sex. Otherwise, Naruto would not have the ability to seal Otsutsuki Kaguya, but he would just fight Otsutsuki Kaguya with the same ninjutsu. Frequently throw water at Otsutsuki Kaguya during battle. Advertisement to say what all this is for, it can only be said that Naruto just took a fancy to Otsutsuki Kaguya's beauty. Since even Naruto is inevitably driven by his own desires to do things that sometimes he can't understand when he thinks about it, but he will keep repeating things at critical moments. Not to mention those who are constantly struggling to live in the middle of life. It is precisely because I have seen the unfairness of the world that I want to pursue a certain level of fairness within my own ability. Of course, such fairness is not absolute. As long as the rules are beneficial to oneself, it will be fine. The amount of rebellion and tolerance that keeps appearing in those villages is not just to pursue their so-called fairness and keep putting it into action. Of course, such an action also has a very inspiring synonym, also called a dream. Naruto never dared to underestimate this word. Too many people have paid their lives for this word. This is a very heavy word just to mention it. If Naruto has worked so hard to win the chance of survival for the people in the ninja world. If these people are stabbed when Naruto is fighting with others, although it may not necessarily cause any harm to Naruto. But Naruto can't guarantee that he will still be sane enough to let those people go by that time. Let alone action, Naruto will not allow such an idea even if he dares to do so. Seeing that Naruto thought seriously about his suggestion, Otsutsuki Kaguya took the opportunity to encourage and said, "We want to prevent such a situation from happening. I want to protect all the people you protect under my wings. There is only one way to achieve your goal without destroying the ninja world, and that is fear. Only the fear that goes deep into the soul can achieve such an effect. Advertisement, only if you let them fall into the fear of death from the body and even the soul, no one will make trouble when you want to do something seriously." Speaking of this, Otsutsuki Kaguya's words could not help but carry strong resentment. Otsutsuki Kaguya thought he was good enough for his two sons. From a novice mother, she brought up her two sons through bumps and bumps. Watching the two children grow up vigorously day by day, the satisfaction in my heart is indescribable. But it is such a waste of time and energy to take care of the older children, and gradually developed my own thoughts. Then Otsutsuki Kaguya ushered in the result of being sealed by two children. Such a result is not acceptable to Otsutsuki Kaguya until now. Hence the rage to destroy the world that the two sons Isshin wanted to protect. 0.4 Naruto thought Otsutsuki Kaguya could give some pertinent advice. These words sound familiar to Naruto. Isn't this what Black Zetsu said when he persuaded Uchiha Madara back then? Although the words expressed are very different, the meanings are not much different. Naruto knew something was wrong when Otsutsuki Kaguya said, "fear." But when he saw Otsutsuki Kaguya getting more and more excited and resentful, Naruto knew that Otsutsuki Kaguya still hadn't given up on his little thoughts. What Naruto didn't understand was how someone could get emotional by persuading others. It seems that after such a long time of sealing, Otsutsuki Kaguya's simple and rude approach cannot be changed. But Naruto thinks he should think carefully about Otsutsuki Kaguya's suggestion. Chapter 205 The Weak, the Village, the People Who Are Too Righteous. Previous chapter Next chapter advertisement It's a good way to instill fear in people without killing most of them. As long as the dead are not related to Naruto, Naruto doesn't think there is any problem. But Naruto wants to use this method. The biggest obstacle he will face is his parents and women who are a little too righteous. You must know that the idea they have been instilling is loyalty. Be loyal to the village and protect the weak under your due ability. Facing such relatives and lovers, Naruto felt that he would get support in doing so. But Naruto also believes that those people may join forces to practice their own justice without knowing it. In the conflict between the two concepts, the most uncomfortable one is Naruto, who is caught in the middle. Take a look at Otsutsuki Kaguya, still angry. Naruto feels that he doesn't need to worry at all, and the ready-made partners are far away and close at hand. Since Naruto needs to protect against his acquaintances, Otsutsuki Kaguya needs to ensure that people in the ninja world have fear of him. Then the next task is very easy to allocate 18. Otsutsuki Kaguya is responsible for making people fear, and Naruto is the ray of hope that people need to see in the midst of their fear. That's right, in the fear of dying at any time, there is a ray of light that can save lives. Under such a two-pronged situation, I believe those ninjas will hold on to hope. This will definitely develop in the direction Naruto expects. Fear is a good thing, but Naruto doesn't think the high pressure will have the effect Otsutsuki Kaguya expected. After all, when the balloon is inflated and deflated intermittently, the balloon will last longer with a full state of mind. Scary as long as Otsutsuki Kaguya is alone. Advertisement. Naruto can be the one behind her. So Naruto yelled to Otsutsuki Kaguya, who was still stuck in the tangled emotions. Okay, get out of those bad emotions. One of your sons has completely disappeared from this world. All I can find are some imprints left by tenacity. Instead of being stuck in the emotions of the past, let me create some new and better memories for you next. I agree with your suggestion just now, but a little change is needed on top of your so-called fear. That is, as long as people who I didn't signal come to provoke you, you can completely get rid of them according to your will. Attention, I just took the initiative to provoke you, and without my permission, you can't take the initiative to attack others. Otherwise, I don't think you will be very willing to see the consequences of the shot. Otsutsuki Kaguya was overjoyed when he first heard that Naruto agreed that he could kill. It seems that my suggestion has already convinced the young child in front of me. I have supercilious eyes and Sharingan at the same time, so it is up to me whether the person who provokes me can take the initiative. Otsutsuki Kaguya was touched by Naruto's desire to create some new good memories, but she didn't understand that such emotion was anticipation. Naruto will teach Otsutsuki Kaguya what to expect for a long time to come. But it didn't take long for Otsutsuki Kaguya to be happy, and Naruto's magic spell followed. Although Otsutsuki Kaguya was very unhappy hearing Naruto's so-called conditions, but now she has no strength against Naruto at all. Otsutsuki Kaguya thought he'd better be obedient if he didn't want to go back to the dark and all alone seal. Fortunately, Naruto hasn't completely forbidden himself from killing. No matter how many people who make him feel bad disappear, Naruto will not stop him. Advertisement: this is probably the only place where Otsutsuki Kaguya feels a little bit relieved. So after Otsutsuki Kaguya reluctantly agreed to Naruto's request and promised that he would obey, Naruto waved his hand to remove the space created by Chong of the Sky. Two people appeared in the ninja space at the same time. The place here still maintains the original state after Naruto and Uchiha Madara played against each other. The ground is still a mess. Also, thankfully, both Naruto and Otsutsuki Kaguya are able to use their ninjutsu to create space. If the real war takes place in the ninja world, Naruto cannot guarantee that the ninja world will remain intact. In fact, although Minato and the others have left, they are still very concerned about Naruto, who is left behind. You must know that when fighting Uchiha Madara before, people saw huge meteorites falling from the sky. Minato and the others also detected the meteorites separately, but they couldn't find out the specific situation at all. Of course, the point is not the meteorite but the movement that occurred during the Naruto battle. Minato and the others are very clear that fighting with Naruto's level of combat power will definitely produce earth-shattering situations. It is not terrible for such a situation to happen, it is proof that both opponents are alive. In the battle between the two, the most terrifying thing is the silence like this. No one can understand what is really going on in the center of the battlefield. This is what worries Minato the most. Of course, Tsuchikage and the others are also worried. It's just that Minato, Tsunade and Jiraiya are most worried about whether Naruto is safe. As for Tsuchikage, they are worried about whether Naruto can clean up Otsutsuki Kaguya. Advertisement: with Minato and the others returning to the battlefield, the fighting scope of Akatsuki organization has shrunk significantly. Only Sasuke and his gang are still stubbornly resisting. But under the joint efforts of the Five Shadows, defeat is also a matter of time. Looking at the disadvantages of his own side, listening to the news that Uchiha Madara is completely dead, Sasuke has already started to quit. There are only 317 cages on the battlefield now, but Sasuke knows that the most powerful existence among ninjas has not yet appeared. That person is Naruto, who makes Sasuke very afraid. No one understands Naruto more than Sasuke, who grew up with Naruto. You must know that it only took Naruto a short period of time to grow from a crane tail to a terrifying ninja. That period of time can be so fast that Sasuke ignores it, or it can be so fast that Sasuke can't forget it. The fear of being crushed like that had been deeply planted in Sasuke's soul. No matter how hard Sasuke tries, he will think that his current strength is still far behind. Sasuke would never dare to appear in front of Naruto if he couldn't do what Naruto did. Gokuge's return brings back news of Uchiha Madara's death. Although Wukage and the others didn't say who did it. But Sasuke just knows that there is only one person who can destroy Uchiha Madara, and that is the Whirlpool Naruto. It seems that the allied ninja army could not hold on under the attack of Akatsuki, and asked Naruto for help. Now that Naruto has appeared on the battlefield of the Ninja Alliance, he hasn't appeared until now. There must be more important things that have stopped Naruto's footsteps. But with Naruto's ability, it won't be too long to get stuck. Sasuke, who is still fighting now, has already started to quit. Chapter 206: Unable to face Naruto. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement: can't face Naruto. That's the only thing on Sasuke's mind right now. While Sasuke was distracted thinking about Naruto and Otsutsuki Kaguya, who had reached an agreement, appeared in front of Gokage in an instant. The current Ninja Alliance has completely gained the upper hand. Due to Sasuke's restraint, there is no one on the battlefield who needs Wukage to take action. Tsuchikage regained the authority of the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces. Commanded the ninja allied forces to carry out a comprehensive encirclement and suppression of the members of the Akatsuki organization. While giving these orders, Tsuchikage liked the fact that Minato was on hand to assist him. It seemed like that was the only way to hide Tsuchikage's incompetence against Uchiha Madara. Of course Minato doesn't want to care about such an old Tsuchikage, and now he cares most about Naruto, who is far away on the battlefield. While several people were dealing with things, the ninjas outside made a noise accompanied by some blocking voices. Tsuchikage heard a familiar voice in it, and rushed out angrily. Such uproar is a sure sign of the loose discipline of the Sand Shinobi village ninjas. Tsuchikage cannot accept such behavior. The other four shadows heard the call of the ninja in their own village, only Minato was very calm. Because there were no ninjas from Konoha village exclaiming outside. But since the other four shadows had rushed out, it was not an option for Minato to stay in the command post alone, so he followed the four shadows and went out. The first moment he came out, Minato knew why Konoha's ninjas didn't make any noise. Because Minato's gaze was also completely attracted by Naruto, who appeared outside. Advertisement: no one else can be seen in the eyes. Minato looked Naruto up and down a little excitedly, wanting to see if Naruto came back with all his beard and tail. Looking at Naruto, who was so radiant and without a single scar on his body, Minato couldn't help hugging him. Patting Naruto's increasingly broad and solid back, Minato's uneasiness and worries all disappeared with the continuous patting. Tsunade and Jiraiya are the two leading figures of Konoha Village Medical Ninja and Battle Ninja respectively. Now he is leading the ninjas across the battlefield. The appearance of Tsunade continued to give hope to the seriously injured ninjas to survive. Jiraiya is to reinforce where there is a crisis. With the participation of Jiraiya and Tsunade, the casualties of the Ninja Alliance were reduced a lot. After all, not just any ninja can face the immortal Impure World reincarnation personnel. When the ninjas in Konoha village faced Naruto, they all had expressions of admiration on their faces. After all, they also got the exact news, and when the 5 cages were struggling to support, they were about to lose. It was Lord 4th Hokage who called for help from Lord Naruto in time. The moment Naruto-sama appeared, the situation on the battlefield instantly reversed. Uchiha Madara was also wiped out at the hands of Lord Naruto. Not to mention that no one can ignore the split moon in the sky. Although you can't see the heroic figure of Master Naruto, the image of the moon being split in half has been deeply engraved on the hearts of every ninja. When the adults came back, the ninjas curiously asked the adults to confirm whether the situation just now was true. But the faces of the 5 cages were very solemn, announcing that Naruto-sama was fighting a more difficult enemy. Advertisement: the enemy is very powerful, even Master Wukage has to stay away, and Master Lu Wukage's temper is very violent. But such a difficult enemy let Naruto-sama face it alone, which is enough to show Naruto-sama's strength. Although there are still many people who question Naruto-sama's strength, Konoha's ninjas firmly believe that their own Naruto-sama is just as powerful. Faced with such doubts, the ninjas of Konoha village united together to speak out. However, as soon as Naruto came back safely, the doubts were already self-defeating. Tsuchikage and the others were glad to see Naruto come back safely. Otsutsuki Kaguya seems to be defeated by Naruto. But when he saw the familiar figure on the other side, this little luck was gradually frozen by the ice. Kazekage yelled at Naruto. Naruto, what's going on? Don't you understand how dangerous this person is? Why did you bring this person to our base camp? Have you already pledged your allegiance to our enemy? After hearing Kazekage's shout, the ninjas of Sand Shinobi village looked at Naruto with hostility. This is the judgment of their master Kazekage. As a ninja of Sand Shinobi village, we must fully support it. Just when Kazekage wanted to continue to ask Naruto what happened to Otsutsuki Kaguya's appearance, a long bone spur had pierced through Kazekage's chest. Symbiotic ashes. Then the blood flowed out along the bone spur, but did not drip on the ground. The blood had been completely absorbed by Otsutsuki Kaguya's bone spurs. The blood hole on Feng Ying's chest was constantly expanding, and his body gradually disappeared under the attack of the bone spurs, and finally disappeared from people's sight. With Kazekage gone, Otsutsuki Kaguya returned to where he had just stood. No one but Naruto could figure out how Otsutsuki Kaguya made his shots and moved them. Advertisement: to go back to Feng Ying, he can barely be counted as a person in the first echelon of ninja power. But the powerful cage-level figure just disappeared in the hands of the person who just appeared without any resistance. What a terrifying strength. However, the disappearance of Kage also confirmed the authenticity of what Kage said just now. Now the ninjas in Sand Shinobi Village look at Naruto exactly as they look at the enemy. It seems that as long as there is a change in Naruto, the siege will be launched on Naruto in the next moment. Minato naturally also felt the hostility towards Naruto. So Minato worriedly asked Naruto, "Naruto, what's going on? I believe you will not be the one who wants to rebel. What are your plans? Can you explain to your father the current situation, the king's?" Naruto heard Minato's worried concern, and the uncomfortable feeling caused by Kage's indiscriminate questioning just now gradually disappeared. Minato's full confidence made Naruto feel that the agreement he reached with Otsutsuki Kaguya was indeed good. Otsutsuki Kaguya was also very satisfied that Naruto did not stop him just now. The emotion that Kage just had has been completely captured by Otsutsuki Kaguya. But the chakra inside this guy is still very satisfying to Otsutsuki Kaguya. Effectively replenishes chakra energy shout consumed by Otsutsuki Kaguya. So Naruto said slowly to the people waiting for his answer, Hey, can the Yin family stop being so excited? As the person involved, I haven't said anything yet, but it seems that you have gone through the entire process of a conspiracy in your heart. I really don't understand what you people think. Chapter 207 Tsuchikage's question previous chapter next chapter. Advertisement Tsuchikage asked in a deep voice. After all, the strength shown by this man is beyond our imagination. The sudden appearance in front of us now will inevitably cause panic. Under such emotions, it is very understandable for Feng Ying to say what he just said. But I don't understand why Feng Ying's inquiry would trigger this sudden attack. As a member of the Ninja Coalition, you actually watched this Kage kill and remained indifferent. It's hard not to doubt your position. I hope you can give specific instructions. Naruto looked coldly at Tsuchikage asking for reasons from himself, without any sign of asking for advice. It seems that the deterrence given by Otsutsuki Kaguya still can't make these people feel the fear that goes deep into the bone marrow. It was because the existence of Naruto gave these people the confidence to face Otsutsuki Kaguya. But Tsuchikage and the others only know that they have such confidence, and ignore that such confidence comes from Naruto. Naruto thinks it's time for these people to confront their fears. So Naruto said disdainfully, What are you? What right do you have to doubt my position? 710. It seems that if you don't let you see the real powerlessness, you will always maintain such a superior attitude. Hearing Naruto's words, Tsuchikage's face suddenly became very embarrassed. Tsuchikage said to Minato with a bad face, Fourth Hokage, this is your son, the son you said could be entrusted with important responsibilities. Advertisement, that's how he treats our trust. Naruto interrupted the explanation Minato was about to say. Sorry, I didn't feel your trust in me and your attitude. I'm afraid no one has kept absolute trust in me except the ninjas in Konoha village from the very beginning. Since this is the case, there is no need to kidnap me with words like trust. Naruto's words hit the bull's eye, and Kageichi didn't know how to respond to Naruto's actions for a while. Because Tsuchikage did maintain a bias against Naruto from the very beginning. Such prejudice is deeply rooted. How could a senior who thinks he is highly respected trust a talented junior who appears in another village and will definitely affect his status? When Naruto asked Beeb to stay and face the terrifying figure that appeared, Tsuchikage left very simply. In fact, at that moment, the deepest wish in Tsuchikage's heart was that the two of them should die together. As long as Naruto survives safely, Iwagakure will never be able to keep up with Konoha village. Tsuchikage, who has lived for such a long time, fully understands the huge impact that a person like Naruto can bring to a village. Such effects cannot be eliminated and will last for a long time. The will of fire that has been passed down from first Hokage has not disappeared even when Konoha village was most vulnerable. There is no leader who can make a big event in the ninja world who is not a rebellious ninja who came out of Konoha village. No matter how many times it is interrupted, Sleepy Leaf Village can always stand up again as quickly as possible. The last thing Tsuchikage wants such a powerful Naruto to become Konoha's seed like first Hokage. Seeds like Naruto will produce absolutely terrifying fruit. Then Iwagakure would never have the chance to overtake Konoha village again. Advertisement Kage's restlessness gave Tsuchikage the best chance to question Naruto. But in the conversation with Naruto, Tien Ying realized how stupid he was. Taking one's own identity too seriously for a long time has created an irreversible inertia. Naruto and that person can appear here at the same time. There are at least 3 situations. The first situation is that Naruto has been completely subdued by the horror figure that appeared. Such a situation represented the hostile side that Naruto was already on. Just the coercion displayed by the person who appeared in the moon is enough to make people lose their fighting spirit. Not to mention Naruto, who can kill Uchiha Madara on the hostile side. With the combination of the two, the ninja world is probably on the verge of extinction. Tsuchikage really couldn't think of any rivals for such two people in the world. This is what Tsuchikage fears the most right now. The second situation is that neither Naruto nor Otsutsuki Kaguya can do anything to each other. The two were tied, and in order not to engage in unnecessary struggle, the two were going to stop temporarily. The last, and least likely, scenario is that Naruto has completely defeated Otsutsuki Kaguya. The current Otsutsuki Kaguya has completely taken orders from Naruto. Kage's death just now happened with Naruto's acquiescence. It has to be said that Tsuchikage's speculation has included all possible scenarios for Naruto versus Otsutsuki Kaguya. But generally the least likely thing to happen is often the real situation of the event. Advertisement: no matter which situation occurs, the most powerful situation in the ninja world is the second one. To say that Otsutsuki Kaguya has been controlled by Naruto, Tsuchikage absolutely does not believe it. A young man who has lived to be 17 years old is absolutely no match for Otsutsuki Kaguya, who has been sealed for more than 1,000 years. This is how Naruto and Otsutsuki Kaguya plan to present themselves to everyone. You must know that Naruto has predicted everyone's predictions in advance. Wanting to understand the situation he was about to face, Tsuchikage finally lowered his mentality and asked, "Then Naruto, can you explain the current situation?" Understanding the real situation is a very important thing for the current ninja alliance. I hope you can answer for us, please, Naruto. Naruto feels that Tsuchikage is worthy of being an old man who has lived for such a long time, and such emotional control makes Naruto really feel ashamed. But since Tsuchikage has shown his due attitude, Naruto is not willing to care too much. Otsutsuki Kaguya clearly felt Naruto's current thoughts, and felt a little pity. This old man is really too sensitive to danger, just a little bit. Just a little bit, because Jienmu Kaguya can take Shiying's energy as his own, just like killing Kage. It's really a pity. Otsutsuki Kaguya licked his lips unwillingly. Now, it would be fine if an unsavvy person appeared to provoke him, then Naruto would have no reason to stop himself. However, with Feng Ying's lessons learned from the past, although people now have doubts in their hearts. But he didn't dare to question himself in front of Naruto. Chapter 208. The Tsuchikage who killed previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement. Looking at Minato's worried eyes, Naruto thought it would be better for him to explain. Although there is a certain amount of deceit in it, it can reassure those who really care about themselves. That's why Naruto decided to keep a glimmer of hope amidst the sheer terror. After all, when hope and fear go hand in hand, that is the result Naruto wants most. So Naruto finally decided to explain mercifully after admiring everyone's expressions of fear but not daring to show it. Naruto said slowly, "Then let me briefly explain what happened. When I'm left alone to fight, with results that were lucky and not so lucky for you. Fortunately I got tied with this woman named Otsutsuki Kaguya. No one can do anything to anyone, so we can appear in front of everyone at the same time. I believe you all know what a tie means, that is, neither of us can do anything to the other." Hearing Naruto's words, Otsutsuki Kaguya rolled an invisible white eye with his own. This guy Naruto really doesn't blush when he tells lies, he speaks so seriously that Otsutsuki Kaguya almost believes what Naruto said. But looking at Naruto's smiling face, Otsutsuki Kaguya couldn't get rid of the chill in his heart. That punch that shattered space also planted a seed of fear in Otsutsuki Kaguya's heart. Every time I see Naruto smiling and saying incredible things, this seed will grow a little bit. It's just that I don't know how much accumulation will completely transform Otsutsuki Kaguya's thoughts into Naruto's appearance. Naruto ignored Otsutsuki Kaguya's small movements, and with a playful smile swept across the guys who had different expressions after hearing the news. Advertisement. Only Minato's face among these people showed genuine concern for Naruto himself. When Tsuchikage heard Naruto's words, he knew that his guess had come true. It would not be wrong to say that this is the most preferred of the three cases. A world dominated by one person is too scary, and there is less room for manipulation. If there are two strong men who are evenly matched, and there is a check between them, then there will be a chance to provoke. This is the best way to prevent the Konoha family from dominating. Tsuchikage breathed a sigh of relief, and now he has regained his original calm old man appearance. We've already experienced the toughness of Otsutsuki Kaguya, Tsuchikage said. Naruto, you've been able to draw with Otsutsuki Kaguya is totally amazing. It's a very lucky thing for us, you don't have to bear too heavy a burden on yourself, some heavy responsibilities can be shared with us. Naruto didn't expect Tsuchikage to say such a thing. The ninjas present were already very excited by Tsuchikage's words. Who would have known that beneath such righteous words there was an intention to hide evil intentions? The statement of sharing the burden is just to put a high-sounding coat on one's own small thoughts. Fortunately, Tsuchikage didn't know that what he said was also a superficial deception. Naruto wanted to see what Tsuchikage would do next, but he didn't make any extra moves for Tsuchikage's remarks. Sure enough, after seeing that Naruto didn't respond, Tien Ying turned his target to Otsutsuki Kaguya. Advertisement. Tsuchikage said, "Hi, Otsutsuki Kaguya, that's what Naruto called you just now, so I'll just call you that. Since you and Naruto are tied, let's sit down and have a good talk. We can't do anything about each other's words. Talking about it is the best way out. I believe you don't want to be in a state of fighting all the time. Enjoying life well is something that should be done once in a while." Otsutsuki Kaguya listened impatiently to the beeping of the old man in front of him, completely thinking of getting rid of this guy. Obviously she has been completely defeated by Naruto, although she has to obey Naruto's despotic power and agree with Naruto's ideas. But Otsutsuki Kaguya absolutely does not want his failures to be brought up repeatedly. When Tsuchikage brought up Otsutsuki Kaguya and Naruto in favor of a tie, in Otsutsuki Kaguya's view it was tantamount to unraveling the most realistic scars. Otsutsuki Kaguya looked at Naruto nonchalantly, to see if Naruto gave him the command not to kill. But with Naruto, Otsutsuki Kaguya didn't feel anything stopping him. *16. So Otsutsuki Kaguya became excited, and then he could continue to replenish his energy. Relying on the self-healing energy of his own body was still too slow for Otsutsuki Kaguya. A powerful ninja like Tsuchikage is the best target for Otsutsuki Kaguya. Just as Otsutsuki Kaguya lunged, an Anbu who was protecting him from Tsuchikage rushed out. Then it was wiped out by Otsutsuki Kaguya's bone spur. The persistence time is far worse than Fengying. Advertisement. But it is precisely because of such loyal guards that Tsuchikage has a chance of escaping. But Otsutsuki Kaguya will not let go of this big blood pact that can replenish energy. It is so easy for Naruto not to stop it now. What if he changes his mind after 10 minutes of delay? 0. Otsutsuki Kaguya continued to attack Tsuchikage before Naruto stopped him. Tsuchikage was naturally shocked and frightened to see his trusted guard disappearing into the hands of Otsutsuki Kaguya. In the rapid attack of Otsutsuki Kaguya, Tsuchikage also ignored the fear of Otsutsuki Kaguya's strength. If Tsuchikage shows any signs of backing off at this point, it's a terrifying build for Iwagakure. If the strongest person in a village runs away in the face of an attacking enemy, then there is no reason to believe that this adult will protect and return his village. So in the face of Otsutsuki Kaguya's attack, Tsuchikage could not back down and did not dare to back down. Naruto stood aside and watched the one-sided abuse, and had no intention of making a move. Fengying alone is enough to kill chickens to make an example of monkeys. Naruto didn't intend for Tsuchikage to follow in Kage's footsteps, but he didn't intend for Kage to retreat unscathed either. It seems that Kage's demonstration just now was not enough, and it didn't make Tsuchikage really face his fear. Next, a little lesson should be given to those who are disobedient. Otsutsuki Kaguya's bone spur was simply no one to block around. Even kunai temporarily withstood the attack of the bone spur. But don't forget that the length and shape of the spurs are controlled by Otsutsuki Kaguya at will. The suddenly elongated bone spurs would directly pierce through the head gate of the ninja on the opposite side. Chapter 209. The Power of Otsutsuki Kaguya. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Even in the war, the casualties of such hidden guards did not reach such a tragic level. These people are constantly sacrificed to protect Tsuchikage's line. Tsuchikage didn't just sit back and watch this situation, he just brewed his own big move in the opportunity of the Dark Guard fighting with his life. The current Tsuchikage is reluctant to ask Naruto for help. In the situation of fewer people just now, Tsuchikage can leave Naruto alone to face Otsutsuki Kaguya without hesitation. That's because Wukage was the only person present, and there was no one who didn't understand the consequences of making such a choice. And everyone believes that their choices will not be seen by the people in the village. After all, this is the best option in a crisis situation. But such a choice cannot be made in full view, because such a choice violates the vows that each village has always been behind in education. The rebellious 330 in various villages is not a heinous person. It was because they discovered the real situation under the oath in the village. The ninja who cannot accept the fact that the real situation violates the oath he has always believed in will resolutely defect from the village to practice the belief he has always insisted on. Such ninjas are all people who can think for themselves. The village is too afraid of such a situation, so Tsuchikage, who is an example, feels that he needs to face a strong enemy at this time. After that, you can call for help if you can't fight, but if you don't even fight, you will call for help. Then I don't know how much rebellion will appear in the future Iwagakure. At that time, Iwagakure will not be the opponent of Konoha village at all. Advertisement. Just because of the existence of Naruto in Konoha village, there is already a trend destined to rise. That's why Tsuchikage took the risk to court Otsutsuki Kaguya. But what puzzled Tsuchikage was that he himself didn't say anything too extreme. Tsuchikage clearly felt that just after he finished what seemed ordinary, Otsutsuki Kaguya suddenly launched a murderous intent towards him. I don't know where this killing intent came from. However, during this period of delay, Tsuchikage's ultimate move was finally brewing. A thicker beam of light than in the previous 5 cage wars shot straight at Otsutsuki Kaguya. Tsuchikage's attack perfectly caught the gap between Otsutsuki Kaguya's attack and hit Otsutsuki Kaguya with sheer speed. Looking at the figure hit by the beam, Tsuchikage gasped continuously. There was a faint hope and ecstasy in Tsuchikage's heart at this moment. Tsuchikage also did not expect Otsutsuki Kaguya to be hit so easily. Sure enough, you shouldn't shrink back because of momentary fear before. So it seems that this woman who was easily hit is not as powerful as imagined. It seems that I am still young. However, as the beam of light gradually disappeared, this kind of secret joy froze on Tsuchikage's face. Because as the beam of light began to fade, the undamaged figure of Otsutsuki Kaguya appeared in front of everyone again. Mizukage and Reikage exclaim at the same time, that guy called Otsutsuki Kaguya is absorbing energy from ninjutsu. The ninjutsu attacks we launch cannot cause damage to this guy at all, and will only continue to replenish the opponent with Nangwang. How is it possible that ninjutsu attacks are ineffective against this guy? The ninjutsu issued by Tsuchikage has been fully absorbed by Otsutsuki Kaguya. Then Otsutsuki Kaguya rushed towards Tsuchikage with a gleaming bone spur in his hand. Advertisement. Tsuchikage also wants to avoid Otsutsuki Kaguya's attack by dodging. But one step ahead of Otsutsuki Kaguya's bone spurs was Otsutsuki Kaguya's hair. It couldn't seal Naruto's hair, but at this moment, it blocked all the surroundings where Tsuchikage wanted to move. Unable to move, Tsuchikage could only watch helplessly as the bone spur rushed towards him. Powerless Tsuchikage could only raise his arms as a last-ditch effort. The bone spur pierced Tsuchikage's palm without accident. Otsutsuki Kaguya has a greedy look in his eyes. After stabbing, you can start to enjoy your own delicious meal. At this moment, a cold light cut Otsutsuki Kaguya's long hair, blocking Otsutsuki Kaguya's further bone spurs. Then Otsutsuki Kaguya saw Naruto's reluctant face. Naruto doesn't actually interrupt the initiative. But helplessly, a father with a strong sense of justice couldn't hold back and wanted to make a move. Naruto is a little unconvinced. Why can't Minato learn from Reikage and Mizukage? Although the two people had anxious expressions on their faces, they didn't intend to do anything at all. As expected of the leader in the village, as long as the environment is a little safer. I will never stop thinking about planning for my own village. It would be great if Minato could just watch from the sidelines like this. But Minato is not that kind of person after all, and if he was that kind of person, he might not be able to get the current maintenance of Naruto. So humans are really a very contradictory creature. Just when Minato couldn't help but want to make a move, Naruto made a move before Minato. After all, Naruto has no doubts about Minato's ability to judge the incident. If Minato makes a move, Otsutsuki Kaguya, under Naruto's warning in advance, will not dare to kill Minato. Advertisement. It would have been fine if Otsutsuki Kaguya and Tsuchikage hadn't done it, because Otsutsuki Kaguya's release of water was not easy to notice. But everything is afraid of comparison. With Minato's intelligence, as long as he fights, he will find something is wrong. In this way, Naruto's secret plan will definitely be discovered. Naruto didn't know why, and he didn't want Minato to know the truth anyway. I don't know if he was afraid to face Minato's reaction after knowing the truth. Since I don't want to know, I tried my best to avoid discovering the truth before letting Minato know. So Naruto prevented Otsutsuki Kaguya from completely eliminating Tsuchikage before Minato could make a move. Originally, Naruto was just planning to teach Tsuchikage a small lesson. It is enough to have a sand shinobi village without a leader. If another village falls into such a state, subsequent turmoil will not be rare. After all, Naruto thinks he is a person who loves peace 0.8 very much. Tsuchikage looked at Naruto, who appeared in front of him in shock, and never thought that Naruto would be willing to rescue him at this time. But against Naruto's Otsutsuki Kaguya, he felt very dissatisfied. Obviously, he didn't find any intention to stop himself in Naruto before. But just when he wanted to enjoy the energy, Naruto jumped out. This situation made Otsutsuki Kaguya, who had reached an agreement with Naruto, very dissatisfied. Naruto's move was seen by Otsutsuki Kaguya as a breach of agreement. Otsutsuki Kaguya, who had just absorbed the full blows of Kazekage and Tsuchikage, overwhelmed his fear with dissatisfaction when faced with Naruto, who violated the agreement. Otsutsuki Kaguya wants to fight this guy in front of him now. Maybe the current self can be this guy's opponent. Chapter 210 Tsuchikage Broken Arm Previous chapter Next chapter. Advertisement You can't feel pain without a fist hitting your body. Otsutsuki Kaguya, who was full of energy, showed a hint of enthusiasm when facing Naruto. Naruto also fully understands the consequences of having Otsutsuki Kaguya with him. Although the seeds of fear have been planted, as long as Naruto reveals the slightest flaw in the process. Just get a bite from the Otsutsuki Kaguya. But Naruto will not show his weakness towards Otsutsuki Kaguya. Naruto blocked Otsutsuki Kaguya's attack, feeling the sometimes violent and sometimes peaceful energy on the spur. At this time, Otsutsuki Kaguya was hesitating whether he should take advantage of Naruto's weakness at this moment and attack Naruto with one move. Naruto, however, was expecting Otsutsuki Kaguya to strike at him. This will definitely deepen the impression of fear and hope among the ninjas. After hesitating for a long time, Otsutsuki Kaguya, who had absorbed all of Kazekage's energy and Tsuchikage's fatal blow, finally gained the upper hand. While Naruto blocked the bone spur in one hand, the other hand also held a bone spur and quickly inserted it towards Naruto. Seeing such a situation, Minato exclaimed from behind, "Naruto, watch out for the sides." After the bloody lesson just now, no one dares to underestimate the bone spur in Otsutsuki Kaguya's hand. After all, whoever gets involved will die, and the only surviving Tsuchikage is because of Naruto's help. At this moment, Minato realized what a terrible opponent they had just left to Naruto to deal with alone. Advertisement Naruto was able to draw with such a strong player without being hurt, it was a blessing in misfortune. Naruto uses the same ninjutsu to attach a layer of bone armor to his arm to deal with Otsutsuki Kaguya's stormy attack. The bones of Naruto and Otsutsuki Kaguya clashed harshly. Such a voice is really itchy and unbearable. Even if the ears were covered, the sound entered the ears of the ninjas everywhere. Some weaker ninjas even felt that their bones were being attacked after hearing the sound of the attack. The pain that went deep into the bone marrow was so unbearable that these ninjas couldn't stand it and passed out. At this moment, the figures of Naruto and Otsutsuki Kaguya are so fast that there are only two afterimages left in black and white. Wherever the two afterimages said, they all produced huge destructive power. When the two fought against each other, they could no longer take into account the surrounding environment. At this moment, Raikage and Minato have become the current rescue kings with their extremely fast speed. After watching the ninja he rescued express his thanks to him, he then looked at the afterimage who couldn't see the figure clearly with a look of reverence. Minato and Raikage felt completely ignored for the first time. However, it is precisely because Naruto can become an opponent to contain Otsutsuki Kaguya, so the casualties of the ninja alliance will not expand. It is only natural that the ninjas regard Naruto as a hero. However, Otsutsuki Kaguya, who played against Naruto, was not in such a good mood. Unbreakable, no matter how many times you attack, there is no way to break Naruto's unsightly defense. Otsutsuki Kaguya has clearly felt the difference between Naruto and when he first played against himself. In the beginning of the fight, Naruto's spurs and Otsutsuki Kaguya's spurs would cancel each other out. Advertisement Each contact said disappearing bone spurs will aggravate the depletion of chakra in the body. But now that thin layer of bone armor has become an impenetrable obstacle no matter what. Otsutsuki Kaguya also tried using bone spurs as armor on his body. But far from having the same effect as Naruto. Naruto's light attack can completely destroy the defense made by Otsutsuki Kaguya. After 10,000 years of being alone, Otsutsuki Kaguya felt pain for the first time. When Naruto fought Otsutsuki Kaguya just now, he used the same attack to counteract. But at the moment Naruto doesn't intend to do this anymore, he must show his absolute strength in order to deter Otsutsuki Kaguya, a guy with an immortal heart. Otsutsuki Kaguya finally calmed down after Naruto knocked Otsutsuki Kaguya into the air again with his fist. After the smoke cleared, a large crater appeared where Otsutsuki Kaguya had been knocked down. Otsutsuki Kaguya stood quietly at the bottom of the pit, not going to continue attacking Naruto. This growth rate is simply too terrifying. Otsutsuki Kaguya feels it clearly, as long as he doesn't stop. The next time Naruto attacks, he will definitely poke a blood hole in his body. With so many people, Otsutsuki Kaguya didn't intend to show his embarrassed side. Since it cannot be defeated, joining is the best choice. Otsutsuki Kaguya feels that he is still very capable of recognizing reality. Looking at Otsutsuki Kaguya, who stood still and did not intend to make any further moves, the surrounding ninjas gradually surrounded him. Then Naruto fell back to the ground from the air, looking at Otsutsuki Kaguya at the bottom of the pit from the edge of the pit. Advertisement: hopefully the lessons from this one will keep this guy in peace for a long time. But no matter how many challenges there are in the future, Naruto can accept them all. Tsuchikage clutched his wrapped wound, on which he could vaguely see the soaked bloodline. Not without medical ninjas stepping up to help Tsuchikage heal. But the strange thing is that no matter how these medical ninjas input chakra, it has no effect. It couldn't even help Tsuchikage stop the bleeding. For this, Tsuchikage scolded me very much. As Naruto timed his shot, Tsuchikage's entire arm was completely swallowed. The wound can't even touch any ups and downs. The wound was covered with the energy of Otsutsuki Kaguya, although only a tiny bit remained, but it was this energy that prevented the wound from healing. The amount of energy in the medical ninjutsu performed by ordinary medical ninjas is completely swallowed by these energies. There is no way to activate the self-healing ability of the cells in Tsuchikage's body. Unless there is a stronger chakra that can destroy the energy attached to the wound. Otherwise Tsuchikage's wound would bleed all the time. Tsuchikage said to Naruto with a full face of resentment, "Your Excellency Naruto, it is far from the time to stop now. Since Otsutsuki Kaguya has been defeated by you, you can take advantage of the victory and pursue it." While saying these words, Tianying felt the physical deformity and pain. Completely forgetting that Otsutsuki Kaguya attacked him in the first place only because Tsuchikage approached him inappropriately. If it wasn't for Minato's imminent shot, Naruto didn't feel the need to make a shot at all. Chapter 211. Do you know the meaning of Tai? Previous chapter? Next chapter advertisement. Naruto sighed and said, "Since I'm talking about making a move, I have to emphasize the importance of listening to what others have to say. I always thought that people have ears to listen to others, not to vent their anger. May I ask if Master Tsuchikage really listened to me just now?" Tsuchikage looked at the playful smile on Naruto's face with a guilty conscience, feeling very guilty. He knows very well what kind of mentality he has when approaching Otsutsuki Kaguya. The idea was to pull Otsutsuki Kaguya to his side so that Iwagakure would have the power zone to fight Konoha village. The only thing Tsuchikage didn't expect was that Otsutsuki Kaguya would be very determined to shoot himself. And Tsuchikage himself was saved by Naruto. So much so that Tsuchikage can't have an attitude other than gratitude to Naruto at all now. After all, the scene where Naruto just rescued Hokage is still vivid in my memory. If Tsuchikage speaks ill to Naruto at this time, then Tsuchikage's revered image would be greatly devalued. So Tsuchikage knew that Naruto was mocking him, but he had to maintain a good relationship with Naruto. A smile appeared on Tsuchikage's slightly stiff face. "Your Excellency Naruto, I fully understand what you just said. The purpose of my words is to stop the fighting. You and Otsutsuki Kaguya are very powerful ninjas. You also see the destructive power created by the two of you playing against each other. So it would be great if we could coexist peacefully. Unfortunately, judging from the situation just now, the old man's painstaking efforts are really in vain." Advertisement. The old man also took his own arm for this. After listening to Tsuchikage's words, all the ninjas in Iwagakure behind Tsuchikage looked at Tsuchikage with bright eyes. Naruto also admired the old man's ability to turn black and white. To be able to wash away one's dark thoughts clearly, and to be respected by everyone. In the end, I showed off my missing arm, making it seem like I made a huge sacrifice in order to put in effort. Naruto admires this ability very much. Naruto snorted lightly with no clear meaning. In this way, Your Excellency Tsuchikage has indeed made a great contribution, which is really admirable. I will definitely learn from Lord Tsuchikage in the future. Although Tsuchikage was unhappy, he still had to respond with a smile. Where is the contribution made by His Excellency Naruto? So, is Lord Naruto ready? Naruto asked suspiciously, what do I need to prepare? Tsuchikage was stunned for a moment, but continued, it's about Otsutsuki Kaguya at the bottom of the pit. Get rid of her in one go, and I will command the allied ninja army to assist Lord Naruto. Naruto said helplessly, old man, I was a little suspicious when you said you understood what I said just now. Now I wonder if you really understand what white hits means? Tie, I fought against that person and it was a tie. Do you know what tie means? It's the two of us who can't help each other, and the one is called a tie. After listening to Naruto's words, Tsuchikage finally understood what Naruto meant by the luck in misfortune. Naruto has already demonstrated the lucky outcome of a tie. Advertisement that is, although it was too late to save Kazekage, Tsuchikage was saved at the cost of an arm. Although the price of Tsuchikage is his own to pay. But Tsuchikage is absolutely convinced that if Naruto hadn't made a move just now, then he would not have escaped the fate of Shadow. The overwhelming strands of hair blocked all of Tsuchikage's escape routes like a spider dealing with its prey caught in its web. Tsuchikage couldn't have escaped without Naruto. Tsuchikage at this moment also understands the misfortune of a tie. That's when Otsutsuki Kaguya launched an attack that Naruto wasn't quite able to stop in time. Just like the disappearing Fengying and his own dark guard. Two people who can't help each other can hold each other is what Tsuchikage has always hoped to happen most. But at this moment, when the facts were in front of his eyes, Tsuchikage couldn't help feeling a chill down his spine. No matter where two people set their battlefield, they will bring earth-shattering changes to the surrounding environment. Just like the land in front of us, it was originally flat enough to camp. After Naruto and Otsutsuki Kaguya played against each other, it became a devastated situation. There are not a few people that Naruto can save, but I am afraid that the amount of damage caused will be more. This is what happens with a tie. Only then did Tsuchikage realize what a stupid thing he had just done. Looking at Naruto's smiling face, I'm afraid this perverted child has already seen his mind. Tsuchikage frantically turned his gaze away to Naruto. Now Tsuchikage doesn't know how to face the smiling Naruto. Otsutsuki Kaguya slowly floats from the bottom of the pit into the air while Naruto talks to Tsuchikage. Advertisement then it floated to a place not far from Naruto under the panicked eyes of everyone. There was an instant emptiness between Naruto and Otsutsuki Kaguya. Staying with Naruto, Minato is the only one who is afraid of Otsutsuki Kaguya hurting Naruto. Otsutsuki Kaguya looked at Naruto's face with a slightly complicated look. I really can't understand this guy. Let's say this guy doesn't want to protect the ninja. When Otsutsuki Kaguya broke through the seal and was about to make a big fuss, Naruto joined the battle alone. But what about the deal with Otsutsuki Kaguya that this guy wants to protect the ninjas? Just now, Naruto is fully capable of saving the Anbu who were killed and even the guy named Kazekage. Otsutsuki Kaguya was ready to guard against Naruto's attack, but did not see Naruto make any move. But when facing this old man whom Naruto doesn't like at all, Good Li Jiao, Naruto is willing to stay with this man's life. Looking at Tsuchikage's bloody sleeve, Otsutsuki Kaguya felt a pity. As long as Naruto is a little later, these energies are his own. While staring at the energy in Tsuchikage's body, Yoruichi couldn't help thinking about what Naruto said just now. It is not easy to be able to say the word from Naruto's mouth. After all, Otsutsuki Kaguya was overwhelmed by Naruto. Naruto said, Tai also has a very strong spirit. For some reason, Otsutsuki Kaguya feels that the same word has different feelings when spoken by different people. Speaking from the mouth of the old man in Tsuchikage, Otsutsuki Kaguya felt an aura of embarrassment turning into anger. But from Naruto's mouth, Otsutsuki Kaguya felt the secret joy of his own strength being recognized. This is probably the double standard that people often say. Chapter 212 Raikage confronts Otsutsuki Kaguya. Previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement. Naruto continued. I hope you guys don't do things that provoke Otsutsuki Kaguya. Otherwise, even I might not be able to save you in the first place. As the only one who can be the opponent of Otsutsuki Kaguya. Let me take Otsutsuki Kaguya as the safest option for everyone. If we separate, I don't know what irreversible consequences will happen. Everyone agree to my suggestion. Hearing Naruto's words, Tsuchikage and the others turned their attention to Otsutsuki Kaguya. Would this person really agree with Naruto's suggestion? After appearing, Otsutsuki Kaguya finally spoke in front of the crowd for the first time. As soon as you open your mouth, it brings a very cool feeling. Otsutsuki Kaguya said, my original intention was to turn all of you greedy humans into white Zetsu. Let there be no more human beings in the world, and become the only planet that belongs to me. You ants are constantly intriguing, constantly launching wars, and bloody incidents continue to occur. The thing you are best at is taking away important things from others for your own ambitions. Hear Otsutsuki 403 Kaguya speak about his original purpose. Tsuchikage and the others were drenched in cold sweat. If Naruto hadn't blocked Otsutsuki Kaguya, the result in Otsutsuki Kaguya's mouth would have come true. Otsutsuki Kaguya continued, but for some reason, you ants always have very good luck. Whenever I want to destroy, someone will always come out to save you. Advertisement, I'm now hooked up with this guy named Naruto. Otsutsuki Kaguya paused, feeling that the next words were very difficult to say. But seeing Naruto's smiling face, Otsutsuki Kaguya continued, it's a tie. No one can do anything to anyone. It took a lot of energy to deal with him before I knocked him down. So you were safe for now. Then, in the following days, please pray to your heart's content. Pray that nothing will happen to that guy. If that day comes, it will be the day when you will all be wiped out by me. Naruto was still a little surprised to hear Otsutsuki Kaguya say that. Although Naruto's learning ability can be called pervert, but Otsutsuki Kaguya's learning ability is also good. What you just said is indeed very level. The effect after speaking has been clearly seen on the faces of all the ninjas. Different degrees of fear appeared in everyone's eyes. Letting Naruto, the only one who can deal with Otsutsuki Kaguya, take him away is really the best option. Just when several leaders struggled and made a difficult decision, the voice of Otsutsuki Kaguya sounded again. Are the ants still delusional about restricting God's actions? My eyes can see into your filthy souls, you can't hide your thoughts from me at all, and you can see helplessness at a glance. I can follow Naruto because there is always a short break in a close battle. I can also completely destroy your habitat in the battle with that guy. Hope you wise ones make the best choices. Advertisement. Because I want the right to completely rule the ninja world. Originally Tsuchikage they had decided to agree to let Naruto take Otsutsuki Kaguya away. Otsutsuki Kaguya is right. The place where Naruto and Otsutsuki Kaguya gather is indeed the most dangerous place. Anytime, anywhere, you have to bear the danger caused by the confrontation between the two. The benefits brought by this are certainly enviable, but the accompanying dangers are even more frightening. But Otsutsuki Kaguya's last words really hit my ears. I don't know how to get this result. Why Otsutsuki Kaguya is different from others. BIEC. When I have an opponent, why do I still have the confidence to say that I want to rule the world? What a strange brain circuit this is. Tsuchikage dare not speak freely because of the experience just now. Raikage, who had not expressed his opinion at this time, finally stood up. Impossible. If you want to rule the ninja world, I will definitely not agree. Don't forget, there are people in the ninja world that you can't deal with. With his existence, you will never be allowed to do whatever you want in our ninja world. Otsutsuki Kaguya stared at Raikage coldly. Please don't get me wrong. The guy the first can't handle is a guy named Uzumaki Naruto, not you. I don't need much effort to deal with you. During the last few words, Otsutsuki Wei Yiming lowered his head, then suddenly charged at Raikage. Raikage is significantly closer to Otsutsuki Kaguya than Naruto. When Otsutsuki Kaguya launched an attack, Naruto was too late to come to the rescue, which is very reasonable. Advertisement. In Naruto's view, Otsutsuki Kaguya's right to rule the ninja world is like getting the right to rule himself. Originally, Naruto was a very domineering person. For people who are not seen by Naruto and dare to challenge Naruto's authority, Naruto will never soften his heart towards these people. That's right, Naruto now regards the ruling power of the ninja world as his own, that's how confident he is. Naruto deliberately slowed down his rescue, and then Otsutsuki Kaguya appeared directly in front of Raikage. Although the speed at which Naruto slows down is already very fast in the eyes of others. Raikage, who faced Otsutsuki Kaguya, finally understood why Kage and Tsuchikage were broken in this person's hands. Because when faced with the bone spur attack, Raikage desperately told himself to move. But Raikage's body was trembling constantly as he faced Sora. Simply unable to keep up with the movement of Raikage's mind, Raikage hit the energy to resist the coercion and attached a layer of lightning armor to his body. But this time the lightning armor lost its previous shining luster. The previous thunder and lightning armor had a very strong defensive ability at first glance. But the current one makes people doubt its defensibility because it looks really unsafe. Raikage also had a feeling of being topped by death, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw Naruto rushing towards him. If you estimate the distance, it may be too late to rush to your place. Raikage was a little desperate, and kept talking about controlling his emotions. But I don't know why I didn't hold back just now, and at the last moment I provoked someone who couldn't be provoked. It is clearly a result that can be discussed together, but even Tsuchikage did not express his opinion. Only when he jumped out, he had to face such a situation. Chapter 213. The Purpose of Dominating Everything. Previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement. Raikage looked at the bone spur close at hand, gave up the last struggle, and closed his eyes. The moment he closed his eyes, what he thought was that if he still had the chance, he would never jump out and be the first person to object. Everyone is the commander in the village, even if they don't understand each other's thoughts and intentions at the moment. But after thinking about it carefully, it becomes very clear, the intention of the other party. Human beings are such contradictory creatures, always holding endless curiosity about unknown things. Under such curiosity, the danger hidden below is always ignored. Without the corresponding strength, there should be no such death at all. By the time he reacted, he had already sent himself into the gaping mouth of death. Suddenly Raikage felt a pain in his lower back. The location of this pain is wrong. Otsutsuki Wei Yiming obviously attacked from the opposite side of him. When did he get behind him? But since the attack arrived, he would disappear like Kage. It is almost impossible to survive like Tsuchikage, because the location of the attack is different. But feeling the sharp pain in his lower back all the time, Raikage opened his eyes suspiciously. Then I saw the familiar sky, and my body was in a state of weightlessness. Soon Raikage reacted, and flexibly changed his landing posture when he was about to fall to the ground. After landing, Raikage touched his lower back. The painful wound was covered with bloodline. Raikage quickly looked up at Otsutsuki Kaguya, and he survived, so what is Raikage in front of Otsutsuki Kaguya? Then Raikage saw Otsutsuki Kaguya's bone spur go into that Raikage's head. Then the attacked Raikage becomes a kunai. Advertisement. Now this kunai has been held by Otsutsuki Kaguya. The bloodline above shows that it was through this kunai's body replacement technique that Raikage was saved from Otsutsuki Kaguya's attack. Which adult made the shot? It must be Naruto without a doubt. Among the people present, only Naruto has such speed and strength. The rescued Raikage appeared in front of everyone again. Looking at Otsutsuki Kaguya, the anger just now was gone. After walking the boundary between life and death, Ying completely changed his mind. Konoha village will not be devastated because of Naruto. But it would be bad if Cloud Shinobi village was attacked. Just like just now, if Naruto's rescue is not in time, then Raikage has absolutely no chance to see the sky again. Raikage took a deep look at Tsuchikage. Tsuchikage has always had his own little thoughts, but he just fell silent after being attacked. It seems that they need to seriously think about their own positioning, and recognize their own strength and position. Just when Raikage was about to say something, Tsuchikage spoke up first. The dignified expression on his face seemed to have made up his mind. Then we have doubts about your desire to rule the world, Tsuchikage said. It's not impossible for us to talk about world domination. But we must find out what your purpose is. If you rule the ninja world, it is to enslave us to your heart's content. Then even if we all risk our lives, we won't let you achieve your goal. Advertisement. Tsuchikage spoke very righteously, with the determination to come to an end in his tone. If you ignore Tsuchikage standing behind Naruto, I really think Ganying is not afraid of death. Otsutsuki Kaguya watched as Naruto allowed the guys to stand behind him and knew that the next random attack would be impossible. So Otsutsuki Kaguya said, I think the idea I just expressed is very clear. I'm tired of the constant fights between you. The fight started many years ago, after my 2 sons were born. Then in order to protect the so-called descendants, my 2 sons sealed me up for 10,000 years. During such a long time, I thought about what to do to avoid fighting forever. The way I came out was to wipe you all out. It's a pity that the road to elimination was not smooth, and we encountered a difficult roadblocker. At that time, I derived another idea. Since you can't be wiped out, let there be only one voice left in this world. The meaning in Otsutsuki Kaguya's words sounds familiar to everyone for some reason. Tsuchikage suddenly remembered when the ninja village was first established. Asking for flowers. A battle between the first generation of Hokage and Uchiha Madara, who co-founded Konoha village, due to a disagreement of ideas. The idea held by Senju Hashirama is to let everyone understand and help each other in the way of one village, one country. Senju Hashirama, who won the battle, distributed the 9-tailed beasts evenly among the 5 powers. Let the strength of the 5 major countries balance each other. At that time, peace was indeed maintained for a period of time, because everyone was very convinced of Senju Hashirama's strength and charisma. Advertisement Naruto, however, does not share Senju Hashirama's philosophy of peace. In this regard, Naruto fully agrees with Uchiha Madara's philosophy. That is, when you only have one voice, you can truly have peace. Because Senju Hashirama's so-called peace requires an extremely strong sense of self to bind. Without strong strength, Konoha was coveted by other villages. The ninja world is once again at war. Local wars continue to expand and gradually evolved into wars between countries. The situation envisioned by Senju Hashirama is simply not going to happen. The number of deaths is increasing. The Hyuga family was designed by Cloud Shinobi village. There is only one way to solve the war, that is, a unified system can truly maintain world peace. Naruto felt that if Uchiha Madara's suggestion was followed, the ninja world would be unified early. Then there will be no small countries that perish, and there will be no war orphans like Nagato. So Naruto decided to join forces with Otsutsuki Kaguya to make this current ninja world his own. Otsutsuki Kaguya is the ostensible ruler, and Naruto only appears as the overseer. But the person who actually controls the ninja world is Naruto. After digesting a huge amount of information, Minato asked Otsutsuki Kaguya his own question. What will happen when there is only one voice left? When Minato asked this question, he already vaguely had an answer in his mind. As the 4th Hokage of Konoha village, Minato knows a lot about the secrets of the previous village. In fact, after Minato became Hokage, he also discovered the disadvantages of the 5 major powers model. But before Minato had time to make a change, Minato dedicated his life to protect the village. Chapter 214 Finishing work. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Everyone was nervous about what Otsutsuki Kaguya would say next. I can't fight again and again, and I can't convince the opponent. The feeling that everything can only be decided by fate is too difficult. Otsutsuki Kaguya said, I have not gained world domination for the enjoyment of status. But whatever I want, I can get it with my own strength. The chakra energy in your body has a little effect on me. I have been given the right to rule for one purpose, and that is to completely prevent war from happening again in this world. As long as I exist, there will be no more fights in the world. If someone dares to violate it, then I don't mind having a devastating battle with that guy. Whoever dares to start a war, then I will kill him. Hearing what Otsutsuki Wei said about 040 night, everyone agreed with it vaguely for some reason. The damage caused by war is too painful. Someone will choose to give up hatred in pain, and a person will die in pain. But there are also people who lost themselves in the pain and couldn't get out of it in their whole life. When you hurt others, you also hurt yourself. Of course, those who survived have been considered very lucky. More people lost their lives silently in the war. On the wilderness full of corpses, there are all painful wailings. It is hard to say that such a result is not due to too many forces in the ninja world. It is precisely because of the separation of powers that any country with some strength is unwilling to lag behind others. Advertisement. However, in this kind of battle, the most fierce competition is still the 5 major countries with tailed beasts. While Otsutsuki Kaguya was speaking, Insutsuki Kaguya slightly used his Rinnegan to give some psychological hints to everyone present. With Naruto on hand, Otsutsuki Kaguya didn't overdo it. This kind of influence is only a little introduction to the thoughts of ninjas. Ask them to think about the possibility of only one voice in a genin world. Now that the consequences of separation of powers have been tried, it is time to find another day that can guarantee peace. Naruto didn't stop Otsutsuki Kaguya's move, because Naruto felt that the current situation was very good. At least Otsutsuki Kaguya is still willing to treat the ninjas in a slightly gentler way for his own sake. You must know that in the original plot, Otsutsuki Kaguya was not so gentle at all. Immediately after Otsutsuki Kaguya eliminated Uchiha Madara, Infinite Tsukuyomi was launched. The entire ninja world was shrouded in a strange light. Except for a few survivors, everyone else was shrouded in the weight of illusion. Although in the end, under the halo of the protagonist, Otsutsuki Kaguya was sealed again. However, the original Hokage world also paid a painful price in exchange for the final piece. Too many people died in the course of the battle. Fortunately, Naruto appeared. Many tragedies were avoided. Just like Jiraiya, who is rushing back from afar now. Immediately behind Jiraiya is Tsunade. The battle has entered the finishing work, and there is no need for these two people to take action at present. When they heard that Otsutsuki Kaguya and Naruto appeared at the same time, the two rushed back anxiously. Advertisement Jiraiya and Tsunade, who rushed back, did not miss what Otsutsuki Kaguya said. Otsutsuki Kaguya's voice is not too high, even talking with you face to face. But it is clear so that people within a certain range can hear clearly. Tsunade and Jiraiya were guided by Otsutsuki Kaguya by coincidence. Tsunade took over the Hokage position despite being very reluctant for the safety of Konoha village. Jiraiya is constantly traveling around the world to conduct investigations. Both of them contribute their power to something called guardianship. In the experience of two people, we have also seen many tragedies happen. Before Naruto appeared, the most important people to Tsunade all lost their lives in the war. Tsunade was once immersed in the pain of the past and couldn't get out. Naruto is the salvation that brought Tsunade out of pain. Because too many miracles appeared on Naruto's body. It is such a miracle that gradually makes Tsunade hopeful for the future. Thoughts of those who have suffered under the guidance of Otsutsuki Kaguya are easily influenced. The two followed the crowd and began to think about the feasibility of Otsutsuki Kaguya's proposal. In fact, it cannot be called a suggestion, the most accurate adjective is called a threat. After the influence effect that Otsutsuki Kaguya hinted at disappeared, everyone didn't know why there was even a little agreement with such a threat. But such recognition ninjas dare not speak out. They all felt that among the people present, they were the only ones who had such thoughts. In the face of the decentralized system that has been implemented for so many years, such a unified right to speak is indeed an unimaginable thing. Advertisement Raikage and Tsuchikage have already suffered a major blow in the fight against Otsutsuki Kaguya and have lost the ability to think to make decisions. And now the one who can stand up and make some decisions is Minato. The eyes of all the ninjas turn to Minato, hoping that Lord Hokage could give some advice or orders. Minato also knows the complexity of the situation. But Minato is very clear that the reason why everyone is looking at his decision now is because Naruto gave him confidence. So Minato said, "We need to discuss your suggestion and make a collective decision. I hope you can give us some time, these are big things that affect the ninja world." Originally, Otsutsuki Kaguya was very upset because of the long silence. You know, Otsutsuki Kaguya feels that the advice he is giving now is very loose. Even 0.7 Naruto has already agreed, I don't know what these ants are hesitating about. Originally Otsutsuki Kaguya was ready. Next, no matter which guy speaks out, as long as it is someone who disagrees with his suggestion. Otsutsuki Kaguya decided to take this man's life and didn't mind deepening their fear a bit. In Otsutsuki Kaguya's prediction, Tsuchikage and Raikage are most likely to speak. But unexpectedly, it was Minato who spoke. This is the person Naruto warned Otsutsuki Kaguya not to do at all. Otsutsuki Kaguya nodded towards Minato despite all his reluctance. Minato was very nervous after speaking. Minato completely saw what happened to Feng Tulei Sankage before. The three have a common characteristic, that is, they are fatally attacked after accosting Otsutsuki Kaguya. Chapter 215 Ninja World Conference Previous chapter Next chapter. Advertisement Seeing that Otsutsuki Kaguya nodded in agreement, and had no intention of shooting himself. Minato felt so tense waiting for an answer in all his life. So Minato said, "So that's how things are now, everyone's destiny is in their own hands. I think we need to have another meeting, let's talk about what we're going to do next." After speaking, Minato took the lead and walked towards the command post of the Ninja Alliance. Mizukage and Raikage followed without hesitation. Tsuchikage didn't know why he stood there and didn't make any move. Naruto had no intention of following up either. Naruto thinks that these people are smart enough, and there are many existences that cannot be lost or let go. For what you want to protect, I believe these people will make the right choice. Naruto felt that he already knew the outcome of this discussion completely even if he didn't follow along. 18 Jiraiya and Tsunade have no intention of following. The two walked behind Naruto, and looked at Otsutsuki Kaguya not far away, full of guard. Then let the ninjas present report what happened here just now. After all, the fairly flat ground they saw when they walked had changed drastically. Moreover, wherever Kazekage went, discussions and meetings were held, and Kazekage, who was usually more active, did not appear. There are also ninjas who were actively looking for Kazekage. Although Tsunade didn't like Kazekage, who abandoned Konoha village to ally with Iwagakure. Advertisement, but Fengying should also show up for such an important meeting. However, this kind of dissatisfaction was completely replaced by shock after the two knew what had just happened here. I didn't expect such a thing to happen in such a short time after the two left. Kazekage, as the leading figure in Sand Shinobi village, failed to take a single move from Otsutsuki Kaguya, and was wiped out directly. The current Sand Shinobi village has completely lost its leading figure. There must be a certain degree of chaos in the following time, until the next Fengying appears. It is conceivable how the Sand Shinobi village will develop next. Although both of them deliberately controlled themselves, their eyes could not help but look at Tsuchikage, who was standing still. Otsutsuki Kaguya looked at Tsuchikage unkindly. In Otsutsuki Kaguya's view, Tsuchikage's behavior this time is undoubtedly a protest against her decision. Otherwise, why not join the discussion meeting? Seeing Tsuchikage's bloody sleeve, Tsunade looked at a wounded man in front of his eyes as a medical ninja, and it was difficult for him to restrain himself from going up for treatment. Just when Otsutsuki Kaguya wanted to clean up Tsuchikage, the guy who opposed him, Tsunade, finally couldn't help but approached Tsuchikage. Tsunade's actions undoubtedly saved Tsuchikage's life again. Naruto didn't know what else Tsuchikage was trying to do, but if Otsutsuki Kaguya continued to attack Tsuchikage, Naruto decided not to stop him. No matter what ideas Tsuchikage has now, Naruto has absolute confidence to completely crush with strength. Tsuchikage also sensed Tsunade's approach. Then a hand with medical ninjutsu touched the wound on Tsuchikage's shoulder. Tsuchikage has gradually lost the pain from the wound on his shoulder. Tsunade is worthy of being a top medical ninja, healed wounds that others couldn't heal with one shot. Advertisement, however, Tsuchikage's missing arm is currently not reappearing. Tsunade knows very well that he can completely regenerate a severed limb. But the prerequisite for limb regeneration is to use Senju Hashirama's cells. She could treat Tsuchikage's wound without minding, but would not do any further treatment. After all, with the use of Senju Hashirama cells, a lot of irreparable things have happened. Didn't Uchiha Madara sacrifice Konoha village's Yamato for power at the beginning of Impure World reincarnation? This is another thing Tsunade can't let go of. The entanglement in Tsuchikage's mind is finally over at this moment, and his face is relieved. Tsuchikage finally spoke. Since this is a meeting for everyone to discuss, then anyone with strength can naturally participate. Tsunade, Jiraiya and Naruto, you are also the backbone of the ninja world. We need your help to maintain the peace of the ninja world. After speaking, Tsuchikage walked towards the meeting room with a little embarrassment. Empty sleeves fluttered with Tsuchikage's action. Tsuchikage has always been very old, but he feels like a very energetic little old man. I don't know why, but the back view at this moment gives people a very bleak feeling. Naruto was a little puzzled by Tsuchikage's decision, whether he heard it wrong just now. Tsuchikage even invited himself, Tsunade and Jiraiya. Naruto knew exactly how determined Tsuchikage was to make such a decision. We must know that when the 5 major countries decided to join forces, Tsuchikage expressed a little subtle rejection of Konoha village intentionally or unintentionally. Advertisement, although he knew it was very immoral, Kage did not acquiesce in Kage's approach and overtures. In the ensuing battle, the two even teamed up against Konoha village at one point. Because Konoha village has too many powerful players appearing on the battlefield. 4th Hokage Water 120 Gates, 5th Hokage Tsunade and one of Sannin Jiraiya. Finally, there is an unfathomable Naruto. The appearance of these 4 people made Ying feel a very big crisis. Raikage itself is considered powerful, but Cloud Shinobi village currently does not have a next generation who can support the village. On the other hand, Konoha village has produced a large number of talents, and the result of this situation will only increase the gap. This is what Tsuchikage was struggling with just now. However, in the ideological struggle, the survival of the ninja world has the upper hand. In the end, Tsuchikage made a difficult decision to wake up and invite the 3 of Naruto as people who can make decisions. Although in this way, Konoha village will determine the future direction of the ninja world with an absolute number advantage. But Naruto is the only one who can be the opponent of Otsutsuki Kaguya. Naruto walked slowly at the end, inadvertently giving Otsutsuki Kaguya a signal. Although the final result is already known, human beings are such procedural species. Since a program is required, Naruto follows it. Anyway, you can finally get the result you want. When Naruto walked into the room, he saw Minato looking at him with burning eyes. Naruto immediately understood what Minato meant. So Naruto waved his hand, and the people in the house appeared in a sea of kings and sons. Chapter 216. The Era of Supreme Rule. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Everyone was suspended on the water, looking at their surroundings. He didn't make a sound, because he didn't need to guess and knew that the appearance of such a strange space must be related to Naruto. But this is also good, completely eliminating the possibility of their discussion being heard by Otsutsuki Kaguya. After entering the space, Minato summed up the current situation immediately. The fundamental problem we face now is what Otsutsuki Kaguya is asking. Only by giving the right answer can our ninja world restore peace again. Otherwise, what awaits us will be irreversible consequences. Now is the time for us to make a decision. Mizukage was the first to express his opinion. Our current strength is not at all the opponent of that person. We have no choice but to agree to her request. We don't have a choice anymore, do we? Mizukage's words are like a stone dropped into a calm lake. The sound is not very loud, but there are constant ripples. Raikage gritted his teeth, agreeing that Otsutsuki Kaguya was too late to say the word of world domination. The banner they have been playing all along is for the peace of the ninja world. And she also fought for peace by giving her life. The ninja world has lost enough due to the war. It's really hard to imagine lowering your head to the last opponent. So what on earth have they been fighting so hard for so long? Governance out of absolute discourse is a frightening prospect. Advertisement. It is because I have not experienced such a life that I am full of fear. But they really had no other choice. Now outside the space, Otsutsuki Kaguya is waiting for their answers. Seeing that Raikage was unwilling to speak, Minato turned to Tsuchikage for advice. I hope the oldest old man can give pertinent advice. Tsuchikage said, this is where we are now. I'd like to know your opinion, Naruto Uzumaki. Hearing Tsuchikage mention himself, Naruto was still a little puzzled. I don't understand why such a question is asked in my head. Know that Naruto's participation in the meeting does not interrupt participation as a decider at all. But Tsuchikage's words pulled Naruto in. All eyes were on Naruto, the only opponent who could face Otsutsuki Kaguya. Naruto said, well, in my opinion Otsutsuki Kaguya's suggestion is good, I agree with it. If the war had been suppressed with absolute force at the very beginning, then the damage can be effectively prevented. Jiraiya looked at Naruto in surprise, never expecting Naruto to say such a thing. Jiraiya said with a complicated look, Naruto, this is wrong. Naruto asked back, so Jiraiya teacher, can you tell me what is right and what is wrong? For the question of right and wrong, I believe no one can give an answer with a precise definition. Even Jiraiya has no answer for this question. Jiraiya looked at Minato, hoping that Minato would respond to Naruto's thoughts. Advertisement. But Minato put on a bright smile again after Naruto finished speaking his opinion. The current method of ruling the ninja world has lasted long enough, and perhaps changing the method will have good results. Tsuchikage sighed and said, okay, I see. It seems that no matter how hard I try, Iwagakure can't catch up with Konoha village. I admit that in the past, I had a lot of behavior that was very inappropriate. But for now, I agree with Naruto Uzumaki. The next ninja world needs to rely entirely on Uzumaki Naruto. You can become the ruler of the same level as Otsutsuki Kaguya. In this way, the ninja world will be safer with the two of you restraining each other. Minato also said with a smile, I also feel that there is no better way to handle the situation than this. As Naruto's father, I believe in this child very much. I hope everyone can trust this child. Tsunade naturally has great confidence in Naruto. Such confidence had taken root in Naruto's heart when he saved Konoha village from Nagato's men. Jiraiya sighed and agreed. Naruto is indeed a very trustworthy person. It's also a good choice. Optimistically speaking, there are only two very decisive leaders in the ninja world. Hopefully decisiveness will lead to absolute adherence to the rules. Seeing that everyone agreed to Otsutsuki Kaguya's request, the film that has been silent has to express its own opinion. Raikage agreed and the words seemed to be squeezed out from between the teeth, and anyone could clearly feel the reluctance in it. But the world will not stop moving forward because of one person's reluctance. Now that the decision has been made, Naruto releases everyone from the space of. Immediately afterwards, the news was announced like the ninjas present. Advertisement at the same time, it was announced that the war was completely over at this moment. Soon the ninjas knew that there were two supreme rulers in the ninja world. But such news brings far less joy than knowing that the war is over. After all, war has brought too much harm to people in the ninja world. After witnessing the cruelty of war, people have no opposition to the emergence of the supreme ruler at all. On the contrary, the emergence of such a powerful ruler is welcome. Of course, such a decision is not acceptable to everyone in the ninja world. There are also many people who believe that such a ruling method is absolutely impossible to bring peace to the ninja world. Think of Naruto and Otsutsuki Kaguya as two horrible dictators. People with such ideas also automatically, the money is good, formed a small force. Their purpose is to eliminate the two supreme rulers. There is a way to heaven if you don't go, but there is no way to hell to break in. For such people, Naruto has only one method, and that is to put Otsutsuki Kaguya. After getting Naruto's permission, Otsutsuki Kaguya's suppressed killing intent finally broke out. These ants who dared to resist me, I have given them a chance, and now it is time to be completely wiped out. On that day, the people of these opposing organizations experienced the fear of being crushed by absolute power. The battlefield handled by Otsutsuki Kaguya is very clean. It still maintains the same appearance as before, no blood and no corpses. It's as if it has not been affected by the war. The disappearing people didn't make much waves, and the ninja world ended the rule of the five great powers. The Age of Supremacy begins. Chapter 217, 1 year later. Previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement. It's been a year since Naruto and Otsutsuki Kaguya ruled the ninja world. During this year, people's admiration for the two rulers has changed from being unfamiliar at the beginning to now. The two rulers appeared in various parts of the ninja world, and every time they appeared, they could completely eliminate the danger. All ninjas and nations are under the rule of these two lords. They have the power to control everything, but never use such power to rule brutally. They let the people of each country rule their own homeland. It looks the same as before, but whenever there is a sign of war, the two adults will appear. It is easy to kill all dangers in the cradle. Only Sasuke and some people are left in the Akatsuki organization lingering. Naruto did not take action to exterminate these people. After all, watching Konoha grow and prosper, Sasuke's life will be immersed in Uchiha Itachi's sacrifice to her. Naruto felt that such a punishment was the most horrible way for Sasuke. The most terrible thing is to be your own enemy. Naruto moved with his hut to a hill further away from Konoha. The hut was moved to the mountain intact. But once inside the hut, Naruto used ninjutsu to create a very livable space in it. 353 Naruto lives in this space with his daughters. The most difficult Otsutsuki Kaguya was also persuaded. Naruto only said one thing to Otsutsuki Kaguya. After entering the space, you don't have to breathe the air in the same space with them. On the day Naruto came of age, a world-famous matinee wedding was held. Advertisement. At the end of the ninja war, Naruto quietly hooked Mizukage Terumi Mei into his hands. But it is a pity that Otsutsuki Kaguya is like a stone that cannot be heated, and has not responded to Naruto. Otsutsuki Kaguya was also not seen on the wedding day. This is the only thing that Naruto regrets deeply. When people in the ninja world knew that this wedding was going on, they were still surprised by such an absurd wedding. But the wedding is something you love me. As long as the parties agree with each other, no one can express anything to such a wedding. The wedding has gone to the last-minute photo session. All the girls clustered around Naruto according to the time of their relationship, smiling brightly at the camera. At the last moment when the flash was fired, 10 BIEC figures suddenly appeared beside Naruto. It turned out that at this moment Otsutsuki Kaguya finally appeared. I don't know how Otsutsuki Kaguya moves, but there is a place where small Sakura and Naruto can stand. The flash went on and Otsutsuki Kaguya was left in the group photo of the wedding. After the photo shoot, when Naruto was about to talk to Otsutsuki Kaguya disappeared again. But before disappearing, Itsuki Kaguya approached Naruto abruptly. Naruto felt the soft touch on his lips and saw the blush on Otsutsuki Kaguya's face just before disappearing. At this moment, Naruto seems to have discovered the hidden attributes of Otsutsuki Kaguya. It turned out that Otsutsuki Kaguya had already accepted Naruto. It's just that they don't know how to respond to Naruto's feelings. Otsutsuki Kaguya's delay in showing up at the wedding turned out to be just shyness. Advertisement. After discovering the little secret hidden by Otsutsuki Kaguya, Naruto became more interested in Otsutsuki Kaguya. The things that Otsutsuki Kaguya was worried about were the things that Naruto had on his mind right now. For the Otsutsuki clan hidden in the ninja world, Naruto still cannot take it lightly. Now Naruto absolutely wants to give Otsutsuki Kaguya absolute sense of security. During Naruto's investigation, a clue was finally found one day. Originally, small matters such as missing persons did not need Naruto to intervene at all, and naturally there were special personnel to deal with them. After all, there is no war, and it cannot stop people from exploring. In addition to chores, the current ninja missions are exploratory events. It is inevitable to encounter some dangers in the process of exploration. This situation has not attracted people's attention. But now it is not only ninjas who have disappeared, some children have been lost in some small villages. And these children are in a small village adjacent to Kirigakure. When Mizukage was with Naruto, he couldn't help complaining about these things to Naruto. Although some people in the village didn't see clearly what those who did the work looked like, they could clearly see that there were strange black marks on their faces. That's it. Naruto has doubts about this phenomenon. It seems that the Otsutsuki clan lurking in the ninja world finally couldn't bear it anymore and began to look for new containers. So Naruto came to the village and followed the chakra energy left behind by these people. Finally, he caught Shion in a big mountain. When Naruto grabbed the man and threw him in front of Otsutsuki Kaguya. Otsutsuki Kaguya said in disbelief, "You said Ishiki is hidden in this person without dying?" Advertisement. Naruto nodded and said, "Yeah, don't look at his half-dead look now. When I found him, it took a lot of effort to catch him. The most important thing is that he used the power of the wedge." When hearing the word wedge, Otsutsuki Kaguya knew that it was an ability that Ishiki was very good at. If he can't be completely destroyed, then he can be resurrected on anyone's body. Then sharp bone spurs appeared on Otsutsuki Kaguya's hands. Naruto brought the man before wedge, to be completely at the disposal of Otsutsuki Kaguya. Otsutsuki Kaguya was ready to kill the man in front of him without any hesitation. He must never be given another chance to fight back. Just when the bone spur was about to hit Sishen, Dr. Thickness. A powerful force erupted from Sishen's immobile body, directly deflecting Otsutsuki Kaguya's attack. Seeing this, Otsutsuki Kaguya gave Naruto a look. Although Otsutsuki Kaguya didn't speak, Naruto also understood what she wanted to express very well. Naruto touched his nose in embarrassment. Naruto was a little surprised that Sishen could burst out with such strength. When Sishen opened his eyes again, Naruto knew that the man he had fought with was no longer there. Now the person who controls this body has been replaced by another soul. Naruto knows very well that this is the way to sleep in Sishen's body. Naruto didn't expect Ishii to explode at this time. You must know that after such an outbreak, if Ishii does not find a new body container in the next 3 days, it will completely disappear. It seems that life-threatening awakened a type. Chapter 218 Otsutsuki 1 Style. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After the resurrection, the whole person turned into a white existence. This situation is exactly the same as when Otsutsuki Kaguya first appeared. However, in the process of getting along with Naruto, Otsutsuki Kaguya's feeling of indifference and alienation has gradually decreased. After Ishiki opened his eyes, he was no longer the same person he fought against Naruto before. One white eye and one round golden eye stared indifferently at the two people who threatened his life in front of him. Naruto was directly ignored by Naruto. This image has appeared many times in Kazuki's memory. Although Ishii was sleeping most of the time, he had fully accepted the body's memory the moment he woke up. Naruto's image looks like an ordinary ninja with better looks. What surprised Ishiki was Otsutsuki Kaguya, who appeared in front of him. "How could this woman appear in front of me?" So Ishiki said to Otsutsuki Kaguya with a superior attitude. "Kaguya, I didn't expect that we would meet again after such a long time. Before I thought we would never see each other. I haven't forgotten how we came to Earth to plant the sacred tree together. It seems that you came out of the seal." Ishiki had a smile on his face, but his words were not so friendly. Otsutsuki Kaguya has always treated others with the same attitude. Advertisement. When Ishiki also treated Otsutsuki Kaguya with this attitude, Otsutsuki Kaguya felt how uncomfortable this attitude is. Although the previous style is a bit higher than Otsutsuki Kaguya's status and strength. But now that Otsutsuki Kaguya knows that Naruto will stand behind him, it must not be a problem to deal with Ishiki. Besides, the person who eats the fruit of the sacred tree is Otsutsuki Kaguya. It is not certain who is stronger and who is weaker. Otsutsuki Kaguya also said unceremoniously, "I didn't expect you to still be alive, woo." Naruto was attracted by the sound of the system. Know that the sound of the system is very old and has not appeared in Naruto's mind. Ding. The pupil technique that the host has not mastered, wheel eye, has been detected. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. How can there be a host in the world who doesn't have a pupil technique? The host's body can learn it directly and vigorously. Close black lens bracket. Hearing such information, Naruto was still a little surprised. I originally thought that the pupil technique I have mastered is already the top in the world, but I didn't expect that there is still the possibility of evolution. The moment the system sound sounded, Naruto's eyes turned into wheel eyes, and then quickly returned to normal. The speed of the transformation was so fast that Otsutsuki Kaguya and Ishiki didn't notice the change in Naruto's eye area at all. Naruto stared at Ishiki, observing Ishiki eyes openly. I have to say that the name of the eye is very appropriate, it is indeed like a wheel. Naruto has also explored the wheel eye skills clearly, but the function is a little thinner compared to Rinnegan and Tenseigan. The runner's eye has a powerful spatial ability, and then it has the ability to make people other than itself bigger and smaller. Naruto thinks that the space ability can be achieved completely by relying on the ninjutsu, Tenjutsu. The ability to zoom in and out. Naruto doesn't think there is anything that can be used at present. Advertisement, however, the ability to increase is not a bad thing. While Naruto was exploring the power of the wheel eye, Otsutsuki Kaguya and Ishiki had entered into a confrontation. Although neither of them did anything, their aura was rising steadily. The clothes on my body have automatically blown up in the absence of wind. Such an energy shock has attracted the attention of all parties. In particular, the location where such impact energy occurs takes place in Naruto's hut. This has not happened since Naruto became the supreme ruler. The 5 great nations dare not disturb Naruto, but there are ninjas from the 5 great nations stationed at the foot of the Naruto hut. It can be said to be the pomp of the supreme ruler, or it can be said to be a monitor who monitors the actions of the supreme ruler. Although Naruto knows the role of these people, but seeing that they bring extreme convenience to his life, as long as it does not touch Naruto's bottom line, Naruto is not ready to do anything. However, the distance between the stationed ninjas of the 5 major countries is getting farther and farther. Naruto may not care, but Otsutsuki Kaguya is not a man to talk to. It is in this case that the role of the ninjas of the 5 major countries is reflected. The nearest Konoha village was notified extremely quickly. Ask for flowers. However, after Minato received such news, he immediately issued an order not to approach. Minato fully believes in Naruto's ability to handle things well again. As soon as Minato's order was sent out, the suffocating aura disappeared. All the ninjas thought it was just a false alarm. Maybe the 2 supreme rulers were doing it. Advertisement. Little did he know that Naruto directly included the 3 of them, including himself, into the space of the Imperial Palace of Heaven. The space Naruto chose was still the desert space. People like Datung, who seized the vitality of a star class in order to cultivate the sacred tree, should live in the desert. Naruto said after entering space, "Believe that the earth is still an indestructible existence for us. After entering the space, we can fight as we like." After the space transfer, Hitoshi thought it was Otsutsuki Kaguya who made the shot. This kind of shooting speed is really shocking, and Ishii didn't feel any energy fluctuations. After Naruto made a sound, Ishiki knew that it was Naruto who moved his hand. Knowing the real situation, Ikushi finally began to face Naruto squarely for the first time. Looking at Naruto's Rinnegan, Ishii knew that this guy was very capable. After all, even Otsutsuki Kaguya couldn't pull Ishiki into the alien space so easily and silently. No wonder Otsutsuki Kaguya allowed this human to follow him. Ishiki asked Naruto, "I'm sure you're not from the Otsutsuki clan. So can you explain to me why you use the special skills of the Otsutsuki clan? This kind of energy is absolutely beyond the grasp of human beings on Earth." Naruto didn't want to answer Ishii's question. Even if he knew that the person in front of him could become his opponent, Shishi's tone was still so superior. Naruto replied angrily, "I don't think the dead don't need to know these things." Ishiki looked at Naruto, his eyes became empty again, and he murmured, "You were right. For those who are doomed to perish, is it useless to know more?" Chapter 219. One style of death previous chapter next chapter. Advertisement. After speaking, he directly moved towards Naruto and Otsutsuki Kaguya without any nonsense. Black coffin. A dark light flashed in Ishiki's right eye, and countless tall black coffins appeared beside Naruto and Otsutsuki Kaguya, surrounding them. Otsutsuki Kaguya held Naruto behind him and was not going to let Naruto do it now. Swell the truth-seeking ball. Otsutsuki Kaguya injected most of the energy in his body into the truth-seeking ball. Then a huge truth-seeking ball appeared between each Ishiki and Naruto, completely blocking the sight of the two people. Although I know that the explosion of the inflated truth-seeking ball cannot hurt myself and Kaguya under my own protection. But Naruto still thinks it's best not to be affected. A black hole appeared behind Naruto, and Naruto pulled Otsutsuki Kaguya into it. Yoizumi Hirao, 937, Sake. Then Naruto and Otsutsuki Kaguya suddenly appeared behind Ishiki. What Ishii is currently controlling is not his own body at all. If you want to leave safely, it is best not to be seriously injured. So Ishii's attention was completely focused on the truth-seeking ball in front of him. I don't know the situation of the fight now. Ishii didn't know that his attack didn't have the effect it should have on the two of them until he heard energy fluctuations behind him. Then, Naruto was left in place by Otsutsuki Kaguya. 80 God Sky Strike. Each Ishiki blocked Otsutsuki Kaguya's attack very sharply. Advertisement. Then the two white figures fought together. Such taijutsu is mastered by every Otsutsuki tribe. But the key to determining the superiority is the strength of one's own body. Each Ishiki and Otsutsuki Kaguya played evenly against each other despite the apparent difference in physical strength. But on closer inspection, Otsutsuki Wei Yiming appears weak. In the battle, the original body can't take advantage of the parasitic body at all. Ishii's taijutsu is really strong, and Naruto couldn't help but wonder how strong Ishii can be after returning to his original body. The energy impact generated by the fight between the two continuously set off one sandstorm after another in the desert. But Naruto clearly saw the movements of the two through the yellow sand all over the sky. After the two fought dozens of moves, the situation changed. After their hands collided once, a smear of black appeared on Otsutsuki Kaguya's hand. Then this kind of black jumped onto Ishii's body during the short time the two of them had been in contact. Naruto realized that it was Black Zetsu who hadn't appeared in front of him for a long time. Black Zetsu has also been aggrieved during this period of time. Since Black Zetsu is the product of Otsutsuki Kaguya's will, it is natural to agree with Otsutsuki Kaguya's philosophy. Even because of obsession, Otsutsuki Kaguya is a little more paranoid. Naruto still has a certain heart for Otsutsuki Kaguya, but not so much for Black Zetsu. After Black Zetsu faced the news that he had an extra father, he was very shocked. But Black Zetsu didn't dare to put forward his own resistance, because Naruto can clean up Black Zetsu without any effort. Now Black Zetsu, who was attached to Ishiki's body, finally found an outlet to vent his frustration. Advertisement. Black Zetsu is sure to grant any wish of the mother. As the blackness spread, Ishii had lost control of most of his body. As long as you control Ishii's body, you can dedicate your energy to your mother just like Uchiha Madara back then. But Ishii is not without backhands. As Black Zetsu spread, a water mirror appeared in front of each Ishiki. Then Ishii's body instantly became smaller. Black Zetsu became bigger because of the continuous spread, and after losing the attached body, he could only let it fall off. Just when Black Zetsu was about to pounce on his mother, he saw Naruto behind him with an uneasy expression. You know Naruto was upset when he saw Black Zetsu emerge from Otsutsuki Kaguya. I don't know, but it's okay. If Black Zetsu dares to appear on Otsutsuki Kaguya's body in front of Naruto, then Naruto will never allow it. Ishii changed back to its original size, and thought with lingering fear. I don't know what the origin of that black thing is, it has the ability to control other people's bodies. It seems that Kaguya hasn't stood still after all these years. There is a possibility of being possessed by Black Zetsu in close combat, and Ishii followed by a long-distance attack. But such an attack is not a problem for Otsutsuki Kaguya at all. After all, I faced Naruto's attack at the beginning, and now it seems that Ishii is not as powerful as I imagined. Whether it is a huge dead pig or a huge sandstorm that can suck people in, it can't do any harm to Otsutsuki Kaguya at all. The ability to grow bigger and smaller is basically useless. No one can do anything to the other when two people fight against each other. Naruto was already getting bored, so he didn't plan to wait any longer. Black Zetsu helped Otsutsuki Kaguya observe the surrounding environment, and found that Naruto, who was standing behind Otsutsuki Kaguya, had disappeared. Advertisement. Otsutsuki Kaguya suddenly shouted, "Naruto, this guy is my opponent, you can't shoot." Naruto said faintly, "Kaguya, you can't meet old acquaintances and ignore me. It's evening and I'm hungry, Kaguya." Just as Naruto spoke, he appeared behind Ishiki. When Ishii was about to shift position, Naruto fixed him in place and could not make any extra movements. A silent cry. "Oops, I can't move my eyes." Watching the figure of Otsutsuki Kaguya drifting over, I tried my best to think of a new way to escape. Otsutsuki Kaguya stood across from Naruto, staring at Naruto. Naruto said, "Kaguya, think about the time, I've waited too long." Hearing Naruto's slightly coquettish tone, Otsutsuki Kaguya couldn't bear to look directly. But once Naruto speaks in such a tone, Otsutsuki Kaguya will not be able to refuse no matter what. So Otsutsuki Kaguya no longer hesitated, and directly pierced the bone spur in his hand into Ishiki's chest. With the voice of Otsutsuki Kaguya, "Let's go back to eat." Ishiki also completely disappeared from this world. When he appeared on the spot, Naruto saw the ninja who came to deliver the message to him. Antelope has become Naruto's specialist for receiving and sending messages. This letter is from Minato, who is eager to meet Naruto. So Naruto said helplessly to Otsutsuki Kaguya, "Father is in a hurry to see me, you go back and prepare the meals first, I will be back soon." Then Naruto disappeared into Otsutsuki Kaguya's unkind eyes. Black Zetsu was about to catch Naruto's absence and say something bad about him. But before he could speak, a burst from Otsutsuki Kaguya came. Chapter 220. A few years later. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. No one can ignore the energy fluctuations that just appeared and disappeared instantly. Everyone is speculating whether the two supreme rulers are ready to fight because of some conflict of opinion. For a while, I was a little panicked. Once the two supreme rulers do something, the ninja world will definitely be devastated. Naruto is good. Otsutsuki Kaguya. The relationship I only saw is still a relationship of mutual containment in the eyes of outsiders. But as they got along unconsciously, Minato and Kushina gradually discovered the difference in their relationship. Knowing that my son has kept women like Otsutsuki Kaguya by his side, Minato and Kushina didn't know whether their son was brave or charismatic. But after knowing the truth, Minato knew that Otsutsuki Kaguya would definitely not have the intention of destroying the ninja world. But when they declared to the outside world, the two were still the supreme rulers. Only in the face of the crisis that the world may be destroyed at any time, can everyone be in awe of absolute rule. When Minato secretly asked Naruto if the husband and wife quarreled, I also mentioned Naruto as someone who has experienced it. "Naruto, you must know that you are a man. Just like I did to your mother, we must understand and respect each other. There are 18 things that can't be solved without good communication, you have to do it. The consequences of the two of you doing it are too serious." Naruto pretended not to know that Minato was showing his loyalty to Kushina by himself. "Just don't wear this guy for now," said directly. "Dad, Kaguya and I saw that there was no conflict. It just solves a dangerous person who hides in the dark and poses a great threat to the ninja world." Advertisement. Hearing that there was danger to the ninja world, Minato immediately became serious. "Naruto, what's going on? Although the two of you are very powerful, you may wish to communicate with me if necessary. Trust the ninjas of Konoha village will be your help." Naruto replied, "Don't worry, it's been cleaned up. This is the man who wanted to feed Kaguya to Otsutsuki of 10 Tails, who was also from the Otsutsuki family." Minato didn't know how to answer when he heard Naruto's answer. Minato also knew that such a race existed after meeting Otsutsuki Kaguya. In the previous records in the village, Minato did not find any relevant information. Now another Otsutsuki type popped up. Minato didn't know if such a person really existed. But since Naruto said so, it must be absolutely sure. Minato said, "Naruto, can you introduce the Otsutsuki family? We really know too little about this race. The more you know, the more danger you have," Naruto said. "Dad, don't worry, Kaguya and I will stop these people. For your safety, don't get too deep into it." Seeing Naruto's reaction, Minato knew that it was definitely a very dangerous thing. At least for now, as long as there is no friction between Naruto and Otsutsuki Kaguya. The days that followed returned to calm. Another few years passed. The moon in the sky is still in the same state as it was split in half by Naruto. Advertisement. Because of the destruction of the moon, the Otsutsuki family living on the moon were also killed and injured. Otsutsuki Shurin did not appear on Earth. Hinata also did not suffer from kidnapping. Over the years, Naruto has lived very comfortably. The only regret is that Naruto did not have any children during his long time with the girls. Seeing this situation, Kushina was the most anxious one. Kushina finally couldn't bear it anymore, pulled Naruto aside and asked, "Naruto, is there anything wrong with your body?" Naruto saw his mother groping quietly like this, so he didn't know why such a question was. "Mom, you don't have to worry about that." Then, in Kushina's eyes filled with, "Are you not good enough?" he gritted his teeth and said, "I'm good, I can do it anywhere, especially listening." After receiving Naruto's response, Kushina was still full of doubts. "Then why haven't you had a child for so many years?" Tsunade, Terumi-Mei and Kaguya are still able to understand. Is it not normal for other people to be silent for so long? Naruto didn't know how to respond to Kushina's words, "I can only be silent." On a peaceful day, 3 strange-looking people appeared at the entrance of Konoha village. The ninjas guarding the entrance of the village are all ninjas who have participated in the ninja war. Facing these 3 people who kept approaching, the guards felt extremely dangerous in their hearts. While some people blocked the entrance of the village, a ninja quickly left to report to 4th Hokage. The guard ninja stopped the 3 of them and asked, "Who are you? You must leave the corresponding identity information before you can enter the village." Facing the guard's inquiry, the 3 of them did not respond, but were talking on their own. Advertisement Ishiki. Is Kaguya really here? How could she coexist with humans here, and marry a human? Jin Shi. Why do I get the news that it is evenly matched with human beings, and no one can do anything to anyone? Dao Shi. I don't believe it either, but people in this world say so. Jin Shi. Hey, married to a human, this guy Kaguya is really interesting. However, I still feel that this news is false, and it is indeed a shame that 677 can reach a tie with humans in the future. Dao style. In short, subdue her. The 10 tails on her body can also produce a fruit of the sacred tree. The 3 of them spoke to themselves what the guards could not understand, and had no intention of answering questions at all. Faced with such a situation, the guard immediately became very vigilant. Who are you? If you are not prepared to provide information, then leaving is your best option. You must know that there are 2 supreme rulers stationed in this village, you will not end well. Hearing what the guard said, he slightly attracted the attention of the 3 of them. Momoshiki asked, "By the 2 adults you mean Uzumaki Naruto and Otsutsuki Kaguya?" The guard raised his chest proudly. "That must be those 2 adults. But it's really disrespectful for you to call the 2 adults directly like this." The 3 of them ignored the guard's next words after getting a certain answer. Then, regardless of the guard's obstruction, the 3 walked into Konoha's village very easily. The guards had no idea what the 3 of them had done. When he wanted to look back, he found that he couldn't move his head. Looking down, 5 blood holes had already appeared on his chest. Then the guard jumped forward uncontrollably.